Honorable members, when the business of this House suspended for the luncheon break, the member for Kalani was in the midst of his contribution. The chair now recognizes the honorable member for Kalani. Honorable member, the chair has recognized the honorable member for Kalani. But honorable member, honorable member, resume your seat. We have not even, you are premature. We have not even moved forward to see what the member for Kalani is prepared to do.
Oh, so that's where we are, okay. Continuing with this presentation.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Kalani.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I had a nice salad for lunch. No problem. So my energy level may be down now. But when we left, Mr. Speaker, member for Engliston had expressed some concern that I misled Parliament in that they had repaired the children's ward and so on and so forth. Mr. Speaker, I have evidence here that I would read into the records, and I'll table into the records, that yes, the ward was damaged by hurricane. Yes, the roof was damaged. Yes, you may have repaired the roof. Hold on, window. However, they did not put the ward in a state of functionality. Now, Mr. Speaker, hold on. Mr. Speaker, allow me to finish. Allow me to read. Allow me to read. Allow me to read.
Prime Minister trying to explain. I'm being harassed and harangued.
No, it's the honorable.
What is this? They might be elucidating. You can't handle the truth.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members.
I'll read from a communication by Prime Minister on the impact of Hurricane Matthew, October 4 to 6, 2016. The Public Hospitals Authority indicated that the main difficulties experienced at the hospitals and ancillary buildings in New Providence were roof damages and leaks in isolated areas. Then, Mr. Speaker, the authority has determined that the overall budget to facilitate repairs and the cost of replacement and remedial supplies and equipment resulting from the impact of Hurricane Matthew is estimated at approximately $740,000. I move here again, Mr. Speaker. PMH, Hurricane Matthew Capital Repair Restoration. And despite requests, no capital funding has been provided for this item.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for Engliston.
Speaker, yes, I was not aware what the Prime Minister would do. I thought he was continuing his contribution. That's why I got up, Mr. Speaker, because we had an issue on the table. Speaker, the facts are this, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister told this Parliament and the nation that the children's ward was damaged by hurricane, and that instead of repairing the children's ward, we put $25 million in carnival and partying, and that the children's ward was not repaired. It is not true. The children's ward, the roof was repaired, and the windows were repaired, and the work was completed in May of 2017. The question, though, is what happened since? And I am advised, Mr. Speaker, not a thing has happened in that ward. The Prime Minister said, we ain't do nothing, and this government has done nothing for 2 years. And the Prime Minister should do the right thing because he's misled this Parliament. So you want to create a monster, the boogeyman called the PLP all you want, but speak truth. We expect the Prime Minister to speak truth to this country, and the Prime Minister misled this Parliament. The Prime Minister misled this Parliament, Speaker, and I'm asking that the Prime Minister do the right thing so that we do not prolong the issue and withdraw his statement so that we can move on to his substantive contribution. Otherwise, we're going to get stuck on an issue. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member. Honorable member.
Mr. Speaker,
Are you referring to the document that the member is?
I will table the document
The member indicated that he would table the document.
when I'm finished. No. When I finish, you tying me up no more. You had enough of that. You are not holding me up anymore. Mr. Speaker, allow me to read again what I said. In October 2016, Hurricane Matthew smashed into New Providence, destroying the public and private property. Full stop. The children's ward at Princess Margaret Hospital was severely damaged and had to be closed. Children's ward. Full stop. Ward.
Yes, the ward.
Instead of addressing the damage to the children's ward, the PLP went on to spend millions of dollars on Carnival, on Nassau, and Freeport. This is,
Not true. Instead of addressing it,
They-
that's not true. That's not true.
so you opened it then?
Speaker, you open it? I don't want to. Speaker, you know, the Prime Minister said that instead of addressing the damage, that we went dancing in the street for Carnival.
Damage.
The roof was repaired, the windows were repaired, hurricane windows were installed, and the work was completed in May of 2017. And as the Minister of Health basically conceded it in his statement, he denied that the work was stopped. Maybe the work was not stopped because it was completed. It was completed. However, nothing has been done since. So I think what the Prime Minister wants to say is that his administration has done nothing to repair the children's ward. Speaker, I'm asking the Prime Minister to do the right thing.
Withdraw.
It was addressed. The repair issue was addressed. And just withdraw it. Just withdraw it so we can move on to throughout your contribution.
I did not at any time speak of which damage. I said the ward. The ward means roof, side walls, window, floor, chair, everything. Ward. It's, oh. Anyhow, Mr. Speaker, I'll table the document. If you had spent, if you had spent the $25 million that you spent on dancing, it would have been open.
Honorable member for Kalani, the document that you,
Speaker, obviously the lettuce and tomatoes have helped the
the chair
Prime Minister.
recognizes the honorable member
Thank you,
for
Speaker.
Henderson.
Yeah, the lettuce and tomatoes have helped the Prime Minister.
Honorable member, are you on a point of order now
Yeah, the
again?
Prime Minister did salad. I'm referring to that, Mr. Speaker. The point of order is this, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister, the member for Kalani, the man who leads this nation, told the country that the prior administration did not address the repair of the children's ward, but instead spent $25 million on partying. It is not true. Repair works were commenced immediately. They were completed in May of 2017 when this administration took over, and nothing has been done. So because the member should do the right thing, the member should do the right thing, Mr. Speaker, and withdraw it and move on with his presentation, because what the country is saying now is a dancing around and being duplicitous, Mr. Speaker. Being duplicitous, all the Prime Minister do is withdraw it and move on with his contribution. I'm asking that the member's representation that we did not address the repair issue of the children's ward is not correct, and the Prime Minister seems to be conceding that now, and he should withdraw, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Kalani.
I don't need to read what I said again, right? The records show that you did not put sufficient in the capital to complete. Instead, you had $25 million in Carnival. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to carry on, but
Honorable member, the chair, with respect to this issue on the floor, the chair is satisfied that the member for Kalani has varied his statement in indicating what he indicated in terms of the matter being addressed.
So in those circumstances, that the impression given that
Honorable member, honorable member, the chair is making a ruling that the member has varied his statement sufficiently to address the point of order that was made.
I understand the position taken. Thank you.
25 million on
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Kalani.
Now, I'm going to go, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to retract 2 pages, as the member had some concern about a particular statement, so I will repeat it again. It is truly amazing, but no longer surprising, that some of the former cabinet ministers, Christie Davis government, that was overwhelmingly rejected by the Bahamian people, are continuing to root for failure. Let us never forget that one former PLP cabinet minister boldly declared that God made the Bahamas for the PLP.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island from Kingston, Salvador, on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I want the member to identify those comments and establish that that was said by a former cabinet minister. I never heard it or read it anywhere.
Honorable member, while you're on your feet, I have a question then from the chair. Are you denying that it was done?
I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking him to verify it.
No,
In
honorable
fact,
member, you have to deny it. Are you denying it?
Mr. Speaker, why do I have to deny that someone said it?
Honorable
I
member,
never heard it, Mr. Speaker.
you just
No. The fact is that I never heard it, Mr. Speaker. And if it was said, I never heard it.
honorable members, honorable
I never
members,
said it.
honorable members, honorable members,
I
honorable,
got to deny.
honorable member,
Mr. Speaker, I deny I never said it.
honorable member for Cat Island,
I deny I never said it. I could deny that the minister said I never said it.
honorable member. I don't know why this has become such a difficult issue. If you are denying it, then the member is obligated to produce the evidence.
Mr. Speaker,
Now, honorable member, you have indicated to the House.
Speaker, let me-
Honorable member, just let me finish.
Yeah.
Let me finish. You have indicated to the House that you have never heard it and you're not aware of it. So, you are making an issue about something that you've never heard and that you are not aware of. So, I'm asking you, are you denying it?
No, Mr. Speaker, by innuendo, Mr. Speaker, the fact is that he is castigating, right, a former member of cabinet, and as a person who would have been collectively responsible towards that other cabinet minister, is saying to him that he's making a spurious allegation. And because I can say things too, you know, Mr. Speaker. I can say some things too. And I hope I can say some things.
Honorable member for Mangrove Key.
Mr. Speaker, if it is that I have to deny it, I hope when I say things and they don't deny it, because a lot, Mr. Speaker, that's why we have to be careful.
Honorable member, that has always been the chair's position.
No, Mr. Speaker, it's not been. It's not been.
The chair, honorable members, honorable members, we have to maintain, we would like a lively and provocative debate, but we have to maintain a certain level of decorum in this debate. And so, honorable members, I asked both sides to, yes, honorable member, to exercise restraint and to treat each other as honorable members. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Kalani.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I remembered very well.
You're gonna have to deny it.
I remembered very well
Threatening people
sitting
by
down,
your operative.
and these lying air heard that itself. The air was lying to me, but it came through this air. All right? Now, let me repeat it, and then I will back it up, after which I will table it. Let me repeat it so that the leader of the opposition would hear it. Let us never forget, I didn't say you, that one former PLP cabinet minister boldly declared that God made the Bahamas for the PLP. Now, you remember, a former cabinet minister also said the PLP is rocked at its foundation with corruption. You deny that too? Anyhow, Mr. Speaker, let me just refer.
Boy, you don't have to stand up.
But the statement.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members.
But Mr. Speaker.
Be careful now. We are descending into some unparliamentary, personal attacks.
Speaker, I apologize for using those words from my seat, but I also will not have my name castigated from a person's seat unless he has the nerve to stand up and put it on the record. I withdraw those comments.
Thank you, Honorable. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Mangrove Key, Southern Central Andrew.
I also, Mr. Speaker, would not have my name also castigated by the same member who responded just prior to me responding. And in no way would I be intimidated. The same way he has rights in this place, so do I. And if he expresses his views across the floor, I have a right to do the same. We all are duly elected, and deference should be paid on both sides. And that's how I feel about it. I feel very strongly about it. I feel strongly in responding to the comments made by the member for Kalani. He's the Prime Minister. He should take this country in a different direction.
Right.
That's my subjective view, Mr. Speaker. That's how I feel about it. Take the high road. He's the Prime Minister. I respect
The
that.
chair recognizes the honorable member for Kalani.
The kitchen, time.
History is history. Mr. Speaker, I remember hearing them myself, and I was very shocked when I heard it. I could not believe what I heard. But let me read. I will refer the Tribune editorial, Tuesday, October 9th, 2012. Let me.
Are you adopting?
I will adopt, yes. Let me read. Don't forget, former cabinet minister, I won't call the name now, but it's in here, and I'll table it for you. Former cabinet minister, XX, public pronouncement many years ago that God gave this country to the PLP, end quote. I know when. Mr. Speaker, I'll table this. But Mr. Speaker, I'm telling you, I heard it myself. Mr. Speaker, God made our Bahamas for all Bahamians.
Yes.
Not just for PLPs.
The honorable member gave the date, and he said it was a Tribune editorial.
I'm going to table it. You'll get it. Why are you so hot?
Take the high road, man. Take my advice. If you're gonna advise, take the high road.
Honorable member, what's the point of
The
order?
point of order is that I asked him to establish the statement.
Honorable member.
He is using, Mr. Speaker, first of all, he is attributing an article, an editorial, that quotes a member many years prior to that date. And that's what he's relying on today.
Honorable member.
Propaganda, man. Propaganda.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Kalani.
Listen,
Honorable member.
listen.
Honorable member for Cat Island, Rumpkins in Salvador.
Anyhow, bring it. Speaker. Bring it. Oh boy. And Speaker, they keep our country backwards. Corruption, poor governance, lack of attention to infrastructure. During their time in office, there was no get-rich scheme they didn't like. It was take, take. Whatever you can take. What was good for their entitled and precious party elite was the focus of their administration. The last leader of the PLP side promised a new party before he was first elected, a new party. Bahamians won't accept this opposition leader, claiming to be fundamentally different from his former boss. They are the same. They govern for the same reasons. And I smile when I read comments from the leader of opposition in the newspapers. He has much to say now. When there was PLP scandal after scandal in the last government, he was number 2 in charge. But he had nothing to say then. Now the economy is growing and tourism is booming. Now that crime is trending down. Now that infrastructure is being built, they aren't happy. But we are not like them, Mr. Speaker. The two parties are not the same. They cannot focus on the people because their special interests come first and foremost. Mr. Speaker, there were all manner of problems when the current leader of opposition was the Minister of Works. Now I'm coming at you. The cost overruns and sloppy practices at BAMSI are well recorded. This includes the dormitory at BAMSI that was destroyed by fire and that had no insurance. This lack of insurance, which should have been required, will now cost the Bahamian taxpayers $2,640,347.07. Likewise, Andre Rogers Stadium at the Queen Elizabeth II Sports Center was originally budgeted at $17,944,750. We have already spent $25,910,347.20 and will need another $11 million of taxpayers' money to finish. You want to get it? Incredibly, you get all that head to head. Incredibly, the Christie Davis administration built the Star Academy on land not owned by the government, not our land. The academy was originally budgeted at $6,891,333.60 for demolition works. An additional $20,098,452.33 was added, Mr. Speaker, to the 6. Still not finished. They built it on someone else's land. Now, Mr. Speaker, we can do one of two things, and I'm not going into any detail. We can turn left, or we can turn right. If we turn left, it will cost us $11 million. If we turn right, it will cost us $11 million. Either way, it's a $11 million. Left or right, we got another $11 million. Bahamians can see the pattern of mismanagement here. Lest we forget, the leader of opposition defended the former administration's disastrous decision to end payments to the Caribbean Catastrophic Risk Insurance Facility, CRIF. Instead of admitting that they were wrong, he defended this catastrophic and risky mistake. Under the headline, "The Caribbean's Pioneering Form of Disaster Insurance," The Economist magazine, in a 2017 article, praised the region for the CRIF. The Economist article noted, and I quote, "On September 12th, before it could reckon how much damage Hurricane Irma had caused, Turks and Caicos got some heartening news." Quote, I quote, "Within a fortnight, the tiny Caribbean territory would get $13.6 million to pay for disaster relief. Days earlier, Antigua and Barbuda, St. Kitts and Nevis and Anguilla were pledged $15.6 million. The magazine stated that this was, quote, "a reward for homegrown prudence." Allow me to quote again. The magazine stated, and I quote, that this was a reward for homegrown prudence. The Economist added this very telling point. It stated, I quote, "The Bahamas let its policy lapse and missed out on a $32 million payout after Hurricane Matthew socked it in 2016. The leader of opposition and the former PLP government lack homegrown prudence. Because of our prudence, we have restored this facility. So, allow me to put a question to the leader of opposition, since he is pop today. Will the leader of opposition advise the House as to whether he would keep this facility or cancel it if he was in a position to make this decision? But you won't be here. You're just asking your hypothetical thing. Let me finish. Then you answer. Yeah, I can do this because you can answer in a manner of which I'm about to say. Instead of the roundabout language and fudging he likes to do when asked a simple question, yes or no, would be sufficient. Now you can answer.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Anyhow, let me carry on. Mr. Speaker, you said you're not the catastrophic insurance because we felt that it was not of benefit to the Bahamas. We are paying $2 to $3 million in insurance premium, and the threshold to be able to recover anything was such that we would have never been able to recover. That was the advice given to us by the technical people. When they renewed the contract, the Minister of Finance himself, after they paid over $2 million in premium, and under the new regime that was introduced that gave Turks and Caicos that minuscule amount that compared to the losses they had, they too got a minuscule amount. And he did say he's going to pay it, and they are going to renegotiate the terms.
Well, that's a different issue.
Now, and that is what they say. Now, have they renegotiated terms to make it more favorable? You said in renewing the contract, and when it was pointed out that they were going to renew the terms, because first of all, you had a wind speed of Category 5. You had an archipelagic nation where you needed, where they took into account all islands, right, to determine whether or not you are eligible to claim. So those were the issues. And we decided that it's better for us to self-insure. Right?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Sir, I don't want to-
On a point of order.
Yes, sir. I don't want to disrupt the Prime Minister's flow, but I think it's important just to note for the member that he must be completely transparent in this conversation. The fact of the matter is that we did renew in the first year at on the same basis as the policy was in the year before, which if they had re-upped, we would have received somewhere around $39 million, I believe it was, that we missed out on because they didn't do it. We did it in the first year. In the second year, we did, in fact, secure an amendment to the policy that now zones the Bahamas into 3 zones, north, central, and south, which increases the opportunity for us to have recovery if there is disaster in any one region of the country. And so the program has been adjusted, and we do believe that there is value for money. Insurance is about ensuring risk. That's the whole premise behind it.
Right? Because when he did say that they will renegotiate it, because he understood what we understood, that it was not beneficial to remain as is. And that's why we stepped out. And if you keep abreast of things, you'll note that other countries, Jamaica, for example, just this week, has decried being a member of the CREP.
The point is, had they kept the insurance, we would have gotten $32 million. I read it. Mr. Speaker, my government sees the great potential of our archipelago of possibilities. We know the Bahamas can be a developed country. We work every day to make sure Bahamians have the ability to advance. We have increased access to public land for that reason. We have expanded access to early education for that reason. We have expanded tuition grants for Bahamians to go to technical college and university for that reason. We have made millions available to small business people for that reason. We are a governing party that acts and does on behalf of the Bahamian people. We can come to work every day for that purpose. The improvement of the lives of our people is our sole focus. Mr. Speaker, my government promised to create a renewable energy economy by supporting and promoting a nationwide renewable energy strategy. I am happy to advise that we are taking significant steps to make good on that promise. As was announced in the budget communication, we propose to invest over $170 million in renewable energy over the next decade. Energy reform will enhance the daily lives of our citizens. Our renewable energy strategy will help the country to leverage an abundant resource to reduce the cost of living and to create investment opportunities for Bahamian entrepreneurs. Solar energy fosters a safe, cleaner environment by employing renewable energy as a source of power. Last year, we imported approximately $761 million in oil imports for local consumption. This could be reduced substantially if we utilize more clean energy resources. Over time, lower oil imports mean lower energy costs. You're going to get very annoyed when in the next 10 minutes. Which will mean lower monthly bills and more disposable income in the hands of Bahamians. Hence, we announced in this budget a number of projects that would move us toward realizing this objective. For example, our street light retrofitting project will see the conversion of our current street lights to LED lights. This will facilitate the installation of a smart street light grid system with central controls. The overall project is valued at $17 million. of which the sum of $14.6 million will be funded via a loan facility with the Caribbean Development Bank. We will provide $2.4 million in counterpart financing for the full project value. This project will save the government approximately $3 million per year in electricity bill over the next 2 decades. If this project is projected to save the government $3 million per year in electricity costs, that means a prospective net savings of close to $40 million in taxpayer funds over the life of the project. Mr. Speaker, we are a country blessed by God with an abundant amount of sunshine. Indeed, the Bahamas has approximately 340 days of sunshine per year. We will invest up to $170 million in a solarized project that would see the establishment of commercial solar operations throughout the Family Island. We propose to expand small-scale solar production here in New Providence. Our goal is to capitalize on the makeup of our archipelago of islands by generating a substantial amount of solar energy on our Family Islands, which have ample land and relatively low populations. In doing so, it is our intent to meet a significant amount of the power needs in the Family Islands via solar power. Family Island solar generation will have a significant impact on the islands on which it is deployed. This will reduce the cost of electricity nationwide as the level of effective subsidies to those islands by BPL will decrease when smaller generating plants with limited economies of scale do not have to be utilized as much. With the potential to impact approximately 54,000 Bahamians on the Family Islands, including 112 schools and 42 clinics, we are confident that this project will improve the standard of living on our Family Islands. It will ensure that our Family Islands become better platforms for investment and development by Bahamians and international investors. This will also help to establish the Bahamas as a green tourism destination with the advanced technology and innovation used to solarize the Family Islands. We will increase the generation of solar power in New Providence, though on a smaller scale, given the dense population and insufficient land space. We will encourage the use of solar panels on rooftops with a view to subsidize electricity generation for buildings and businesses in New Providence. This will mean, Mr. Speaker, that more and more households and businesses can offset their BPL power consumption and sell the excess energy generated by their solar panels back to the grid. This will result in lower monthly consumption bills for the heat. Mr. Speaker, I wish to clarify some matters that have been the subject of public discussion, some of which have been purposefully misleading by individuals with certain agendas. Who have not properly understood the budget. When the Minister of Finance laid the 2019-2020 budget communication before this House, he noted that this budget is presented in the new chart of accounts, which is compatible with international best practices. He also noted that under the new chart of accounts, There would be some changes with regard to the classification of some items. This has resulted in some functional line items within a particular head recording substantial increases in 2019, 2020 budget, particularly under head 14, which accounts for the office of the Prime Minister. It is important to point out that overall, the allocation for the office of the Prime Minister has actually been reduced. In previous budgets, a number of initiatives and units were displayed as separate line items under the office of the Prime Minister. For example, the Over the Hill Initiative, Prime Minister's Delivery Unit, Bahamas Investment Authority, the Strategic Planning Committee, which was formerly the National Development Plan, and the Best Commission were all listed as individual and separate line items under head 14. This meant that all of the elements in their respective budgets, such as supplies and material, food, services, travel, and so on, were presented within each of their individual line items. So, what previously accounted for travel for the office of the Prime Minister now includes travel for all of the units and department I mentioned. Although it may appear that some items under my office would have increased substantially over the year, this does not in fact represent a massive increase in the allocation. For example, in this budget, you will see that the allocation for printing and duplication service grew from 3,000 in 2018-2019 to 242,250 in 2019-2020. However, this now includes printing services for the Office of the Prime Minister in New Providence, which totals 4,750. The Prime Minister's Delivery Unit, which totals 9,500. The Over the Hill Initiative, which accounts for $190,000. And the Strategic Planning Committee, which totals $38,000. Similarly, you will see that the allocation for domestic travel and subsistence increased from $74,000 last budget to $256,738 in this budget. Again, this line item no longer accounts for domestic travel in the office for the Prime Minister only, but for all of the other initiatives and units I mentioned earlier. Mr. Speaker, for example, $42,038 is attributed to domestic travel for the Bahamas Investment Authority. Mr. Speaker, I just want to remind them that there will be a lot of travel within a matter of months by the office of the Prime Minister, but I would be accompanied by members of the land unit, which would be an extra cost, and I'll also be accompanied by land surveyors whom we intend to contract, which would be an extra cost, and I'll also be accompanied by all the additional staff that is necessary to complete the work. Mr. Speaker, this is important because we want to commence the proper surveying of the land in Inagua, the entire Maikal constituency, so that when we go down, we can do what is necessary so those individuals can get their crown grants. Now, if I am wrong for the increased cost for giving the Bahamian populace land, then say so. I would sit so you can say I am wrong.
Lot of words. More than 50 years in the making.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it is quite obvious that the members have no objection, though they did not do it themselves, for Michael, and I understand that quite a number of grants are ready. Well, will be ready very soon. Unfortunately, my revision showed that there's 0 for Long Key. But my CAL will be getting their grants, and that requires us going down so that we can issue the relevant documents and do what is necessary. And that would require additional hiring. We will hire so that we have the necessary surveyors so that the Bahamian people can get their land. Now, if you object me hiring and contracting private sector to give the Bahamian land and enriching them, then answer again. I will sit and you tell me I'm wrong. Mr. Speaker, I see they have gone mute. 11,400 for Strategic Planning Committee and 5,035 for the Prime Minister's Delivery Unit. As for subsistence, 4,750 is for Bahamas Investment Authority, 2,850 for Strategic Planning Commission, and 665 for the Prime Minister's Delivery Unit. Again, Mr. Speaker, these allocations for domestic travel were previously in the line items of each of these units in past budgets. The same is true of supplies and materials, which includes allocation for food. As a subcomponent, food allocations appeared to have risen from 10,400 to 115,330. However, 95,000 is for the Over the Hill initiative. As you would know, we have a series of town meetings and that's cost. And very soon, we will be opening the park, Southern Recreation Ground, and again, that would cost so that individuals can see the new facilities, there's history about the park, etc., etc. And I am certain that if you love the poor like you say, though I don't believe it, you would not object. Do you object, Minister, Leader of Opposition? No. 3,800 is the Prime Minister's Delivery Unit. 6,650 is for the Strategic Planning Committee. One would sincerely hope, Mr. Speaker, that the Leader of Opposition would properly study and understand the facts instead of misinforming the public. Furthermore, there have been a series, you can have a chance with head-to-head, there have been a series of misleading graphs on social media which do not properly present the facts. I once again urge Bahamians to be careful about the items they have seen on places like WhatsApp that may be very misleading and put out by certain interests in order to confuse the public. The new chart of accounts is intended to increase transparency and accountability, something that's strange to you. Mr. Speaker, today, I will table the first Prime Minister's Delivery Unit annual report for the reporting period May 2018 to April 2019. Table this afterwards, Mr. Speaker. I once again, the annual report, Mr. Speaker, provides details on the background of the delivery unit. The report notes the methods employed by the unit, specific baseline information, key performance indicators, targets, and the progress of each of the priority areas. I remind the House that the priority areas include education, safety and security, ease of doing business, over the hill, land reform, energy reform, infrastructure and modernization and digitization. Mr. Speaker, it baffles me, however, that even with supposedly full knowledge of a new system, they say they initiated, they still lack the capacity to interpret it correctly. One can only wonder why. Now, y'all listen, because every one of you are going to be like, snap, pop, or crack, whatever. You're going to be like, pop, pop, pop on this one. I remember well the 1987 general election, which was filled with all manner of irregular things, like the extremely faulty voter register. I don't think you knew. I know. The election was held after the 1984 devastating report of the Commission of Inquiry, which laid bare the vast corruption by public officials complicit with the illegal drug trade. Some people were afraid that they would be prosecuted if the PLP lost that election. Lyndon and the PLP did all it could to hang on to power. Quite a number of Bahamians, as well as FNMs, who fought that election are convinced that the 1987 election was stolen. It was a very corrupt election by a party through which corruption had spread like a terrible cancer. Listen now. The voter register was moved from the Parliamentary Registrar Department at Hawkins Hill, I don't know if you remember, to the office of the Prime Minister downtown. In a clear breach of the law, people were registering the day up until the election. Many FNM candidates never had a proper voter list, which was required by the law. The PLP and Sir Lyndon were shocked. They were spooked by the results which saw the FNM win 16 seats. This was the first time a woman was re-elected to the House of Assembly in the person of Dame Janet Boswick. It was the FNM, not the PLP, that first helped elect a female to this chamber. When Sir Lyndon returned from Kemps Bay to Nassau, rattled and angry, you remember this part, Cat Island, he declared, you used to be in the bad books one time, he declared, they didn't want you to come here. If you got my vote, I can vote for you. If you run in Kalani, I'll give you my vote. I want you there. I like you, man. I like you. He declared, let me say this again. Let me say this again. Cat Island, you'd see how they didn't like it. When Sir Lyndon returned from Kemps Bay to Nassau, rattled and angry, he declared that he was going to abandon the middle class. We have a different vision for the Bahamas. We had to clean up the political and other corruption of that era. It was the FNM that ensured electoral and democratic reform. Today, once again, we are cleaning up corruption. Mr. Speaker, allow me to express my tremendous gratitude to the Cabinet Office, as well as public officers, staff, and agencies of the Office of the Prime Minister. This includes senior and other staff at OPM, the Delivery Unit, the Investment Authority, the Land Unit, the Modernization and Digital Unit, and the Over the Hill Unit. I also thank the other agencies and departments attached to the Office of the Prime Minister, including NEMA, Antiquities, Monuments and Museum Corporation, Clifton Heritage, and Bahamas Information Services. Mr. Speaker, in 2 years, we have made considerable progress as a government and as a country. Over the next 3 years, the FNM's vision and plans for the country will be made manifest throughout our Bahamas. We will not rest in our efforts to create a better, brighter, more prosperous, and safe country for all Bahamians. We seek to build a country intolerant of mass corruption by public officials. We seek to build a country filled with opportunities for all. It is my great privilege to lead the effort in building a fairer and more just society. Let us continue to pray that the God of new beginnings may continue to bless our Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and Kalani supports this budget.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable member, you had indicated that you were about to table a number of documents.
Everyone, one at a time. What do you need to do?
Order that the document do lie on the table. This is the Tribune editorial of Tuesday, October 9th, 2012. Order that the document do lie on the table. Any further documents to be tabled? Just a moment. I have a few more documents to be tabled. This document, communication by the Prime Minister on the impact of Hurricane Matthew, dated the 4th. Well, actually, the hurricane, I would assume, was the 4th through 6th of October 2016. Order that the document do lie on the table. And the second document is a communication from the Public Health Authority on issues of concern in the public health care system, dated the 25th of September 2017. Order that the document do lie on the table. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumpkin, San Salvador.
Speaker, I did not want to, thought I'd let the Prime Minister complete his statement because it was hot enough to cause crackers to turn into popcorns to pop. Speaker, I am really disturbed by the characterization by the Prime Minister of the father of this nation, the Lyndon Tiffin. It's very sad because he is where he is today. He is where he is today. And many across this table, most of them, probably except two, are where they are today. And behind me, because of the efforts, leadership that man had for this country. And what is so hypocritical, having spoken so well, having spoken so well of Sir Lyndon's wife as Governor General. No, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I could have objected then. I thought I'd let him finish, Mr. Speaker. Right, Mr. Speaker, it is despicable to have this kind of characterization. Recalling, Mr. Speaker, let us recall the 1987 issues relating to the register was resolved by the courts. The issues, all the issues he spoke of, went to the court, and the courts, I'm saying they went to the court. Right, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members.
See, it doesn't make me feel, why would I want to be a part of any what they call unifying efforts for this country when they continue? It was 1992. That's a Lyndon loss. We lost the government and its leadership. 1992. He has been, God bless his soul, has been away from us since 2000. And yet still you continue to disinter his bones with such vilification. A man who's done so much for all of us in here. All of us in here.
Thank you, honorable member.
And so, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member.
I mean, this is distasteful and disgraceful.
I got the point. Honorable members. It has been moved. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for the appropriation revenue account expenses 2019-2020 be read a second time and committed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed. Honorable members.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money
Honorable members.
for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing 1st of July 2019 and ending 30th of June 2020.
For the second reading and committal of bills. The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the second reading of a bill for an act for the appropriation of sums of $235 million for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of Commonwealth of Bahamas for capital development for the financial year ended 30 June 2020, sorry. I got me confused now.
Is there a seconder? Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act for the appropriation of the sum of $2,235 $35 million for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for capital development for the financial year ending the 30th of June 2020. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of the sum of $235 million for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for capital development for the financial year ending the 30th of June 2020.
For the second reading and committal of bills. The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Speaker, I move for second reading a bill for an act to amend the Stamp Act.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Stamp Act. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Stamp Act.
Further second reading and committal of bills. The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will foreshadow that there will be an amendment in the committee stage with respect to that Stamp Act. I now move for second reading and committal a bill for an act to amend the Bank and Trust Companies Regulation Act to provide for revisions to the license fee structure of banks and for other related purposes.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Act to provide for revisions to the license fees structure of the bank and for other related purposes. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Act to provide for revisions to the license fee structure of banks and for other related purposes.
For the second reading and committal of bills. The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for a second reading and committal a bill for an act to amend the Family Island Development Encouragement Act.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Family Islands Development Encouragement Act. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Family Islands Development Encouragement Act.
For the second reading and committal of bills. The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Speaker, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act, and also to foreshadow there will be amendment to that act.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the real property a bill for an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act.
For the second reading and committal of bills. The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Speaker, I move for second reading and committal a bill for an act to provide for the mandatory registration of the owners of goods imported or exported from the Bahamas.
Thank you, honorable member. I don't seem to have that one in front of me. Oh. Okay. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to provide for the mandatory registration of the owners of goods imported or exported from the Bahamas. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to provide for the mandatory registration of the owners of goods imported or exported from the Bahamas.
For the second reading in committal of bills, the chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading in committal, a bill for an act to amend the Excise Act.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Excise Act. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Excise Act.
For the second reading and committal of bills, the chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Speaker, I move for second reading in committal, a bill for an act to amend the City of Nassau Revitalization Act.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time. A bill for an act to amend the City of Nassau Revitalization Act. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the City of Nassau Revitalization Act.
For the second reading and committal of bills, the chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Speaker, I move for second reading in committal, a bill for an act to amend the Tariff Act.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Tariff Act. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Tariff Act.
For the second reading and committal of bills,
Mr. Speaker, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Value Added Tax Act, and to advise that there will be an amendment proposed to that.
honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Value Added Tax Act. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Value Added Tax Act.
For the second reading and committal of bills, the chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move for second reading and committal a bill for an act to amend the Spirits and Beer Manufacturing Act.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Spirits and Beer Manufacture Act. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Spirits and Beer Manufacture Act.
For the second reading and committal of bills, the chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move for second reading and committal a bill for an act to amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act 2010, and to foreshadow an amendment to that.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose would stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act 2010.
For the second reading and committal of bills, the chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Speaker, I move for second reading and committal a bill for an act to amend the Business License Act, and there will be an amendment to that.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Business License Act. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Business License Act.
For the second reading and committal of bills. The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
I think that's it, Mr. Speaker.
You already did that. No, you already. 102.
David. David.
Talk to Field Commission.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Speaker, I move for second reading and committal a bill for an act to provide for the establishment of a tax appeal commission and for matters connected thereto. So therewith.
Thank you. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to provide for the establishment of a tax appeal commission and for matters connected therewith. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to provide for the establishment of a tax appeal commission and for matters connected therewith.
Further second reading and committal of bills. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
I know we are going to committee of the whole. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House now resolves itself into a committee of the whole with the Deputy Speaker and the Chair.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House with the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the whole House in the chair. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The House will now dissolve itself into a committee of the whole House with the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the whole House in the chair.
They have to flow, they have to move along.
Committee of the whole.
We're gonna do
As many.
first. We're gonna go down the way. Yeah. I didn't want to do that first. I wanted to go through the bills first.
Chair recognizes the member for Bamboo Town.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we're going to seek to go through and pass the bills. Then we're going to deal with the capital development appropriation bills wherein will then end up in the heads. So we'll do the heads after we've gone through the legislation. Huh? Well, we wanted to do the bills first and then come back. We want to do the shorter bills first and make the necessary amendments, then we'll come back and do the heads and the revenue.
Extra copy.
We'll start off with the stamp act. We'll start with the stamp act and then we'll go down the list as the Deputy Prime Minister read them off, which is the stamp, the bank and trust, Family Island, real property, goods and imports, excise, City of Nassau. But I'll indicate which one it is that we're dealing with as we go through. You don't have the amendment to the stamp? I don't want to give them the one that has the, I only have the stamp, the thing, yes, I don't want to.
Stamp Amendment Bill 2019.
Okay, we'll just allow them to be able to be given the amendments for a minute. Let the clerk of the House inform them. Mr. Chair, I'll move that we take a 5-minute break so that we can get them the requisite amendments. So I do move that the House suspends for about 5 minutes.
It's been moved and seconded that the House suspends for 5 minutes. As many members are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The House is hereby suspended for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I do move for the long title to be agreed. Mr. Chair, I second that.
It's been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many members are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I do move that the short title and commencement be agreed. Mr. Chair, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that the short title and commencement of the bill be agreed. As many members are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The short title and commencement of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I do move that clauses 2 through 4 be agreed. Mr. Chair, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that clause 2 through 4 of the bill be agreed. Many members are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause. Chair recognizes the member for Cat Island, Rum Kings, and South.
There's much controversy attending to proposed amendments at clause 4 that inserts a new item 37 in the stamp, the schedule to the stamp, first schedule of the Principal Act, which speaks to a transaction, instrument, or receipt whereby funds are converted into foreign currency, whether or not such funds are emitted or transferred out of Bahamas. Speaker, persons have already been speaking to this section, and the question is, and I'm understanding that the industry that deals basically with what I call the conversion of funds is reading this to mean, and quite apart from the bank charges that attend to depositing funds, that if you go to the bank with any kind of currency, Bahamian, Euro, whatever, a taxi driver, vendor, straw vendor may get as a tip or otherwise to deposit, that they may have to pay this 1.5% additional tax, losing the value of at least 1.5%. So I think we need to clarify exactly what this is meaning, because you're saying funds, and even though the objects is suggesting you're talking about Bahamian funds, Bahamian currency being converted to foreign currency, that object, when the bill is passed and becomes law, the object is not going to be there. And it's not so much whether you're going to court, it's how the banks and the other consumers are going to be interpreting it. And whereas I could read what I think is intended, that if you want to convert, if I'm going to Miami and I want to convert my Bahamian dollars to US dollars, I have to pay 1.5%. That's what this is saying on the face of it. And I think that's what might be intended. And even though it speaks to transactions, instruments, or receipt, whereby funds are converted, whether it's being transmitted in or outside of the country, I think we need to have a clarity on what that means, so that when the practitioners, or when the users who are going to be dealing with the conversion of funds are not being unduly taxed further than ordinary costs that the banks are now exacting on what I call banking transactions.
Chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Speaker, this particular amendment speaks specifically to the conversion of foreign currency, of Bahamian currency to foreign currency that is being deposited or transmitted from the Bahamas. Under the existing law, there's a question among the legal community that if funds are converted into foreign currency and deposited locally into a local bank in a US dollar account, that the 1.5% does not apply. Whereas it would apply if the funds are sent to a foreign bank account. And so all this is seeking to do is to equalize the treatment of conversion into foreign currency, whether it is deposited locally or it is transmitted overseas. It's as simple as that. This has nothing to do with the taxi driver going to the bank or whoever. All right? No, but I want to make it clear, because when you use that kind of language, it brings up kind of an emotive thing, right? And people think that they're being somehow disenfranchised. And I want to make sure that they are clear that this doesn't affect the ordinary cause of foreign exchange transactions that we do every day. What has been happening is that you have, in particular, foreigners selling property, real property to foreigners, or Bahamians selling real estate, or buying, property from foreigners, and they're paying D dollars, which are converted into US dollars. And some of these foreigners may have a local account in the Bahamas, whether in or whether in one of the international banks or one of the domestic banks. And there's been a question in the legal community as if they put the money in a local account, that this fee ought not to be incurred. Whereas if they sent it outside the Bahamas, the fee is attractive. And so all we're doing here is making leveling the playing field in respect to the transaction. That's all that the amendment is seeking to do, and I think it does that, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the member for Cat Island.
I think it gets a bit more confusing, because for anyone to operate a foreign dollar account or a foreign currency account in the Bahamas, if they are a resident in the Bahamas, it means that they require central bank approval, I would have thought. And there are restrictions on how that account is operated. So I think this needs further work to capture that which you're saying. Because if I go to the bank with £100, having just came from Europe, and I go to deposit that to my account, that's a transaction. That's a transaction between the bank and I. And so I could be charged I'll be charged 1.5% to have it converted to my account, to put it into my account. That's what this is reading so far. That's what this
Mr. Speaker, again, maybe the member needs to read it again. It says, a transaction, instrument, or receipt whereby funds are converted into foreign currency, not into Bahamian dollars, into foreign currency.
Into foreign currency. Okay.
As many.
Mr. Chair, I do move that clause 5 be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that clause 5 of the chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move the following amendment to clause 5 of the bill. By renumbering of item number 29 and 30 as item 30 and 31, and by the insertion immediately after item 28 of the following new item 29. Number 29, instruments relating to A, the transfer or assignment of shares in a company, B, the redemption of shares by a shareholder or a company, or C, any other acquisition by a company of its own shares under the Companies Act, Chapter 308, or the International Business Company Act, Chapter 309, irrespective of whether such instrument is intended or calculated to affect or facilitate a change in the beneficial ownership or any direct or indirect increase in the overall proportions of any person shareholding or effective equity in a company, provided that such company does not directly or indirectly own in the Bahamas any land or interest in land or a lease or of land for a fixed period of 5 years or more. Mr. Speaker, the amendment seeks to clarify that companies that transfer shares that does not own land in the Bahamas are exempted from stamp tax relative to the transfer of shares of the company.
Been moved and seconded that clause 5 of the bill be amended as read.
Facility or any other asset of a company other than land. When you have a corresponding amendment to come in the back, in the back regime, a corresponding amendment, because the real issue here was also included that fact that a company that owns land and the shares are sold, which the shares are personality, would not attract the same stamp, the same sort of charge as it was presently being done under the Stamp Act. Because of that was the concern here. Apart from that, but you may have to do a corresponding amendment to make sure you get the land.
It's been moved and seconded that clause 5, the amendment be agreed as read. As many members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. Clause 5 of the bill is agreed as amended. Chair recognizes member for Bamberger.
Mr. Speaker, I do move that the bill in its entirety be agreed as amended.
Sure, second that. It's been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety as amended be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Mr. Chair, we will now move to the Bank and Trust Act. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, I move that the long title be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that. Been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I do move that the short title and commencement be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that. Been moved and seconded that the short title and the commencement of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The short title and commencement of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that clauses 2 through 4 be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that. It's been moved and seconded that clause 2 through 4 of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 2 through 4 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that the third schedule to the bill be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that. It's been moved and seconded that the third schedule of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. The chair recognizes the member for Cat Island, Rum, Kings, and Salvador.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, Mr. Chairman. It appears that this is a new regime that is being introduced in respect to the banks and trust companies and basically for the financial services entity. And it appears that they're being now designated as domestic systematically important institutions. Those are entities within and I know that this is moved for the purposes of attempting to address some of the other issues brought about by, my word, the leveling of the playing field insofar as the treatment of taxes between domestic and international entities. But what I'm trying to get my head wrapped around is that the way the domestic systematically important institution is defined. Entities could be exempted from paying levies because it is tied to the what they call the consolidated domestic liability, and the level of that is set seems to be at the discretion of the central bank. And so I was just wondering whether whether thought was given to the level of liabilities that captures all of the entities, and or it is intended to exempt some entities from paying the levy. Because we have the levy and the fees. I understand fees will be paid, but they are paying those fees now. The levies take place, the place of the business license fees that was originally charged to them. That's the first question. And then the second is, do we have any empirical data to determine whether or not the level of the levy sufficiently compensates that which we will be losing by exempting them from the business license fee? There's another question, but I'll just listen to your
The recognizes East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Speaker, as the bill or the amendment suggests, the discretion as to the level of liabilities to determine whether the bank is domestically, systemically important is left to the central bank, who is governed by the Central Bank Act. And so they will make that determination. And so they are the governors and the regulators for the sector, and they will determine that. In respect to the second question, with respect to the fees and whether the rates that have been outlined in the amendment or the bill will net the revenue that we had previously received under the old structure. Sorry. Yeah, as to whether the current rate structure will net us the same or more revenue than the previous fee arrangement, the answer is yes. We went through with the central bank and with stakeholders painfully through this process, determining what would be the appropriate fee regime to ensure that we lost no revenue. And in fact, this regime will net us just a little bit more, just a little increase in the overall fee from this industry, from this sector.
Mr. Speaker, Chairman, then the other question would be that the levy in particular would be collected, the levy and fee would be collected by the central bank. Now, the fees now collected stays with the central bank. Am I not correct? That's the supervisory, banking supervisory inspection fee. That's what the fees cover, in my recollection. And so today they stay with the central bank. The new regime suggests that the fees and the levy, once collected, a section will be, some amount of it will be kept by the central bank, and the balance paid to the treasury. Now, how are we going to, how is it intended to arrive at what of what is collected is kept by the central bank?
Again, the intention, and I'm sure it'll be followed in guidelines, the central bank will determine what their regulatory costs are, as well as the regulatory costs for all of the other institutions that are connected. They will determine what those fees are, and they will remit to those agencies the fees collected to cover those costs. After that is all done, then whatever revenue remains will be remitted to the government as dividends. Right now, it works the other way around, where the government collects the taxes or the fees and gives a subsidy or covers the cost or whatever it is to the regulators. It'll now work the other way around, where the central bank will collect and transfer to the individual regulators their portion of the fees to cover their regulatory costs. And after that is done, then anything left over will be dividend to the treasurer.
Alan? Yes. Chairman. So I am to take that very likely there will be what they call the DSII. Some companies, some entities could and would be exempted from levy. And so, having regard to what you call the total domestic liabilities might be. So that's possible. And then the other more important question to me, in connection with the financial services industry, is whether this regime would find favor with those who view us as on the side.
So, Mr. Speaker, again, it is exceedingly unlikely that any domestic institution that deals in Bahamian currency will be excluded.
Foreign currency.
Any institution, particularly those that deal in domestic currency, to be excluded from this domestic systemically important institution classification. Again, though, we leave that to the central bank, who are best able to determine the risk of any financial institution to the jurisdiction. Permit? Yeah, but they will make the designation. Secondly, though, Mr. Speaker, in respect to the question that the member asked about whether this arrangement will pass the muster of the international community. Mr. Speaker, we went through a whole significant exercise of consultation, both with, as I said, the local industry, as well as with the international community, to ensure that we were in line with best practices and with what other jurisdictions are doing. This does not offend any known regimes, and effectively rids us of the stigma of having a preferential tax regime. This amendment seeks to treat what was formerly called offshore banks the same as domestic banks. And so there is no preference. And this effectively eliminates the issues that the international community had in respect to the taxation of the banking system.
It's been moved and seconded that the third schedule of the bill be agreed. Many members are in favor, remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Third schedule of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I do now move that the bill in its entirety now be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
It's been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Mr. Chair, I move that the long title of a bill for an act to amend the Family Islands Development Encouragement Act be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
It's been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. But the long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that the short title be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Family Island.
Family Island Development Encouragement Bill.
The one page. This is just to extend the, I mean, that's what the Minister of Finance to say. You want him to stand up and say it? Well, I read it. It's in the long title. Mr. Chair, I move that clause 2 be agreed.
Been moved and seconded that clause 2 of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing would rise. Clause 2 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Finance, could you just explain what's intended by the extension and what impact it's going to have economically on Family Island development?
Chair recognizes East Grand Bahama.
But, Mr. Speaker, the bill has been agreed in its entirety. I don't know why we're asking questions afterwards.
Yes, members, can we, as we go through the sequence, let's ask the question.
But I'll just answer the question
This time
quickly.
around, this
Yes,
time around.
Mr. Speaker, the bill seeks to extend the exemption for Family Island development for 2 years, and that exempts customs duties on certain transactions. The whole idea, again, this bill has been rolling over for some time. Go to the original act; it's in the act. Oh, Mr. Speaker. It seeks to encourage development into Family Islands, particularly for those persons who may be descended from one of these islands, to encourage them to go back and either to fix up the family homestead or to build a second home in the Family Island themselves. Again, it is a way to try and encourage development, particularly in the economically challenged areas of our country. Mr. Speaker, in terms of determining what the full effect of this incentive regime has been, this is one of the things that we're doing this year. I think we spoke about it in the communication, where we're looking at all of the concessions that we have given over the years to see whether they remain effective and what the economic effect has been on these individual jurisdictions and areas. And it's particularly important, Mr. Speaker, as we look not only at domestic incentives, because there's this argument that continues to go on that foreigners get more advantage or more benefit than locals. And so we want to look at that side of the equation also, where we're looking at this overall incentive regime that we have and concession regime we have across all sectors and areas of the economy to make sure that what we're doing today is still relevant. And that's why we did it for just 2 years, so that we have the opportunity to do that analysis and don't lock ourselves into a longer term where we can't fix it. So the short answer to the member's question is that is an analysis that we are working on, and as soon as we have it, we will certainly make sure that the public is aware.
As many. Chair recognizes member for Bambutown.
Mr. Chair, we now move to the Real Property Tax Amendment Bill. Yeah, we already. He voted it on it.
He already passed it.
The whole bill.
That's why I said.
But we were entertaining the
asked
questions.
earlier.
Yeah, we chose to entertain the question. Mr. Chair, I do now move for the long title, a bill for an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
Being moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing would rise. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that the short title and commencement be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
Being moved and seconded that the short title and commencement of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The chair recognizes Cat Island, Ramkey, and Salvador.
You got to shoot.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, I note with interest the amendment to the definition of owner-occupied property.
We haven't got there yet. That's clause 2.
Where you are now?
Clause
we
2.
say it?
When-
Well, you say you put the question.
Short title and commencement.
All right, okay.
You can have your intervention. Very quick.
I hear him.
Mr. Chair, I do now move that clause 2 be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
The chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Speaker, I move the following amendment to clause 2. Delete paragraph B and substitute
This is
the
Real
following.
Property Tax Amendment Bill 2019. East Grand Bahama.
Delete, amending clause 2. Delete paragraph B and substitute the following. B, in the definition of owner, by the deletion of paragraph C and the substitution of the following C. If such property is mortgaged, the mortgagee shall be deemed to be the owner where the mortgagee has taken possession of the property. Mr. Speaker, this amendment seeks to satisfy a concern that the domestic banking institution sector had with respect to their liability in respect to real property tax. The responsibility for real property tax remains with the owner of the property, the person in possession of the property. So in the event that the financial institution forecloses, takes possession of the property, then they become liable for the property tax. But the simple act of the mortgage, the mortgagee retains responsibility for the real property tax.
Been moved and seconded amendment. Chair recognizes Caroline and Ram Kinson.
See, my recollections dating back about the responsibility of mortgagees in respect to real property tax is to ensure that the real property tax on property was in priority to the mortgagee's claim to whatever might be owed to them by the mortgagor. I'm wondering, just saying this now, wondering how that may be displaced by this fact.
But that the property tax still ranks as the first lien on any property. And so in the event that a property is sold or whatever disposed of, the real property tax is a first charge. That does not change at all. What had happened here and what occasioned the amendment is that we were trying to find a way to address this a nagging, long-standing issue with real property tax arrears, where from year to year, even on a mortgaged property, real property tax is allowed to go into default. We had a conversation with the banks with respect to them assisting us to ensure that on properties that they hold a mortgage over, that they would collect an escrow for us, basically, to cover the real property tax, and then submit that to the real property tax department on an annual basis. And the idea was that it would be easier for the mortgagee to pay monthly an escrow payment, just like they do for insurance. If most financial institutions, if you have a mortgage, they make you pay an escrow payment to them to ensure that the property is insured. So the banks would collect it every month, 1/12 of whatever the premium is, and they would, at the end of the year, submit to the insurance company the premium. And we thought that we would do the same thing with real property tax. And so whatever the real property tax estimate is, the banks would collect from you, in addition to the mortgage payments, in addition to the escrow and insurance premium, they would collect an escrow payment on the real property tax. And at the end of 12 months, they would automatically remit that to the real property tax department, thereby satisfying the obligation. This works for the mortgage E because it's much easier to come up with those small amounts than it is to come up with, $1,000 or whatever it is, all in one lump sum. Because anyway, I'll leave that. And it's also advantageous to the financial institution because it ensures that that liability is discharged on a current basis and it does not jeopardize their security, i.e. the home. So it works for both parties. So that's the underlying impetus behind the amendment.
Being moved.
Basically, this amendment really directed to when the mortgagor is in trouble. In fact, this is after the true owner is out of the premises.
Yeah.
The mortgagee has taken possession, right? Now, and so that that is why I raised the question about whether it displaces any notion that the real property tax is not in priority to what is owed to the bank or to the mortgagee.
I missed a piece of what, but I think it's clear. The priority doesn't change. And I just wanted to clarify, my legal friends are telling me I got it backward. The mortgagee is the bank? Yeah, mortgagee is the bank and the mortgagor is the borrower. So, lender, yeah, lender in the bank. Just want to make sure it's clear so I don't confuse anybody.
Moved and seconded that the amendment be agreed, and that clause 2 of the bill be agreed as amended. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those, we're still on clause 2 about the amendment by East Grand Bahama. He cleared up the point, right? Your Honor?
You have
Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 2 is agreed as amended.
Clause 2? I'm still on clause 2. I wanted some clarification on clause 2D, on the question of the definition of owner-occupied property, which is basically, I think this addresses the second homeowners in the Bahamas, and it was basically defined as the basis upon which real property tax was going to be assessed. And that basis was 6 months or longer, and it's now being, at one point in time, it used to say seasonal basis, and you're reintroducing that. Now, the reason why it was amended to remove seasonal basis and replace it with a defined period of 6 months or longer was because of the mischief that was occurring by the use of the word seasonal basis. I'm wondering what has caused the rethink in going back to where we were.
Jim.
So, as the member rightly said, in the prior to last year when we amended the bill, the definition of owner-occupied did say seasonal. We changed it to 6 months, trying to discourage, if I may use that, second homes being built primarily for the purpose of rental to vacationers. But in doing that, we caused a problem. One, most second home owners do not stay for 6 months. They come for a couple of months, back and forth. And even if they accumulate 6 months, it's not in one stretch. And so it's a little difficult to administer. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, in moving them from this category of home, from owner-occupied, it automatically, even though the amendment didn't suggest that it would go into a commercial, by removing it from owner-occupied, it automatically became commercial. Because there's no third category of residential non-owner-occupied. And so once it goes into commercial, then the real property tax cap goes away. And so whereas you were trying to encourage second home construction and that industry because of the beneficial effects it has on communities, particularly when you look at places like Eleuthera, Abaco is big in this, Exuma is big in this. You discourage people, these second home owners, from building because their tax liability is unending. I mean, it can really be millions of dollars. And this is for a home, not for a commercial entity. And so in order to fix that and to ensure that we do not discourage these seasonal guests, we sought to put it back to the way it was so that the cap still remains. And what we've done in order for us to get a little bit more revenue out of this, we've actually increased the cap now from 50,000 to 60,000. So we'll get a little bit more revenue, but still encouraging that second home market that is so important to several of our family islands.
Chair recognizes the member for consumers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I wonder whether East Grand Bahama would have an estimate on the loss of revenues as a result of this change in definition.
Mr. Speaker, there is no loss of revenue. One, because it was never enforced, and two, because it is as wide as it is long. It's never been done, Mr. Speaker. So until we do a reassessment of all of these properties, really, we don't have the answer to that question.
Mr. Speaker, then I'm wondering whether this change in definition would in effect be retroactive, because if it is not, then the taxes that would have been due would still be due, notwithstanding.
Right. So, Mr. Speaker, that is a legitimate question, and I will have to seek the answer to that, whether we need to come with an amendment to ameliorate that situation. I know that we have not charged or we retained the cap. So I will have to come back to Parliament and answer that question. Honestly, I don't know the answer.
Sheena, the chair recognizes member Fangs.
Thank you. East Grand Bahama, I heard your explanation on this, right? The issue of, and we've seen what the realtors, what they've said about the second home industry, etc. We know that last year when the law was changed, that there would have been representation from homeowners in Life with Key. So you're talking really very high-end home ownership. When you consider that we have positioned ourselves as a second home location or destination, could you not have created a category that would have reflected this particular industry, and that would at the same time would have allowed for some revenue, which is only fair, Bahamians are paying it, some revenue to accrue? Have you looked at that option?
Thank you, Yingson. We did consider a third category, but the effect of the third category would be the same as having the cap. Because then it isn't about the tax anymore, because the cap would apply to this seasonal versus full-time resident. Yeah?
Why is it? Why would it?
Because you're suggesting that if we created a third category of non-owner occupied residential, that the cap would stay in place and we would collect additional revenue. But what I'm suggesting to you is that because the cap, unless you're suggesting that we increase the cap for that particular category, it would have the same effect as owner occupied. All right. Now, but as I said, what we did as a sort of negotiated position is to increase the overall cap, because most Bahamians will never hit the cap. Most Bahamians are in the 1,700, 2,000. For people like Cat Island, it'd probably go to 10,000, 12,000. I'm not going to talk about this side. But for most people, it doesn't hit the 50,000 or 60,000. So again, creating the third category wouldn't have made much of a difference in that regard. And it would have been more of an administrative nightmare, because now you still have to try and track this 6 months and all the rest of it. So I think this was and I just want to address that thing about the Life with Key petition. Yes, it is true that the Life with Key Homeowners or Property Owners Association did petition the government because they recognized immediately that the cap would have disappeared and they would have seen an astronomical increase in their property taxes. But it wasn't just the Life with Key homeowners that raised the concern. We also had a significant concern from Abaco. We had a significant concern from Exuma. And so taking in all of these, the feedback we got from all of these areas where this is an important economic driver, we made the adjustment. So it would be unfair to say that we reacted to the Exuma, to the Life with Key. And in fact, that is absolutely the opposite. But, you know, just want to make that clear.
Thanks.
The point I want to raise with you, right? You know, I understand this is an industry and there are people who have vested in interest in it, and the realtors in particular. So that's a sector of our economy. But of course, we have a global thing called the Bahamas, where we'd like to see equity and fairness across the board. And while we understand the interests of vested interests like the realtors, there has to be, it has to be rationalized across the board for all people in this country. The cap, I know you've increased it by 10, but why would you put a cap? Why would you want to limit what greater valued property for the more wealthy in our country, billionaires or whatever? Why would you limit the tax? I mean, I know this is just an extension of what's already in existence, but I'm asking you, from a philosophical point of view, why would you put a limit on or cap on taxes for the wealthiest in our country, or those who come to our country? Why would we do that?
So, Mr. Speaker, the member, I think, is asking about why don't we, ultimate question, I presume, is why don't we have different rates for different areas? You might be aware, Mr. Speaker, as I've said here, that we are going through a total assessment of all of the properties here in New Providence this year, which will tell us certain things and permit us to, if we decided to, adjust property tax rates if that was to be the case. We do not have a progressive tax system in this country at this point. And any move towards a progressive tax system is going to require tremendous consultation, significant detailed analysis, and the side opposite would know this from their own foray into this. And it is not something that, again, we can do overnight. So in this particular amendment and in the way that we have taxed real property, it does not discriminate, Mr. Speaker. And again, this is a very significant component of our economy. Somebody was just telling me today that the Bahamas ranks, I think it's either number 1 or number 2 in foreign direct investment in the region. That is something that we have to protect because, again, this means jobs, this means support of various industries. So we can't take this lightly and just say, you know, let's tax one sector more because they can afford it. Again, people don't have to invest here. It has to be attractive. The carrying cost has to be reasonable. And so all we're trying to do is to tax them, which we think is fair, but to put in place a cap that we think would encourage them to come and to stay and to spend money locally. Mr. Speaker, we are, as I said, most properties, most Bahamians will never approach that cap. There's only, you talk about the 1%, it's about the 1% that's going to hit that cap. And that's just the reality of it. So if we made the cap 100,000, it still only is going to affect that 1%. But you may drive away.
Why you put a cap there?
50%, or even if you don't cap it. I mean, again, you know, you have some properties, Mr. Speaker, some houses where the value of that home, if we remove that $50,000 cap, they now could be paying millions of dollars in property tax. Again, for those persons who come here on a seasonal basis, they start to make the value judgment. Is the Bahamas the best place for me to go to invest in a residence? Or do I go to Jamaica or St. Lucia or St. Martin or somewhere else, Turks and Caicos, where the property taxes are less? So you know, it is not as simple as saying, oh, you know, let's tax the rich. There are real consequences for the people that we're trying to protect, i.e., or I should say that Engliston is trying to protect, the poor and the marginalized. I'm not being facetious. There are real consequences for that category if we price ourselves out of the market. And so, as I said, we are raising the cap $10,000, and we'll see what happens in the market.
As his grandmother. Same point, or?
Yes, follow up to that point. So I think the point I was making, East Grand Bahama, is that you know, it wasn't, you know, tax the rich. I mean, the thing is, taxation has to be equitable and fair. And you raised the point that concessions, you're now looking at concessions. Yes, we're number one foreign direct investment, but what is the return? That's a good thing to boast, but what is the return? And so what I'm saying is that in this particular industry where we have distinguished ourselves, like a Lightfoot Key, which is not reproduced in the Cayman or any of those places I've heard called just now, or the Turks, there's only one Lightfoot Key. Why is it that we were not able to have a more fair and equitable approach to it? That was the only question I'm asking.
Mr. Speaker, again, I think it is disingenuous to suggest that there. Okay, sorry, let me not use that word. I think it may be unfair to suggest that there are not like developments in other parts of the Caribbean. Lightfoot Key, a Lightfoot Key.
Lightfoot Key is iconic.
Yeah, an upscale development. There are other upscale developments throughout the Caribbean. So this is not unique in that respect, Mr. Speaker. And again, we appreciate that there is, if you were to remove the cap, yes, there is the potential that you can net more revenue, but there is a significant risk that you will lose everything that you have. And so again, as we consider it, and as I've said, we are going to do a full analysis of exactly what these concessions, not only in real property tax, but in all of the other concessions that we give, what they amount to, and whether tampering or adjusting those is going to have a positive or a negative effect. Again, I get your point, Eggleston, but again, we're speculating here, and I don't think that is going to help us move this debate forward.
I just want to say, Bahama, I think that should have been your initial response. That should have been your response. No, you said that this is going to have these effects. You're going to analyze this. Yes, you said just now, you said that you're rationalizing or making an argument against what was proposed. So I'm putting it on the table that we should look at a more fair and equitable, this is going to come up again with VAT. So it's the same argument. So what I'm saying is that you should look in a most circumspect way on this issue. That's the recommendation. That's what I'm putting to you.
Thank you, Eggleston. Hold on. I know we're supposed to be fleshing out stuff in this committee, right? But a lot of these things are repetitive.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
Same question, and it's going back and forth, the same points being raised and the same answers being given.
Exactly.
We'll be all day on the same point.
Exactly, Mr. Speaker, I got the answer, though.
It's an important point.
So I'm going to invite you, East Grand Bahama, to sum up. I think the question was put to you at least three different ways.
Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, again, I don't think I have not changed my position and the explanation that I gave. Again, having the cap is important in the protection of our foreign direct investment, which is important to our economy. And as I indicated from the beginning, we are looking at all of the concessions, and we will determine at some relevant point when we have the data whether we ought to increase the cap, whether we ought to get rid of the cap. But as of now, this is the position that we believe is in the best interest of the Bahamian people.
Chair recognizes Exumas and Ragged Island.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Member for
Chairman.
East,
Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, the member for East Grand Bahama referred to issues in Exuma and Abaco, and I would wish to remind the minister that whilst his point may have in fact been one issue, another issue was in relation to what appeared to have been arbitrary valuations being placed on properties. And I wonder whether the minister would speak to whether this issue has been rectified.
Please run them.
Speaker, I think it's worth reminding colleagues that the debate in the committee is on the amendment, not to restart the debate. But Mr. Speaker, just to answer the question.
That's why I made the point earlier.
It's
Yeah.
relevant to the question.
No, you got to talk about the amendment. But Mr. Speaker, again, as I indicated in my substantive debate, we are in fact doing a reassessment of all of the properties throughout the Bahamas, beginning with New Providence this year. When we've done with New Providence, we'll be moving into the various islands, and Exuma would probably be next, between Exuma and Abaco, because we've had similar concerns in both those islands. particularly against the same properties that we're talking about, the higher end properties. The lower end properties are not having a challenge, but it's the second home, quote unquote, higher end properties that are questioning the valuations, and some of them would not have been assessed at all in the past, and they're now finding that they have a bill that is giving them concern. Others have been under-assessed in the past and have now been assessed and are paying the fair tax, and they're concerned. But again, our real property tax assessors and the real property tax department is doing a fantastic job in trying to get everybody registered and assessed properly. Where there are concerns that have been brought to our attention about the valuations that have been assigned, we have gone back to do reassessments on those properties and try to come to an agreement, understanding of how we came up with the values we come up to, and the fairness of taxation.
Member Prime Minister.
I just want to remind the member for East Grand Bahama that at the last budget exercise, you indicated that you intended to develop a modern and equitable system of property taxation. So I just remind you, we're now a new budget, and so keep it on your radar.
Again, thank you for the reminder. However, again, I think we're debating the amendment. But in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, I've already spoken to this in my substantive debate as well as in the communication. I just spoke to it just now with respect to the reassessment exercise that is going on.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, again.
Yes, thank you, East Grand Bahama. Just to ensure that we're on the right page, I'm going to put it to the floor. It's been moved and seconded that clause 2 of the bill be agreed as amended. As many members in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. Clause 2 of the bill is agreed as amended.
Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 3 through 10 be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second it.
Been moved and seconded that clause 3 through 10 of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. Clause 3 through 10 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second it.
Been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many members in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Mr. Chairman, I do move now for the long title of a bill for an act to provide for the mandatory registration of the owners of goods imported or exported from the Bahamas, that the long title be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
1 second.
Amendment, customs.
Which one is that? Custom.
There's a customs amendment. We need to amend the long title.
Amendment bill? Is that, one second. Member Bambadrangas, that's the custom management?
Yes, it's the customs management amendment bill, but on the actual agenda, it reads as a bill for an act to provide for the mandatory registration of the owners of goods. But we need to amend the long title because it's an amendment.
The chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the long title of the bill be amended to insert immediately after the word act, the word to amend the Customs Management Act 2011.
Been seconded that the bill be amended, read. As many members are in favor of the long title of the bill being agreed as amended, remain seated, those opposing will rise. Long title of the bill is amended as agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title and commencement be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
Being moved and seconded that the short title and commencement of the bill be agreed. As many members in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. The short title and commencement of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that clauses 2 and 3 be agreed.
Second that, Mr. Chair.
Been moved to check it. This chair recognizes the member for Cat Island, Rum Kings, and Salvador.
Speaker, I'm just trying to ensure that what is intended here, that the ordinary traveler who goes abroad shopping for Christmas, shopping for back to school, and because they're going to import, even go over to The member for Bamboo Town goes to Florida to shop for his back to school. He intends to import book supplies. So the question, would he have to be a registrant? Just going over, what were those stores called, Costco or whatever, one of those, Walmart or dollar store or whatever, buy your stuff. Do I have to register? But this is what it suggests to me, that we may have to be, the ordinary traveler may have to register.
East Grand Balmo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, I do want to allay the fears of the member for Cat Island, Rumpke, and Salvador, that an ordinary traveler that goes over and buys whatever he buys and comes back to the jurisdiction does not have to fill out this information and register. However, if he is using a courier or some other importer, then he will have to register, or the broker that he's using can register for him. The idea here, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that we know who is importing or exporting from the jurisdiction. And you can go back to recent cases where brokers have brought in goods, particularly couriers, for persons. They don't have the details of who the person is that they're bringing in the stuff for. And when they are caught with some nefarious act or items, they can't say who it is that is importing. So the idea is to have the system identified any importer or exporter from the jurisdiction, so that we know who is responsible. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, this is to complement and to support the new electronic single window, which is the new customs platform that we're now calling Click to Clear. Once this information is entered once, you don't ever have to do it again. The system will know who you are. There are some features in that system that gives the Customs Department some statistics and other data that they're able to use in their risk analysis that is going to improve the efficiency of the Customs Department, as well as provide the user of the system with greater ease of access and use. So it's not an individual who is coming home after a shopping trip. It is more concerned with the couriers and those importers of goods to the jurisdiction, or unaccompanied goods, I guess we call it.
Angliston.
Yes, thank you. I just want to be clear, as a follow-up on Cat Island, the amendment, which is clause 2, says that the principal act is being amended by inserting the following, section 98A, the new one, registration of owner of goods. A person who intends to import into the customs territory or export goods within the customs territory must register. So this applies to everybody. I mean, unless this seems to me, I don't even see how the exception you just made, because the language of this suggests that it's anybody. And then the other thing I want to add, and obviously would include people who do one-off, like the ones at RM Daily Park, who do it like a Mother's Day and all that. They would have to now register. But the way this is worded, it says a person.
So the member is correct. As you know, when you come in with your accompanied goods, you automatically declare the goods with your name. So you are identified then and there. Pardon me? Registration. But you are identified. So if you, again, Mr. Speaker, you know, yeah, I know the mischief that we're trying to identify, but I am putting to you that there is no mischief. This is, again, trying to identify importers and exporters from the jurisdiction from both a revenue collection control standpoint, as well as from a national security standpoint. And I don't, you know, there's some other features here that are relevant, but I would suggest that they're not appropriate to be discussed.
I think we have to be careful that the fact that we raise these matters, we're not just raising it raising it 6. There is that interpretation, and the fact that you say what it's supposed to be, once it's passed in law, that don't make it the law. What I'm saying here is that it speaks to everyone, a person who intends. And if you want clarity for it, just look at how the lawyers say it's supposed to be interpreted under the objects and reasons. This bill seeks to amend the Customs Management Act to require the registration of individuals. And so if you're going to, the true intent is, if it is as you say, then I'll recommend that we move an amendment that it does not apply to persons who are traveling with accompanied goods. For example. I so move that.
Mr. Speaker, noted.
I'm sorry, Member Katanen, were you moving a motion for an amendment?
I move, Mr. Speaker, that section, that a person other than a person who, after the word a person in 9(8)(a)(1), after the word person, I move that we insert who is not who is not accompanied by goods to be imported or exported. And
Been moved and seconded that
I don't do this. Allow me, good member, senior member. I'm learning some stuff from you. I noted with interest that in moving your motion, you stood to your feet. And I know that is because you know that once sitting down, nothing you say in here is official. So I only wanted to point to the leader in waiting that in order to second, if you've been watching me, you need to stand to second too.
Thank you, Six. Is there a seconder? Point taken by, it's being moved and seconded that that section 2, that is moved and seconded that section 2 be amended as read. As many members are in favor would remain seated, those opposing will rise. The amendment is defeated.
I don't know what happened. You were listening to this.
Don't worry, too late. It already gone.
It's being moved and seconded that clause 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. Clause 2 and 3 of the bill is agreed.
You move that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Chair, I second that.
Being moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Mr. Chair, I do now move to the Excise Amendment Act. Mr. Chair, I move for a bill for an act to amend the Excise Act, that the long title be agreed. Chair, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that the short title and commencement be agreed. Chair, I second that. Excellent.
Being moved and seconded that the short title and commencement of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. The short title and commencement of the bill is agreed.
I move that clauses 2 and 3 be agreed. Second that, Mr. Chair.
Being moved and seconded that clause 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. Clause 2 and 3 of the bill is agreed.
I move that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Mr. Chair, I second that.
Being moved and seconded that the bill in its, the chair recognizes member for.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, this bill has caused some anxiety, Mr. Chairman, and I wonder whether, in the government's wisdom, whether they would consider offering concessions made to new car dealers to used car dealers as well. If they are so minded, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition would be, and myself would be happy to propose such amendment to this bill to ensure a leveling of the playing field in this industry, Mr. Chairman.
East Grand Bible.
In coming up with these amendments, reductions in duty rates, we considered very carefully the industry and the effect that these rates will have on not only our revenue, but also on the environment. The lower duty rates that were put forward for new vehicles is to encourage the import of more efficient vehicles that will require less maintenance costs, that will require less fuel, which means less export of currency to pay for that, and we know that benefits the consumer. So this is all about trying to cause long-term savings to the individual consumer, as well as to the country, as well as to the environment. So that's the reasoning behind that.
Moved and seconded that the bill be agreed in its entirety. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Mr. Chairman, we move to the City of Nassau Revitalization Act. Mr. Speaker, I move that the long title be agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that the short title and commencement be agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that the short title and commencement of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Short title and commencement of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
That we're giving Nassau, the City of Nassau, 5 years extension and the Family Islands 2 years.
Vote is 2 years. Vote is supposed to be 2 years. For 2 years. June 2021. The original bill was in 2016. As we're amending that bill now to extend it to 2021, 2 years.
Chair recognizes Bambuta.
Mr. Chair, we now move to the tariff amendment bill. I move that the long title be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that the short title and commencement be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that the short title and commencement of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The short title and commencement of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that clauses 2 through 3 be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that clause 2 through 3 of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 2 through 3 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Mr. Chair, I now move to the value-added tax amendment bill. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
Being moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that the short title and commencement be agreed.
Chair, I second that.
Being moved and seconded that the short title and commencement of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Short title and commencement of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that clause 2 be agreed.
Chair, I second that. Value added.
Being moved that
Moving rather quick. Well,
short and
I
commencement.
had some questions on the tariff bill.
Faster now.
Make them pass the tariff bill now.
Faster.
But wait,
You asked the question on the tariff bill. I think you did.
I'm awake.
Been moved and seconded that clause 2 of the bill be agreed. The chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that clause 2 of the bill be amended as follows. In paragraph E, A, delete the definition of beneficial owner and substitute the following. Beneficial owner means any person who is beneficially interested in any property, including a beneficiary under a trust, and beneficially owned, shall be construed accordingly. B, delete the definition of real property and substitute the following. Real property includes A, all lands, tenements, and hereditaments in the Bahamas, together with all structures and other improvements, including machinery and equipment built into or attached to the soil. B, any interest in real property holding entities. C, insert immediately after the definition of real property the following new definition. Real property holding entity means A company incorporated or registered under the Companies Act 308. B, a company incorporated or continued under the International Business Companies Act, Chapter 309. C, a partnership. D, an association. E, a trust. Or F, any other incorporated or unincorporated entity that legally or beneficially owns real property in the Bahamas.
Moved and seconded.
That's a different clause.
Being moved and seconded that clause 2 of the bill be amended as read. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 2 of the bill is agreed as amended.
Mr. Chair, I move that clauses 3 through 14 be agreed.
Mr. Chair, second that.
Being moved and seconded that clause 3 through 14 of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 3 through 14 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that clause 15 be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
Moved and seconded. The chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Chairman, I move that clause 15 be amended to include in the new clause 38C to insert immediately after the word has been paid the words or is not payable.
Been moved and seconded that clause 15 of the bill be amended as read. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 15 of the bill is agreed as amended.
Mr. Chair, I move that clauses 16 through 23 be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
Moved and seconded that clause 16 through 23 of the bill is agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 16 through 23 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that clause 24 be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
Moved and seconded that clause 24 of the bill be agreed. Many members, the chairman recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Speaker, I move that clause 24 be amended as follows. In the new item 9 of the first schedule, 24. In the new item 9 of the first schedule, A, delete paragraph A2BB and substitute the following BB. A company, all of whose shares of every class are beneficially owned by the transferor, the transferor's spouse, the transferor's children or remoter issue, and in relation to which no other person owns or has agreed to acquire any right, power, title, option, or other interest in, over, or concerning the shares, any of the property of the company, or any of the property of the transferor's spouse, the transferor's children, or remoter issues. B, delete paragraph A2CC and substitute the following CC. A trustee, where the expressed and unalterable terms of the trust instrument permanently excludes every person exempt from the transferor's spouse, except for the transferor's spouse, parents, children, or remoter issue from taking or receiving any title to the trust property or income or any power, right, or benefit related to the trust. C, in paragraph D, insert immediately after the words by a Bahamian the words citizen. D, in paragraph F, delete the full stop at the end thereof and substitute a semicolon. E, insert immediately after paragraph F, the following new paragraph. G, a deed of rectification or a confirmatory conveyance of real property in respect of which stamp duty or VAT has already been paid or on the initial conveyance, and where there is no change in the parties thereto, but a clerical or other error such as the description of the real property. H, instruments relating to the vesting of any real property in any person by virtue of any statutory or common law entitlement except a merger. And I, a renunciation or release of dower.
It's been moved and seconded that clause 24 of the bill be amended as read. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 24 of the bill is amended as read.
Mr. Chair, I move that clause 25 be agreed.
Mr. Chair, it doesn't matter. I mean, if it's gone, it's gone.
It's been moved and seconded that clause 25 of the bill be agreed. Many members in favor.
Yeah.
Clause 25. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 25 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that clause 26 be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
Been moved and seconded. The chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahamas.
Mr. Chairman, I propose the following amendment to clause 26. Repeal and replace the clause as follows. 26. Insertion of a new third schedule into the Principal Act. The Principal Act is amended by insertion immediately after the second schedule of the following third schedule, section 6. Value-added tax rates for supplies of real property that are not zero rated. Supply of real property. 1. Every deed of conveyance, long-term lease assignment, or transfer of property, the applicable VAT rate, A, 2.5% where the value is 100,000 and under, or B, 10% where the value exceeds 100,000. 2. An assignment, transfer, lease, sublease, or license of a marina slip. A, 2.5% where the value is 100,000 and under, or B, 10% where the value exceeds 100,000. 3, a transaction or instrument which by virtue of the provision of this act is a supply of real property and which A, has the effect of transferring any interest in a real property holding entity and which would have a similar effect on the legal or beneficial interest in any real property in the Bahamas that is legally or beneficially owned by the entity, has had the legal or beneficial ownership of such entity represented that the proportionate parts into which that legal or beneficial interest in the real property was divided, or B, forms part of a series of transactions and has the cumulative effect on real property as referred to in paragraph A above, unless the comptroller is satisfied that the transaction is not of a series having regard to a statement to that effect endorsed in the instrument. The rate A, 2.5% on where the value is 100,000 and under, B, 10% where the value exceeds $100,000. 4, a deed of exchange of real property. A, 2.5% where the value is $100,000 and under, or B, 10% where the value exceeds $100,000. And 5, a transfer of a crown lease. A, 2.5% where the value is $100,000 and under, or B, 10% where the value exceeds $100,000. 6, a mortgage or transfer of mortgage of real property, 1%. 7, a reconveyance of real property or both to a borrower or mortgagor only, 0.10%. 8, an endorsement or mortgage under Section 32 of the Conveyancing and Law of Property Act, Chapter 138, or other satisfaction or discharge of a mortgage, including a satisfaction or discharge of a debenture, 0.10%. 9, any other supply of real property. A, 2.5% where the value is $100,000 and under, or B, 10% where the value exceeds $100,000.
Been moved and seconded that clause 26 of the bill be agreed as amended. Many members are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 26 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that clause 27 be agreed.
Sure, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that clause 27 of the bill be agreed. Many members are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 27, the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed as amended. As many members are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The bill is agreed as amended.
Mr. Chairman, I now move to the Spirits and Beer Manufacture Amendment Bill. I move that the long title be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that the short title and commencement be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that the short title and commencement of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Short title and commencement of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that clauses 3 and 4 be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
Been moved and seconded. The chair recognizes member for Exumas and Ragged Island.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
The definition of microbrewery is curious, Mr. Chairman. And I wonder whether the member for East Grand Bahama would advise this House whether there are any such breweries that exist in the Bahamas at the moment, how many, and how many such organizations will benefit as a result of this amendment.
Mr. Speaker, to be honest with you, I don't have the answer to that question. I am told that there's at least one, but I know that there is two, and I know that there's been an application for a third, which has not been approved yet, as far as I'm aware. So this is again microbrewing, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, is in fact a growing segment of the manufacturing sector. In fact, if you were to go up into the New Hampshire and the Boston area, you will find that this is actually an industry where people travel to those destinations specifically to sample specialized or specially brewed beers. And so this amendment will hopefully stimulate this industry and maybe create a new tourist draw for the Bahamas for these kinds of, again, specialty, unique breweries. I know that the one that is before us talks about not only the microbrewery itself, but also in creating an indigenous tourist attraction that is going to complement it and drive the tourists to it. So this is not any one particular special interest that we're trying to address here. We're trying to address an industry that we hope will develop and mature and become another signature for the Bahamas as a tourist and a local draw.
Deputy, I apologize for speaking while seated, but I was asking the member for East Grand Bahama whether this particular bill is being driven or lobbied for by special interests.
No, the answer is no to that.
Let me just answer. Clause 3 and 4 of the bill is
You know something I don't know.
been moved and seconded that clause 3 and 4 of the bill be agreed. As many members are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 3 and 4 of the bill is agreed.
I move that, Mr. Chair, that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that the bill be agreed in its entirety. As many members are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Mr. Chairman, we move to the Financial Administration and Audit Amendment Bill. Mr. Speaker, I move that the long title be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many members are in favor remain seated. Those opposing
Financial
will rise.
Administration and Audit.
Financial Administration and Audit Amendment Bill 2019. The long title is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that the short title and commencement be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that the short title and commencement of the bill be agreed. As many members are in favor remain seated. Those opposed will rise. Short title and commencement of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that clauses 2 through 5 be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that clause 2 through 5 of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 2 through 5 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that clause 6.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
I'm trying to move as slowly as possible.
So, I'm sorry,
Looking
yeah.
at this way to make sure.
Yeah.
Understand?
Yes, sorry, clause 5. And one of East Grand Bahama can explain what is the paradigm shift in this provision and why is it, what was the reason for the shift?
3?
Sorry, the remissions.
Paragraph
Remissions in
5.
clause 5, paragraph 5.
Sorry, clause 5.
Remissions.
I'm familiarized. I have to familiarize myself. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Ooh, I'm asking the reason.
Yeah. So, can I come back to that, Mr. Speaker? My apologies.
Clause 5 is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that clause 6 be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that clause 6. It's been moved and seconded that clause 6 of the bill. The chair recognizes East Grand Bahama.
I move the amendment to clause 6. In the new clause 35A, renumber subclause 6 as a subclause 7, and B, insert as the new subclause 6 the following. 6. Any person who obstructs a revenue collector in the exercise of A, any investigation carried out under this section, or B, any power conferred under this section commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine not exceeding $10,000 or to a term of imprisonment not exceeding 5 years.
Been moved and seconded that clause 6 of the bill be agreed as amended. Many members are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 6 of the bill is agreed as amended.
Mr. Chair, I move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Many members are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Mr. Chair, I move that...
Yeah, sorry. I did promise to give it an explanation. Sorry. It threw me off because I wasn't expecting that one, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of the clause is to allow for us to write off old taxes that might have been owed from some times back, to just get rid of all of those nuisance taxes. You know, in customs, for instance, there are outstanding customs fees that are owed that go back years, and the Auditor General has suggested that we write them off, but we don't have the power to write them off. And so it's seeking the authority to be able to clean up, if you will, these amounts.
Because I see where, when it is done, that it should be laid in the Parliament and that a recommendation by the minister under subsection 1B shall include a report that contains a description of the proposed remission, including the full value, the names and addresses of all beneficiaries, and a statement of the reasons the minister considers the proposed remission to be in the public interest, or that a hardship of injustice has or is likely to result. So it's saying the report should reflect certain things, but the act itself doesn't indicate that the criteria for it are these things. And truthfully, it should do that, because the concern is that it lacks transparency. And that's a major concern about this type of thing, you know?
So again, Mr. Speaker, we recognize the very concern that the minister is raising, and the act specifically says that once it meets a certain threshold, that it has to come to Parliament, so that we can ensure that there is transparency and that there can be no material. I want to say hanky-panky, but that's not the word that I want. But there can be no material write-offs or misabuses of the power.
Right.
And I think that does serve as an effective control.
Can I understand what you're saying, but I think that's a different thing when you bring it to the Parliament. We know, for example, in this Parliament, where you have a domination of a particular organ party, that anything can just be basically go through. It can happen, and we see it over and over. It doesn't matter whether on the other side believes there's discrepancies or irregularities or whatever. So what I was asking is whether the criteria for the exercise of the discretion of the minister should be expressly defined.
I get your point, Minister, and I know where you're trying to go, but I think that the information that is required to be disclosed to Parliament will give sufficient transparency around this, that if there is, in fact, an abuse, that the public will hold the government to account. So I get what you're saying, but we don't want to necessarily, because we can't, it'll be almost impossible to define all of the circumstances that may occasion this, right?
But your public interest.
Yeah, so we want to make it as reasonable as possible, but build in the control of Parliament to have oversight, so that in the event that there is an abuse or a question, then Parliament can ask, and the Public Accounts Committee can ask for a more insight or details behind it.
The other thing I'd ask is, what is the how is this different from the current position?
There is no current position at the moment. As I said, if you were to look at the Auditor General's report, you'll see it every year, where there's, I can't remember the number now, about 5 million, if it serves me, that continues to go on and in the government account, but it will never be collected. So it just this is an exercise to help clean up the account.
The reason I asked is because, if you recall, in the last budget exercise, there was an issue about the oil companies in Freeport, and it was suggested that they were being, or that they either were refunds of VAT, or they were not levied. I'm not sure how it went, what the exact thing was, but that the payment that should have happened did not happen, and that it was suggested that there was some ministerial or ministry intervention, and the law does not allow for it. And so I think that's why I was trying to establish the difference in the positions. I think the only concern is that we want to make sure that these concerns don't arise, that certain interests or vested interests are able to benefit from policy or political decisions of a minister. And as a result of that, you know, you have some rationale applied to that type of exemption.
Again,
Or remission.
the amendment outlines that whatever provisions are taken advantage of under this amendment come to Parliament. And so to the extent that the minister is concerned about any political decision or any other untoward abuse of this provision, the occasion will arise under penalty for the minister to bring that here and for the House to have its oversight. I do want to suggest also, though, Minister, Mr. Chairman, that is a bit mischievous, that is suggest that this minister or the Ministry of Finance or this government has done anything with respect to any oil interest or any oil storage interest in Grand Bahama or otherwise. The law is clear as to how we treat value-added tax with respect to those institutions.
You changed the law. You changed the law.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, again, this is not a debate, and so I just want to ensure that the public that whatever has happened, and there had to be some arrangement because of the definition of what those entities do as exports of goods and services, was done within the framework of the value-added tax law and the Financial Administration and Audit Act. We, unlike some, do not act outside the Financial Administration and Audit Act. We do not, and we have not.
The bill is agreed in its entirety. We don't want to create.
Chairman?
I understand what the period is for, but I see where it's going.
No, I just want to remind the minister that the issue arose before a law change was made last budget cycle, and it's being suggested that the law was not being applied, and that you subsequently brought new law to regularize whatever deferrals you were making, or your ministry, or you, and that's the issue.
Mr. Speaker, again, whatever was done with respect to the two oil refined or storage companies in Grand Bahama was done within the law that exists or as amended and within the Constitution of the Bahamas.
Yes, yes.
So again, to make the suggestion, again, that some special interest, and I presume that's where they're trying to go with this, to suggest that there's some special interest that has been served is again misleading, mischievous, and in another word that I would use, but I won't use for sake of order, but it is improper to suggest that the government of the Bahamas has made any law or any policy change to benefit some special interest.
Your people
That's not the way we act,
Your people listening.
Mr. Speaker.
Your people listening.
Yeah, absolutely. The people are listening, Mr. Speaker. It's ridiculous. Don't do that, man.
The bill is agreed in its entirety. Chairman, as many.
You think I can do it in the morning?
Mr. Chair, I do now move to the business license amendment, and I move, Mr. Speaker, that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
Being moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Business License Amendment Bill 2019. Long title is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that the short title and commencement be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
Being moved and seconded that the short title and commencement of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The short title and commencement of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that clauses 2 through 15 be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
The chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move an amendment to clause 2 of the bill. In paragraph G, I, in the definition of turnover, insert immediately after the words of the shares, the words or equivalent ownership interest. I'd also like to amend clause 13 in paragraph A by inserting immediately after subparagraph 2 the following new subparagraph 3 by the deletion of paragraph 7.
Second. Been moved and seconded that clause 2 and 13 of the bill be amended as agreed. Many members in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 2 and
Clause 2 through 15.
through 15 of the bill is agreed, as amended.
Mr. Chair, I move that the schedule be agreed.
Chair, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that the schedule be agreed. Many members in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Schedule of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I now move to the Tax Appeals Commission. Mr.
President Stein.
Oh, we didn't. I move that the bill be agreed in its the bill be agreed in its entirety as amended.
Chair, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that the bill be
Been long.
agreed in its entirety as amended. As many members in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. The bill is agreed in its entirety as amended.
Mr. Chair, I can leave that alone. Mr. Chair, we now move to the Tax Appeal Commission bill. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Chair, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many members in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that the short title and commencement be agreed.
Chair, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that the short title and commencement of the bill be agreed. As many members in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. The short title and commencement of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that clauses 2 through 11 and 12, that clauses 2 through 10 be agreed.
Chair, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that clause 2 through 10 of the bill be agreed. As many members in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. Clause 2 through 10 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that clause 11 be agreed.
Second that, Mr. Chair.
Been moved and seconded that clause 11 of the bill be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I also move that clause 12 be agreed.
Second that, Mr. Chair.
Been moved and seconded that clause 11 and 12. Chair recognizes the member for Cat Island, Ramkey, and South.
Speaker, thank you, and I thank the leader of opposition to allow me to deal with the sections together. Section 11 of this Tax Appeal Commission bill requires someone who's going to appeal to pay the tax that was assessed before he's able to appeal. And I think if we are about justice, if a person is aggrieved, you ought not to be fettered in having, once we are setting up a mechanism for him to be heard and for his grievance to be aired, we should not fetter that person or from engaging that process to insist that someone who's aggrieved by a tax assessment having to pay the tax first before he can embrace that process, in my view, is going backward. It doesn't assist that person. That's in section 11. And I'll invite the government to reconsider that that provision that fetters the person's access to having his grievance heard. The second point, in respect to section 12, and I think that is most equally agreed to have the decision maker assisting the tax appeal commissioners in how to deal with the appeal. I mean, if my decision is being appealed, all I need to do is send the material upon which I base my decision on to the body that's going to determine whether I was right, whether I acted arbitrarily, reasonably, whether I followed the processes to arrive at my decision. To have the decision maker engage in the process of the appeal in the manner in which this section speaks. And I read it. The decision maker must use his best endeavors to assist the commission to make the decision on the appeal. That's contrary to all known law. It's contrary to natural justice. Decision makers should not be participating in the next level where his decision is being questioned. All he has to do is send it to the body of material upon which he rests his decision on, and allow the body to make the decision. And those two provisions are very, I think, really need to be revisited and not allowed to be. I'll be very constrained to supporting this bill if you allow that to be as is. Because I agree with the setting of the Tax Appeal Commission, but they have to be able to work independently as such.
So, Mr. Speaker, the member raises a valid point that has been the subject of some debate. Let me start by saying that, as I understand it, this is the status quo, that in appeals on tax matters today, that the tax is paid and the appeal is made. Be that as it may, or not. I think starting with 12, the members reading it in a way, and I'm reading it in a different way, in that it is saying that the decision maker who has made a ruling based upon the evidence that he has now must assist in the appeal process with using his best endeavor. It doesn't say that the commission has to accept his evidence as being the authority at the end of the day, because the commission is independent, right? But it says that the decision maker must use his best endeavor to assist. That meaning that the decision maker can't just say, "That's my facts, that's it, I'm not helping you anymore." Use your best endeavors to help to solve the issue. So it's almost a compelling. Okay. Secondly, it's not again the commission is not or the decision maker is not deciding for the commission. It's providing information to the commission. The taxpayer is also going to provide information to the commission. The commission will then weigh the two. No, you can't avoid what I'm talking about. Let me finish. Let me come back to you.
He's going to finish.
Let me finish my.
You can, Island.
Let me finish my lawyering. Right? I know. and I am intimidated, but I believe I'm right. Again, this is not saying that the commission has to accept the information that is being provided using his best endeavor that the decision maker may submit. It is just saying that this decision maker has to cooperate. Now, going to the subclause 11, as I said, my understanding, and I stand to be corrected because I'm not the lawyer. My understanding is that in these matters, when it comes to taxation, that it is the requirement of the taxpayer to pay the tax and to appeal. And that is all this is trying to say. It's two things that it's trying to do. One, to ensure that the government collects the revenue that it is due, based upon the existing law. And that it is not unreasonably withheld, as we've seen in some cases already. That it is not unreasonably held as things drag out in the commission or it drags out in a court. It's also to discourage frivolous claims. Because you can well imagine that if I don't want to pay a tax, as we have seen in recent times, that I just make an appeal. And automatically, if this clause doesn't exist, automatically, everything stops. The government doesn't collect its taxes. And, well, yeah, obviously it has a revenue impact for us. But even more so, what can end up happening in the intervening period is the taxpayer himself can go out of business. And you're left with a good judgment with no assets to collect. Pardon me? I'm sure there is. As I say, you can look at this however you want to look at it, right? If you're the taxpayer, right, you would obviously not want this clause to be there because it gives you an option to delay it, or to delay it to the point where you go and do something else, right? Or you can, yeah, well, basically, yeah, you can just decide that you want to frustrate the process for whatever reason. So again, this is not intended to be a punitive measure. What it is intended is to ensure that the government collects the revenue, that it is due. The taxpayer has the right of appeal. His appeal will be heard in as efficient a manner as possible, but he will not be able to drag out a process while the government is left trying to collect its revenue. That's all it's saying.
Thank you. General Ramkin,
Just remember, you know, look, if a prosecutor goes to the judge to assist the judge in making, you don't have to go to help assist him in making his decision. You know, all an accused person got to know is that the prosecutor went in and saw a judge. That's all he has to know. That judge, and they determine the matter against him. It's set aside almost without a hearing in a court of appeal. That's all they have to do. And it doesn't matter what transpired between them very often. So all I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is where you have a decision maker, what this is saying, in respect to fettering access. I mean, that's a matter that I think we might be able to get away with. It's something that I don't share, and I don't share. I think the answer to anyone attempting to cause delay or drag the matter out, the answer to that is ensuring that you have an effective and efficient process set out and have the right people in place. Right? And that could assure what you're concerned about the delay. But so I leave that one, but if you intend to continue that too, that's fine, but I'm just saying that that's the answer. I don't think it's right to fetter a person's access to an appeal once you give it to them on the premise that they may be aggrieved by a decision that was made. But more importantly, you can't have the decision maker whose decision I'm aggrieved by assisting, this is the language that's being used in the section, assisting the commission to make the decision. That's what he's saying? No. You don't read it? Let me read it then.
No, read it. Read it.
What the section says, the decision maker must use his best endeavors to assist the commission to make the decision.
No.
On the appeal. That's what it says.
Yeah.
That's what I'm reading. What you reading?
Yeah, go ahead.
You said it didn't say that. Does it say that?
It says, no, it did.
It says that. It says to make the decision on the appeal, to assist the commission to make the decision on the appeal.
The commission to make the decision.
Right? Yes, on the appeal. So that assistance in making the decision, right, is the troubling process. That's the troubling process. And I can tell you, I can tell you that it will make this it's going to make a mockery of the process, and leave it, and most decisions will be overturned. Because you cannot have someone appealing. Caesar can't appeal to Caesar.
Mr. Speaker, again, I'm going to leave this to the lawyers, and the lawyers over here are saying that they want to, but I want to make 2 points before I do that, Mr. Speaker. One, there's no fettering of access to any appeal or any court. And remember, Mr. Speaker, this is not a court. This is an appeals tribunal, a commission. So any decision is made by this commission is appealable to the courts.
That's what I'm talking about.
Secondly, he talks about the efficiency of the commission. Well, Mr. Speaker, we have a Supreme Court, a magistrate court that are jammed up right now, not because the judges are inefficient, but because of the systems. And if this works, and there is easy access, as he wants to put it, where anybody can appeal any decision, then I can foresee right today that this commission will be jammed up with appeals from here to Timbuktu, just because it is easy to do. The bar ought to be high, because you only want the appeals on legitimate cases. Legitimate cases. You don't want frivolous cases. All right? So now we can go later on, and I get the impression that we're going to put this in committee, but we can go on later and fix this if you want to, by putting another clause in here to make it, to put some penalty in for bringing a frivolous case. But there's got to be some teeth, if you will, to give people the incentive to move the case. Mr. Speaker, problem we have in the courts today, because people can go there, and if you got a good lawyer, they can go for an adjournment today. You go for, I can't come to court tomorrow. My dog's sick yesterday. All kind of thing. You have court cases that are going on for years. Meanwhile, in this particular case, you don't want, the government is deprived of its revenue. Mr. Speaker, we have a case today. This isn't some theoretical argument. We have a case today where the government has not been able to collect revenue that's on the books because it's in the courts. And that can drag out for how long? Who knows? Right? If two of the taxpayers didn't agree to a negotiated position, we could have not collected a dime from that tax category. Because, again, there's no penalty for them. So, if we want to do the lawyering, I'm not the lawyer, y'all tell me, it is what it is. But just for the record, I don't agree.
Being moved and seconded that clause 11 and 12 be agreed as amended.
That's the point. That's exactly the point.
As many. The chair recognizes the member for St. Anne's.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, let me just go out on a little bit of a limb here. I'd like to make the suggestion that we hold this bill in committee till next week to resolve the issue, so the side opposites can both agree. It's not a critical. That's all right. It's not critical to the. It's not. No, hang on. It is not critical to the passage of the money bills. It is critical to the collection of revenue after. So the deferment of 1 week for us to look at this, and the government will undertake to have the Attorney General look at it, consult with the member for Cat Island, and come back with a reasonable solution to that. Yeah, but I think that's it.
Okay.
I think that's.
No, we'll just go through the bill, but we'll hold it. We won't.
I don't know.
I think it's Attorney General. You were Attorney General. Should I do should I get his QC, man? Or discriminating against him?
And then when you do that, you can say, you gave me something again. You gave me something like
Mr. Chair, we'll just leave it in the committee, so we'll come back to that. At that stage, seeing that we're at this stage now, Mr. Chair, and we're going to be going beyond the 7 o'clock hour, I'd like for the speaker to take the chair so that we can move a motion that the business of this house continues beyond 7 p.m. So I do now move, Mr. Chair, that the speaker takes the chair.
Second that.
Being moved and seconded that the speaker now do take the chair. As many members are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Speaker will take the chair.
With all that money in the budget?
Speaker, I beg leave to report that the committee has made progress and beg leave to sit again.
We just have the appropriation and revenue.
Honorable members,
That's why I decided to do
the Deputy Leader and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole House has reported that the Committee of the Whole House has made progress and is begging leave to sit again. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I thought it was an ample opportunity for us at this stage, seeing that now we're going to go into the appropriation and revenue and the capital developments, that we'll be going into the heads, that we will move, and be it resolved that the business of this House do continue beyond 7 p.m. today, Wednesday, June 19th, 2019.
Second that, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the business of this House do extend beyond 7 p.m. this evening. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. It is ordered that the business of this House do extend beyond 7 p.m. this evening.
Mr. Speaker, I do now move that the House once again resolves itself into Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair.
I second that, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the House now resolve itself into a Committee of the Whole House with the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole House in the chair. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Honorable members, the House will now dissolve itself in a Committee of the Whole House with the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole House in the chair.
Committee of the Whole. Chair recognizes the member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Chairman, we now move to the appropriation revenue account expenses 2019-2020. Mr. Speaker, I move that the long title be agreed.
Yeah, I second that.
Being moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I do now move that the short title and commencement be agreed.
Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Being moved and seconded that the short title and commencement of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The short title and commencement of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that the clause 2 be agreed. The revenue. We're going into heads next with the schedule.
Appropriation revenue accounts expense 2019-2020, bill 2019. Which clause is that? Chair recognizes the member for Cat Island, Ramkins, and Salvador.
You have revenue now, I take it, eh?
Yes,
The revenue.
Revenue accounts.
So we do have some questions on revenue.
but we haven't gotten to the schedule as yet.
You haven't got.
Then we're going to go through the heads.
No, the schedule will have the revenue. Schedule will have the expenditure.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. That's right.
You, yeah, see the heads? There, you have some questions on that?
We are on revenue.
Yeah, so let's deal with that, and then you get to the, when you get to
To the expenses.
Sure.
that's when we go to the schedule.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker,
Yeah, recognize you, Caroline.
yes, thank you. I go to page 23. Yeah, real revenue. Thank you.
Appropriation revenue accounts expenses 2019, 2020 bill. 2019. Can you repeat yourself? I'm Ken Allen. What did you say? No.
This revenue.
Administrative fees?
No, on passports.
Page.
I note that's page 23 of of administrative fees.
Yeah.
Head 13, page 3.
Yeah, it's
Page
head
23.
13, 302.
Page 23.
Yeah, fees on passports. There appears to be an anticipated increase to almost 2,200,000, 835.
No.
It appears to be, yeah,
1636.
yeah, 1636.
No, 600,000.
Yeah,
Page 23.
Page 23.
yeah,
Administrative fees.
We're looking at a
Yeah,
600,000
013.
increase.
yeah, fees and passports, yeah. It appears to me, it's $50 still the cost of passports. There's no anticipated increase during this fiscal year. What would account for that increase? Because of, or projected increase? Because that suggests we have like another 11,000 new passports, it seems to me.
Are issuing new passports, the new series of passports, and we started this year, and that'll continue into the new year. So there's going to be people who are replacing their existing passports. Well, you have the 10-year cycle, but you also have the new passport. So people who may even still have the older e-passport, they are coming in for the new e-passport. And so that is what's accounting for the increase. The replacement of the existing passports. It's a new series.
I wonder whether, who's in charge of passport office?
I just answered the question.
Maybe you could, because they don't seem.
It's not better coming from him.
It's not a, yeah.
If it helps, Mr. Chairman, through you, there's two issues. One, as the member for East Grand Bahama said, there is the 10-year cycle of where the first e-passport was issued. The first ones were issued in 2007. So, for instance, I got 7. I got number 1. ER0001. That 10-year period has come to an end. But for most of those, sorry, 2007, yeah. So that would have meant you had a 10-year passport to 17. So that 10-year passport is coming up for renewal. Well, they're all coming. There's 300, so they're coming up. Plus, as the member said, there are new passports with extra security features which will require people to switch to the new passport. So I'm just explaining in different words what the member for Grand Bahama said. And that by extension, there's an expectation that that increase will be there. There's been no increase in fees.
And since I'm with you, Sinans, perhaps you could explain the apparent $10 million increase in work permit fee.
Yes, no problem. Where is that?
Can you
When you
reference the page and the
Page
section?
24,
Item
142-2306, under Department of Immigration 30.
It doesn't matter.
Ed 30.
Head 30.
Head 430.
Page 24, head 30.
Yeah, we're looking at 6 million for the year 18 to 19.
So 64 to 72.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, no problem.
And 17 million forecasted for 2019. 2020.
Okay, ready?
And we know that we know that you burst your budget. So I know that's what caused the bursting the budget by you got approximately $3 million more in the first 9 months of the fiscal year than you had budgeted for. I congratulate you for bursting that budget. Right, now, I just want to know how you get this. There's still 10 million now, 17 million.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, there has been a last budget cycle. We increased from $1,000 to $2,000 the base rate for work permit fees. And that category, which I think off the top of my head is category 8, is the largest section of work permit fees. So that is the major reason. We've had 9 months, as I said in my speech, or said to look at what the projections have been, and that's where we estimate the work permit fees are going to be. There have been some increases in some of the other categories, so the other category of $6 million will actually will come about as a proper collection as a result of the computerization. We're getting a better handle on the other fees. So those are projected fees based on the last 9 months.
Chair recognizes Exumas and Ragadani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In reference to head 1144, taxes on specific services, that's page 14 of 245. Mr. Speaker, I have 2 questions, and if you'd permit me, I'd ask them at the same time. Firstly, in relation to the page 14.
Head 22?
14, page 14. Yes. Page 14.
Head 22.
Mr. Speaker, I'm using this book, and it's on page 14 of 245, page 14. The GFS 144 is at the top of the page.
Yes,
Okay, good. In relation to casino taxes, Mr. Chairman, we note a fairly significant reduction in what was budgeted prior year versus what's budgeted in 2019-2020. The original year, it was 70 million. In the 2019-2020, it's 20 million, a fairly significant reduction in the forecast. Both of them are forecast. And I wonder whether the member for East Grand Bahama would explain this. The second issue relates to the second line, 105, the gaming house taxes. And we note that notwithstanding taxes of 9 million up to the end of March, I see that there's a forecast for the end of the year of 0. And this clearly is, desirous and calling for an explanation, and I asked if the minister would please explain.
I think, Mr. Speaker, I think the member knows the answer to the question, as there's no secret that the anticipated taxes from the gaming sector was amended. And so this is just a reflection of the fact that we have not collected based upon, or the original budget last year was done based upon the anticipated take from the proposed tax rates. That was subsequently adjusted. Hence, you have a reduction in the amount of taxes that are projected based upon the new rates going forward.
Exumas?
One related to casino tax and the other related to gaming house tax. I believe the member sought to answer the one related to the gaming house tax, which I'm afraid didn't quite settle the matter for me, Mr. Chairman. What I'm asking is that if there was a collection of 9 million up to the end of March, why is he projecting 0 at the end of the year? And I'm wondering whether, I will leave the question and not attempt to answer it. I'll ask the minister, please.
As I recall, Mr. Speaker, this 70 million is a combination of both casino taxes. As you can see, it's zero budgeted after in the gaming side, right? I'm looking at the forecast from last year. Listen carefully. Listen carefully, okay? You see where it says 70 million? And then underneath it you see zero, correct? Correct? So the gaming tax and the casino tax were lumped in the 70 million last year. That's total casino tax, or gaming taxes, okay? And this year, because we're moving now to this new chart of accounts, they're separated. Huh? What are you looking at?
Mr. Speaker, if it's separated on one line, I would think the minister would separate it on the next line so that it doesn't appear so awkward, Mr. Speaker.
I'm not exactly sure what you're saying.
Well, you said you combined it in the first line for previous year, and you split it out this year. However, when you look at the gaming house tax in the second line, it's appearing as if you've collected 9 million at the end of March, but you're collecting zero to the end of the year. Now, I hear your explanation that a part of the 70 million relates to gaming house taxes, and if we accept that explanation, Mr. Speaker, I wonder whether the member for East Grand Bahama would say specifically what amount of the 70 million represents gaming house taxes.
Mr. Speaker, the member, again, I believe is a little confused. Let me see if I can help him.
Very confused.
Yeah, let me see if I can help you. No, generally, let me see if I can help you. You're looking at the second column, correct?
Yeah.
And you see two numbers there, correct?
Yeah.
One for gaming, casino taxes, and one for gaming taxes, right? Utilizing the new chart of accounts. So you have two lines, okay? And you go into the next column, which says approved forecast revenue for 2018-19. As I indicated previously, using that old chart of accounts, they were combined. So you would not see a budgeted number for the gaming tax.
I accept the explanation.
Okay. So now we move into the current or the upcoming year, and it's reflecting the breakout using the new chart of accounts.
So my further question was, in relation to the 70 million,
yes,
based on your explanation.
Yes. Okay. Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, the casino tax was budgeted at around 20 million, and the 50 million or so was expected to come from the casino taxes, from gaming taxes.
Wow.
Okay, and that was all calculated out, so I can tell you that that's what it was, about 50 million. And as a result of the adjustment, we were not able to collect that revenue.
So that this does not reflect the new regime? Okay. Sorry, I think maybe, I know you already explained this, but just help me, please. The 70 million is the combined amount between the gaming and the casino taxes. And you said that the allocation is 50-20, 50 for gaming, 20 for casinos. And the gaming house projection for this year, is that on the basis of the new tax levels? Sure. It is, okay. The 9 million, what does the 9 million represent?
Taxes collected. Thus
far?
Yeah.
And what I want to ask you, because I'd asked this before in the last budget exercise, was whether, but let me ask you like this. This 9,122,000, etc., does this reflect what was payable under the old regime? Is this the entirety? Does this reflect the full liability for taxes under the old regime before we got to this disputed position with the new tax system?
So it's a negotiated position where the taxes due up to December 31st were based upon the old rates and regime. From January forward is based upon the new rates. So this will be a combination of rates, okay? There's also this number, because as you recall, we are on a cash basis. So this number will reflect the payments up until, I think it's April of this year. All right, so there would be monies that, or fees that would have been collected since then, up to now, or March, March. So this is the fees that were collected up to March. So there would have been fees collected since March to now. There are, as I've said before, several operators who have not paid anything because they have their case before the court, okay? And we continue to try and collect that. But this is where we are today.
I'm glad you added that last point because I specifically asked that question. Whether, I don't know if you remember, whether gaming houses were paying taxes because we were told that some were not. And I think Freetown, and I believe even you, affirmed that they were paying, but you're now saying some are not. So in fact, that representation at that time was not wholly accurate.
That is not true. That is very much untrue, Mr. Speaker. At the time that I spoke about this, and so did the minister, we reflected the facts as they were. And we said then, some were paying and some were not.
No, you did not.
We did. You can go back to the papers. You can go back to the fact. You don't have to speculate about that.
You didn't say that.
As a matter of fact, at the time...
One second. I just want to remind the members, I know we're supposed to be ironing out issues, but just remember that these sessions are not intended to relitigate prior debates. Further, questions should not contain any argumentative but in the sense, look at rule. Look, 57, look at rule 57.3.
We're talking about revenue.
I'm saying, I understand, I know you're talking about revenue, right? But we don't want to, it is not intended to relitigate issues that was already raised in debate to create new debates.
If the revenue...
And so I'm just asking you, and caution your questions in that regard.
But while you caution me, Chairman, Mr. Chairman...
Not only you,
So
understand. One second. Hold on.
No,
when I speak, not 1 second.
Okay.
That's what take a seat for a second. Take a seat. When I raise these points, if you happen to be on your feet or any other member happen to be on their feet, I'm not speaking to you or anyone else specifically. I'm talking to the House as a whole. Right. So I don't want this to come across as if...
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure, what I was saying, it's not a relitigation. The issue is, no, it's definitely not. Mr. Chairman, what I was saying is that the issue of revenue and what was anticipated revenue based on representations, and we're talking about the numbers right here. We're not relitigating.
No.
We're looking at the numbers, and so that's why I raised it. I do not recall, and the member says he did say, but I don't recall. I don't know if anyone else recalls on this side. I asked that question specifically because we were told that some were not paying. And it was affirmatively stated in this parliament that they were paying under the old rate. But now we're hearing that some are not. That's fine. I just wanted for the record.
Speaker, for the record, you will recall, and I'm sure the member will recall, that I made a statement that there was one gaming operator that was current, another that had paid something, and the others had not paid. And to support the fact, you can go to the paper and you will see where the Gaming Association or Gaming Operators Association rebutted
I remember this very
my
well. But
position.
anyhow, I remember it.
Where they said, no, 3 of us have paid. Exactly, that was in the paper. So there's no inconsistency in the statement.
In here, not in...
Oh, God.
The chair recognizes exhumers and regularly.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. During the course of the debate, there were questions raised, and I don't believe that the minister had the benefit of...
Are you asking about a head?
...of answering those questions and talking about revenues.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Which head?
Revenues, overall revenues. Page 9. Page 9.
Page 9?
What? 9. Page 9. Revenues.
Revenue summary?
Yes. And I ask this, Mr. Speaker, because it has some bearing on the projections for 2019, 2020, and we saw a shortfall. And I want to give the minister the benefit of the doubt of,
I appreciate that.
of defending the projection in relation to the 2018-2019 forecast. When we look at the 1.7 million roughly collected at the end of March, and we do a calculation on a monthly basis, in simple terms, we get 188 million. If we prorate that to the end of the year, we get roughly 2.2 billion, Mr. Speaker. The minister is following. And the minister projected much more than the 2.2 billion. And because arithmetically, we were not able to reconcile it. We assume that the minister knows something that we don't know. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to give the minister an opportunity to explain this point, because this has caused great anxiety.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. Again, you know, I caution my friend not to let people mislead him.
The question, man.
I'm answering your question. What happened?
Answer the question.
I'm answering the question.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
No,
Point of order. Speaker, point of order, Mr. Speaker.
I can't have two members on their feet. One second.
Point of order.
Just both parties sit down. Both parties sit down. Both parties sit down. Again, I'm gonna. Questions. Orders 57.
Insulting language.
3.
What insulting language?
Ruling on it.
3C. Questions should not contain any argument, inference, imputations, and then that is ironical, offensive expressions. So that's why I made the point earlier. This exercise is not intended to be combative.
Respectfully, Mr. Speaker, if I may.
Yes. So I cautioning everybody again. This is not pointed to anyone in particular.
I'm so
because we would be here all night if we be oppressive or offensive in our language
Mr.
and
Speaker.
questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for your guidance. I am so cautioned, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question was very straightforward. My question did not intend to create any undue anxiety for the other side, Mr. Speaker. But the response, Mr. Speaker, was offensive. It included insulting, condescending language, Mr. Speaker. And I know there's a rule on that as well, Mr. Speaker.
That's why I read.
So, Mr. Speaker, I asked a straight question, Mr. Speaker, to the member from East Grand Bahama. And, you know, I would be most grateful if the minister would simply give me a straight answer, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. East Grand Bahama, please.
I'm so lectured, Mr. Speaker. And I do apologize for offending.
I was not lecturing you.
It was not the intent to offend.
I was not lecturing you. I was just guiding members.
No, Mr. Speaker. I'm talking about Exuma. Exuma was lecturing me. But anyway, I take the instruction that we will act civil from henceforth. But Mr. Speaker, the answer to his question, he reflected on the debate, Mr. Speaker, and I indicated quite clearly in the debate that we were going to be roughly 400 million short of our expectation. So that is not inconsistent with the numbers that he just quoted, Mr. Speaker. We are going to be about 400 million short. Pardon me? I am answering the question, Mr. Speaker. The member, there's two issues with the question that was made, or suggestion was made. One, he's trying to annualize the revenue number based upon the actual. That is not necessarily a pure calculation because of our revenue, the frequency of our collection, our revenue history. You can have a month where you have no or very little collection, next month could be very high. So trying to annualize that is fraught with some degree of error. Although, admittedly, is a reasonable calculation, all right? The point that he said, the member said, that if he annualized the number, it comes to about 2.2 billion. Correct? The projection for 2018-19 is 2.6 billion, right? It's about 400 million short. That's what I said all along, right? I'm not sure where you're going, but anyway, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, we're not debating the forecast for 2018-19. We're debating 1920. And in that regard, Mr. Speaker, the projection is 2.628 billion. And based upon our analysis, that is what we expect, that's the number that we're shooting for. So I don't know if there's a specific question that I can maybe help with.
Rephrase it differently. It appears that if the minister is right, and I contend that he may not be, but if he is right, it seemed to suggest that during the later months of the year, there could be some boom in collection, and there might be some one-offs, Mr. Speaker, that I don't necessarily, I'm not aware of. So that was the question. The question was whether the minister cared to elaborate as to what he might know that we don't know.
Mr. Speaker, asked and answered.
Move on. As many. Chair recognizes Bamboo John.
Where you going?
Oh, sorry, Agneston.
Get more.
On.
Hi.
Mr. Chairman, this is page 10 of 245, and it's heading 028, Department of Inland Revenue.
Sorry, give me the page again.
Sorry, page 10 of 245.
Page 10.
Yes. Heading 28, Department of Inland Revenue. I note that the revenue approved for last year was 47,955,495, but that what you're forecasting for next year is about 8 million roughly less. Can you advise the reason why you're anticipating less revenue under this head?
We are looking at Department of Inland Revenue tax.
Page 10, head 28.
Mr. Speaker, we are trying to be reasonable and practical and conservative in our estimation. And so we are showing a slight decline in the line.
8 million.
Yeah, 8 million. Again, in the overall scheme, this is our best estimate based upon the experience that we've had to date. So this is our estimation of what it is.
So therefore, then, but I understand what you're saying. If you want a more realistic assessment or projection, but you're projecting that for this year, it's almost 48 million, and so I'm just wondering, is this a realistic number?
Again, Mr. Speaker, yes.
Yeah, the reason I ask, because if it was realistic last year, I mean, and property doesn't disappear, I'm just wondering why the numbers would go down on taxes payable.
Again, Mr. Speaker, the member would note that up to March, we had 27 million that collected.
Right.
Again, based upon what we've seen for the last year, that is our estimation. All right. There is a number of things that affect these values. You have amnesties, you have other matters that would affect the valuation. This is our best estimate at this particular point of what we anticipate will be collected.
I understand. Very clear. You understand that was our whole point during the debate. On the issue of this is page 20, and it's head 022, Treasury Department, item 1412008, Bahamas Maritime Authority. The revenues forecast
Page 2,
Page 20.
22.
Page 20, heading, head 022, Treasury Department, Bahamas Maritime Authority. The revenue forecast for 2018-19 is 4 million. But for next year, there's a reduction again forecast of 3.2 million. And I'm just wondering whether the forecast was overestimated, or is there a reason why you're forecasting less revenue in the upcoming fiscal year?
Thank you. You will recall that when the minister gave his presentation, he mentioned that BMA is going to be aggressively now pursuing its re-election, and that will cost money, which means then that the BMA will have less money to dividend back to the government. So it's reflecting that there's going to be an increase in the cost for this year.
And that cost, sorry, what the cost is for what? And when you said the question, do what? What will be the cost for doing what?
For the
Travel and what?
travel, campaign, whatever the cost is involved in these things.
Cat Island Ramkeen from Salvador.
Yes, Mr. Yes, I wonder if the minister will attend with me at page 9 of the revenue summary. The line proceeds from borrowings. And that's the last line on the page, yeah. The 1.8 billion for 2017, 2018, that was the amount of money borrowed for that fiscal period, 1.8 billion. And you anticipate for the end of this fiscal year to borrow an additional 946 million plus?
That was projected.
That was projected. We have already borrowed 529 million.
No. Yeah.
And so you anticipated then by the end of this fiscal year to have borrowed in the 2-year period 2.8 billion, thereabout.
You're clever. Huh? It's a clever question. It is a clever question. Mr. Speaker, the member is correct. We borrowed 1.8 billion in 2017-18 year, and to date, up to March, 529 million. There's no guarantee, and I don't have the figure right now before me, what we would have borrowed up to today, but we may or may not hit the 946 million. But at this particular point, the number that we do know is the 529. So, Mr. Speaker, so that we're clear, this includes borrowing for refinancing of debt. All right. So under the borrowing resolution that we have, we're still under our borrowing resolution, in addition to the refinancing of existing debt. All right. So and if you go to the current year forecast, it's looking for 764 million of borrowing, which will be reflective of the financing of the deficit for this year, planned deficit for this year, as well as refinancing of existing debt that will come due this year and have to be refinanced.
Yeah. I wonder if the minister could then, having confirmed those numbers, advise of the average rate that you...
Interest rate?
Interest rate of those loans. And if you could tell us what proportion of the total loan you assign to, your words, refinance.
Again, Mr. Speaker, the planned borrowing or planned deficit for the year is 229. 229. So we will borrow that. We will borrow well, actually, we're asking, I think our borrowing resolution is for 87 million or thereabouts. It should be here.
I want to know the average interest rate.
The average interest rate, because these are maturities that would have originated 10 years ago, some 20 years ago, they're varying interest rates. If you ask me right now, because I don't have the figure in front of me or the analysis in front of me, but if you were to ask me based upon what I do know, the average rate is going to be somewhere between 6 and 7%.
Oh, so if they were some of these, so these are loans dating back 10, 15, 20 years ago or longer.
These are varying maturities, various tenors.
So they're not really old PLP bills, as I indicated.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if you wanted to go there, there is loans from during the PLP administration. There are loans during the Pre-National Movement administration. There are deficits on all the years. Since independence, there's been deficits. And those deficits have all been borrowed funds. So that's, I mean, that's an obvious question or obvious answer.
Again, I'm just going to guide members. Don't input statements like that in your questions, because all that's going to do is create.
That's commentary.
No, that's.
We could give commentary as well.
Yeah, but
we
no,
could respond to the answer.
Don't.
So the next question is, I gather you said that the refinance rate is approximately 6 to 7%, roughly. I wonder what it was. Before in the old bills. What was the original rate of those refinance loans?
210? But that doesn't give you the interest rate. Yeah, so Mr. Speaker, I'd refer the member to page 210, which indicates some of the maturities and the rates. So if you look on there, Mr. Speaker, you'll see that we have bonds at 6.625%, 210. We have bonds at 6%. Yeah, 6.25. So, yeah. So the information is all there if you want to really get into it. Okay.
But I want them done.
But that's kind of, I mean.
No, he wanted to leave time.
Next.
As many. Chair recognizing Zoomers and Ragged Island.
Mr. Speaker, in relation to page 13, excise tax, there is a view that as a result, page 13.
Yeah, 23.
Page 13. There is a view, Mr. Speaker, that as a result of the creation of the bonded warehouse for new car dealers, that this had underperformed significantly. And I'm wondering whether the minister would advise whether this is in fact the reason why excise taxes underperformed. I believe the number is 25 million.
13.
Page 13. 8033.
Again, you know, that's like asking me if the sky is blue.
Some days.
The reality is that you will always have fluctuations. Last year, you would recall that we made some amendments where we did give some concessions for various items. It will have an effect. So the short answer to your question is, yes, when we adjust the excise rates or we adjust the excise rates or the categories, classes, it does have an effect. And so what you will see here is a reflection of all of that, as well as other things that are happening in the economy that will have some impact on the number.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I missed the blue sky piece, but I'm just wondering whether the minister would confirm whether the creation or the facilitation of the bonded warehouse scenario for new car dealers resulted in a significant portion of the underperformance in excise taxes.
Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, it would be impossible for me to be precise with respect to that, but I would say this much, that the level of car sales is what will dictate if there was any appreciable difference. In this particular year, there may be where you have some reduction in the excise tax because you would have brought in these vehicles without paying the excise up front. So there's a little transition period. But again, you know, the level of car sales at the end of the day will even out across two periods. And so we'll see this year if that is in fact a driver. But again, it's not a number that we attract in that regard.
Member Fine listed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is page 22, and it's the post office, and it's 51, head 51, and it's a number of items which include sale of stamps, receipt of postal meters, payment for foreign mail delivery, rent of private letter boxes, and also a huge one in commission on postal money orders. I see that what is being forecast for 2019-20 is significantly lower than what was the forecast of the prior year. And with a stabilized situation in the town center mall now with the general post office in there, I'm wondering why it is anticipated that it will have, that the revenue will be decreased in this fashion.
So, Mr. Chairman, this is a relatively simple one. As you know, the post office has been challenged, and it's reflecting in the actual numbers. But in addition to that, we've moved to new premises, as the member indicated, and we should start to see some stabilization. But there's a bit of a transition period going into that. But in addition to that, you would also know that the level of service that is being provided by the post offices worldwide has decreased. And so we're reflecting or taking into account some of that, as well as, again, taking the need or the reality that there's going to be some transition as people get used to or start to use the postal service more frequently and more regularly or whatever, have more reliance on the post office situation.
Thank you. Yes, I heard your comment about the actual numbers. The actual numbers go up to March of this year, and but nevertheless, you still have an approved forecast which is not consistent with the actual numbers. And so, is there any reason why the approved? You don't follow me?
No.
Okay. You're saying you refer to the actual numbers. The only actual numbers you have here are, and they're provisional, are between July to March from 2018 to 2019. You see that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And the amount, let's take, for example, let me see.
That's a global number for now.
No, you have the payment, you have a number here, and this is for receipts of postal meters. 206,566. That's the actual numbers, provisional. This is heading 1421204. So I'm just wondering, based on what you have received for most of the year, and you only have a couple months left in this year, why is it that you're or is this I'm wondering why this approved forecast is out of whack, so to speak, with what are the facts on the ground. This is 668,000.
Yeah. So again, as the member rightly says, on that particular line is $206,000 that has been collected, and we're projecting for the new year 299. So again, I think we're being there's probably an argument to be made that we're being conservative in this particular line, but we're erring on the side of conservatism, given the fact that we're now into a new postal situation. So hopefully you are correct and we have understated it, But in this particular circumstance, given that we know that there is a move generally to more electronic communication from postal communication, we're trying to be conservative in that regard.
The forecast was the original forecast of 668 was the original forecast.
Chair recognizes Exuma and Trinidad.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In relation to dividends, it's on page 20. Mr. Speaker, during the course of the debate, we heard very little in relation to the Grand Lucayan investment.
You want a dividend from that?
And I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, whether the minister, there are other investments as well. I believe there's an investment in the holding company that owns Alive, and then there's the investment in the Grand Lucayan Resort, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering whether the minister is forecasting any dividend from any of these investments, but specifically the Grand Lucayan Resort.
Exuma.
Mr. Speaker, in relation then to the Grand Lucayan Resort, I wonder whether the minister would provide us with a forecasted date as to when he anticipates the transaction will close, because in the absence of forecasting dividends, Mr. Speaker, we're on dividends. In the absence of forecasting dividends, I'm wondering whether the minister is in position and whether he would advise this House the anticipated closing date of the transaction related to this investment.
No.
Further, Mr. Speaker, in relation to the Grand Lucayan Resort, Mr. Speaker, I asked the minister whether he would quantify. Let me rephrase. Mr. Speaker, to the member for East Grand Bahama, what is the amount of the write-off anticipated in relation to the Grand Lucayan Resort to the end of the year?
The Grand Lucayan sale is being negotiated, therefore it's impossible for me to answer that question.
Angleston, member for Angleston.
Yes, this is page 22, and it's the heading of Department of Civil Aviation. And I'm trying to understand this. Is this because the airports have gone to the airport authority? If so, I'm wondering why this head is still here. Because they went to the airport authority 2 years ago plus. So I'm just wondering why this heading continues to be reflected in the in this head. But in any event, if you look at the landing fees under Ministry of Tourism and Aviation, it totals, you have 000, and I'm trying to understand why landing fees as a revenue is not being reflected anywhere thus far.
I believe you answered your own question. It has gone to the authority.
Where is it?
It's gone to the authority.
There's it. So no, it's not there. That's what I'm asking you. If it's in... No, that's airport authority, that's not that. It's something separate. The other point I want to raise is that if I recall correctly, I think the minister spoke about the PFC for some of the island airports, and he indicated that they're not being collected anywhere. And my recollection was that they should have been or were being collected for the Leonard M. Thompson International Airport. So I'm wondering whether that is the case or whether that is not the case, whether there is no airport in the airport authority fleet where there is any levying of the PFC, because my recollection is it should have been for a couple of the airports.
Freetown.
I am not aware. I don't have any of that information right now. I'll look into it and get back to you.
Member for Angleston.
being reminded of that the revenue is cut in half for the post office. You're projecting almost a 50%.
Yeah, answer that.
No, I'm just saying that that's a very huge reduction. It's not consistent with the vision of the minister based on what I heard him say. He has indicated that he intends to, percolate in there. I want to, I'm looking now at the Department of Road Traffic, and it's page 25, and it's head 54. And I just want to ask, all right, because the actual revenue, the projected revenue was 8,056 and 465, right? But you have, I say you've actually collected 5.7 million, and that is between the period of July to March 2018 to 2019, which leaves 3 months. And so and it looks as if the prior year, that figure was realized for the 2017-18 fiscal year. And so I'm wondering whether this signals that you're not anticipating to meet the revenue level of the prior year, which would have been 2017-18.
Again, Mr. Speaker, the member is aware that licenses are staggered according to birth month. So it is possible that we had a spike in birth rates in June. I don't know.
You're hoping, eh?
Franchise fees, public service fees. So there's likely, yeah, but there's likely, yeah. So there's likely a timing issue.
I think it's your heaviest.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. But there's a timing issue with all these things. So I don't. That's one where you have to wait until the end of the year, because again, these things, because of the nature of them, will have varying levels during the month. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Speaker.
Zumas?
Mr. Speaker, in relation to page 26, if we go down to line 820, and perhaps the honorable member for Elizabeth might help me with this. When we look...
Page 26?
Page 26, in relation to stem cell.
Okay. Head 6C. 60. Head 60.
Page 26, Mr. Speaker, in relation to stem cell. I note that at the end of March, there was not a collection in any revenues in relation to stem cell therapy. However, I do note that the minister or the Ministry of Finance expect to collect 560,000 to the end of year. And it's anticipated that this level of revenue will continue into the upcoming budget periods. I'm wondering if the Minister of Health would advise whether there are new licensees in this space, or what is the government policy that informs this revenue?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. The way these numbers are recorded, since the establishment of the National Stem Cell Committee and the formal entry of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas into the stem cell business, there has been booked fees, application fees, for the various companies, entities that have entered into this. From inception, none of those fees have ever been paid. And what we're trying to do is to establish the mechanism to see that they are paid. And so we believe that we have now established the method to create an appropriate charge and then have it paid and collected. So this would reflect not only existing stem cell entities, but those that are going to come into the business, and then you also have some arrears to be collected.
Many. Member for Elizabeth.
Thank you.
Sorry, I understand.
Thank you very much. This is now page 35, and this is proceeds from borrowings. Is that, it's, yeah, it's not strictly in the revenue thing, but it's proceeds, it's income, it's money's coming in.
This is 35?
Page 35. Yes. And I was wondering, I'm looking at I see the minister stepped out, but this is it's Ministry of Finance, so the minister's here, air transport. And there was a 32.5 million last year, or this fiscal year ending now, and you're projecting the same amount for next year.
Right.
Does that mean that nothing has happened with this allocation? And secondly, whether what is the intention or what is projected for the use of these funds in the next fiscal year?
So the Minister of Works may be better able to answer the question directly. However, it is anticipated that there is going to be the completion of the design work and the engineering work, all of that. I guess I'm not sure that we will collect the full 32 million because we will draw it as we need it.
What is it for?
It's for the airport infrastructure for the two airports.
Two airports?
North Eleuthera and Exuma.
Or is this the PPP thing?
Yeah. What is the PPP? Sorry, IDB. Yeah, go ahead.
Freetown.
This was the IDB loan for $50 million. Yeah, that you drew down, I think, 17 and a half in order to do your infrastructural upgrades, and there's 32.5 million that is left to draw down. And when we debate and potentially pass the Air Accident Investigation Authority bill, which has been laid in this House, then that will release the balance of the funds.
Chair recognizes Cat Island, Ron McKeon.
Mr. Chair, I noticed spikes in the custom service charge and the customs processing fee.
Which page?
That's at page 24. First item of custom service charge is 1422605. It's approximately just under 2 million. And then in the custom processing fees, from 28 million to 33 million, right? And recognizing what was collected to the date of 9 months, there's a spike of just under 5 million. I wonder if the minister could explain that for me.
Mr. Speaker, as we would have indicated in the substantive debate, we are re-energizing the revenue enhancement unit. In addition to that, we are the electronic single window customs modernization project. We expect to net us some increases in the revenue.
That's the click to share?
Click to share. Click to clear. Click to clear.
South and Central Andres.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, on page 35 of 245, proceeds from borrowing, there are two areas that I would like to have some clarification on. Under the Climate Resilient Coastal Management and Infrastructural Program, you note a marked increase, the allocation and projection forecasted. So I would like to know maybe directly from the member from Carmichael, if the Family Islands should be very directly included in this prospective expansion or improvement in the allocation. And also, I don't know if BTVI would come on this purview, but also I see under section 5219-9030, BTVI capacity building. I expressed my strong views about the listings that were sent in from the communities of Central and South Andros and persons who were interested in the BTVI capacity expansion program into the district. But heretofore, we only heard about expansion in North Andros. I'd like to know if we would be included in this process, especially in South Central and Mangrove. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No member, the Prime Minister has not put BTVI under my portfolio, so someone else will answer that portion of the question. But remember now, this is the borrowing side. We've completed And just to assist you in what you're seeking to find out, the ministry has essentially completed filling the posts that are going to lead to permit us to be able to fully move ahead with this initiative. There is a portion of it for Andros. There is a portion for Long Island, Grand Bahama, and New Providence. And so we are going to start mobilizing what we seek to do. So we have to draw down on it, on the funds.
Member for South Beach. Before.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, there is an intention of expanding the reach of BTVI throughout the Bahamas. I can't say precisely when in South Andros, but we are in North. So it is only, it is expected that it will be an expansion into the central first and then south. Yes, I can't say the timeline.
Thank you. Anglican?
Thank you. This is also on page 35. It's the Airport Infrastructure Program. It's under the Ministry of Finance. And I note that that last year, or this fiscal year, well, it just appears in a forecast, but as a zero in actual. I'm not sure what that means. But there's a figure there of 3 million. But what is being projected in the upcoming fiscal year is 11 million. And if you could explain where this 3 million factors in, number one, and secondly, what is intended for the 11 million? What is the source of of funds, and what are they intended for?
The 11 million that is being projected is for design work for the airports, for the proposed airports. So again, yeah, so architectural engineers, site, whatever they do. Yeah, consulting fees, yeah.
For which airport?
Work had started.
Yes.
You started with the architectural consultancies. And so we are continuing with the consultancies. There are some, as I indicated when I spoke, the size of the airports have changed based on the advice from the Ministry of Tourism. So there were subsequent changes in the architectural fees. And now we have to do the engineering consultancies so that we can begin to see how we can move ahead with the project.
The 3 million that is reflected for approved forecast revenue, I'm just trying to think, sorry?
Was not spent.
It was not spent. So the 11 million would that be the final figure for both airports in terms of the design or consultancy work?
Thank you for asking that question, member. We cannot say that at this stage. As I indicated, the change in the size of the airports,
Right.
as we started with Exuma, caused us to have a resultant change in the architectural fees.
Right.
The architectural fees for the North Lutra Airport was subsequently decreased because they'd essentially been there with respect to Exuma. And so now as we look at the engineering consultancies, they have to go out to tender, and we cannot say exactly what they're going to be. We would like to be able to say that they're going to be a specific number, but we can't say until they're tendered.
The Citizen Security and Justice Program, page 35, head number 5219019, Mount Moriah. I'm wondering if you can advise, I see that you have here that the 4 million, yeah, I was saying, listen, 4 million in last year in this current budget, and in the upcoming budget, 1.4 million. And I'm wondering if you can, it looks as if the funds were not spent based on what the member for East Grand Bahama has described previously, based on these zeros. And so, so it looks as if you're not anticipating spending this amount. But if you could explain that, but what I also want to ask is that under the, this was a project under the prior administration. You had your say on that, so we don't need to hear that one again, right? But what I was asking is that it was intended that Engliston would have a community center more in the heart of Engliston. And I'm wondering whether it's a matter of policy, because, you know, this is dealing with issues of crime and targeting certain, I guess, call it inner city communities, if that's the terminology you want to use. And so Engliston was in the net of this project. And I'm wondering if you can advise whether that has changed. And if so, if you can articulate now, what is the policy on that issue?
The budget, or are we talking about citizen security?
Yeah, it's citizen security budgets.
Yeah, and so, I mean, as you correctly said, I would have articulated this extensively during the presentation. This, oh, that's right, you went missing. And so now I have to regurgitate the same information. But this was a critical year for citizen security, given that prior to coming into office, that this was one of those loans that we were in jeopardy of losing. So we had to essentially start from the ground up. As far as community centers are concerned, forget about what happened in the past, because, I mean, the record on that is extremely clear. We now are having to rethink the way we address these community centers, because the three actually, but the first two that were introduced were extremely problematic for us. And as a matter of fact, we're still having to resolve the issues related to both of those community centers. We're still without leases. And despite having invested close to $400,000 in the community center and Grand Sound through Kwaku Street, we're now being threatened. We're being threatened by the current owners in relation to that, to be evicted. And so we have to rethink the whole process. And as soon as we get to that point, we will certainly advise you. Thank you.
I think there was an answer in there somewhere, but I couldn't pull it out. I'm asking you directly. I understand you're starting from the ground up. It was problematic and all of this, right? I'm asking you specifically on the issue of the community centers, whether, and I know you had problems in other places, I'm asking you whether you are moving with that model, because I think that was part of the construct. No, he didn't say that. He didn't say that. He said on the issue of community centers. And so I'm asking you whether you have moved away from community centers, and if you have not, and you're reviewing the process, whether Engliston, based on the demographics, is likely to be within the net.
Well,
again, before you answer that, I was going to let that one slide, but I just want to again, this isn't intended to be to relitigate and again to start debates. Let the question be geared to the numbers.
Okay, yeah.
And the finances.
Get to the numbers. Don't
Yeah, but I mean, you could maybe ask whether or not this figure incorporates such and such. But we don't want to. What we don't want to do is go into whether or not my constituency is etc. So we'll be here. So, and I think Mount Moriah tried to accommodate the question as best as she can.
Can I?
I'm a member of parliament.
No, but I'm saying the way you're asking the question you're asking is not.
Chairman, let me tell you the way I asked it. Would you like me to say it again? Because the answer I got did not assist me in the way I asked. I asked this. I asked whether see.
Yes, that's recognized. Agnes.
Yes.
You could go on.
The extraneous matter was brought in by Mount Moriah, and that's where your comment should be directed, Mount Moriah, with evictions and all this kind of thing. And I'm only asking a very simple question: whether in the amount that you have allocated, whether the community center that was earmarked previously for Engliston is in that amount. That's what I asked. And furthermore, whether this is the last part of it, or I was giving you the or whether you have moved away from this model of the community center. That's what I was asking.
It got a little deeper than
Yes,
that. but-
No, it
Mr.
didn't
Chair,
get any deeper than that. He got deep.
let me reiterate. When I gave my contribution, when I gave my contribution, when I gave my contribution, the side officer got out and walked out of that room. Okay? Now, no, let's be straight up, because I like to be straight up. Now you're gonna stand up, Angleston, and be condescending and saying I did not answer your question. I did. I said, forget about the past model, because the past model was rejected by the IDB. Okay? All right? So we now have introduced a model consistent with IDB. Okay? And we will update you when we get to that point.
Okay. You don't know yet. No, you don't know yet. Okay, thank you. That's simple.
As many.
That's it.
Any question? Any answers, Anderson? As many.
You don't know.
As many. The chair recognizes the member for Bambucha.
Chair, again.
What did you say?
That
You know,
clauses 2 be agreed, Mr. Chair. And I ask that the question be put to the floor so that we can move to the schedule in the heads.
Been moved and seconded that clause 2 of the bill be agreed. Many members in favor be seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 2 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I do now move that the schedule be agreed.
Been moved and seconded that the schedule of the bill be agreed.
Beginning with head 1, which is the Governor General and staff.
No, English. There's nothing about you. There's nothing about you. I was talking to both.
Yeah,
Mr. Chair, I do now move that head 1
Chair
be agreed.
recognizes the member for, I can't have 2 members on it. Chair recognizes Bamboo Town.
Mr. Chair, I move that heads 1 be agreed.
Been moved and seconded that head 1 of the schedule be agreed.
Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes
Mr.
Cat
Chair,
Island.
if I may, Mr. Chair, do you have, member for Cat Island, exactly which heads you're going to want to ask questions on?
Yeah.
So that we can, perhaps.
The chair recognizes the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Mr. Speaker, just to want some clarification. I note that that what is expected to be appropriated for the Governor General and staff is $1 million.
This is the schedule.
The schedule speaks to $1,054,594. Speaks to that. But the total that I see in the estimates on page 45 or 245 is $1,114,594. I wonder why the difference?
The figure at clause 1 differs from the figure that's at page 45. That's what you're saying?
Yeah. You see the estimate column? You have 111, and then you have something different there.
Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the member for Kalani.
Yeah, I recognize the difference that he's talking about, and I'll get back to you.
Already?
Yeah.
I'm glad you're on.
Chair recognizes the member for Cat Island.
Expect to vote on this. I mean,
People right there.
how soon?
People right there.
They're right there, you know. They can tell you.
Carry on.
Right? They can tell you.
We'll come back. The chair recognizes. The chair recognizes Cat Island.
Might I assist then? Might I assist? No. No. They said that the statutory expenditure is not excluded.
As many.
All right, that's South Street back.
Cat Island.
One. Um, Mis- uh, Mr. Chairman, I note on page 44 that clothing and clothing supplies.
Which item in your schedule?
2241213.
Oh, sorry, still in Governor General. Okay, sorry.
Still head one.
Yes, sorry.
Still head one. Yeah. That's clothing and clothing supplies. I noticed that only $700 was spent in the first 9 months out of the 3,200 that was allotted for this line item, and yet still we're going to allocate $10,000 for this year. If we have some explanation for the drastic increase. That's page 24. Page 24.
I just said that.
2241213.
Must have like to resign.
Clothing and clothing supplies.
Is there going to be a response to that question or?
So
Answer that. Let's answer that.
Absolutely. There's a new Governor General. There's anticipated to be some additional expenses, and we're just being responsible.
Carries through for the next 3 years.
Again, the out years are an estimate. They may be and they may not be. Again, we will see.
No.
As many? Cat Island, Rum Kids, Davado.
Speaker, they have not come back to me yet on this.
You're still on the Governor General?
Yeah, but I apprehend that in the haste to as they call it, in their effort to adopt this new COA, you may be offending. That's why I raised this question about what is total here and the exception of the statutory expenditures. The Constitution sets out that statutory expenditures are not to be voted.
Answer.
Huh?
Why don't you wait for the answer? You might be right. Wait for the answer.
No, I'm not right. I'm telling you the manner in which this is presented may be offensive to the Constitution and offensive to your financial and administration regulations and acts, which I hope to demonstrate going through. I start off by demonstrating it here. Firstly, if I take you to the page and just check with your technical people. Right, if you go, I take you back to page 39.
From the Governor General?
No, I just told they're trying.
We on head.
I just let them. 29. I raised the point because I attempted to advise, not to advise, but just to discuss with the government the issues. I heard the Prime Minister attempting to explain what happened, but again, right, the government, I think it's the member from Marathon and the member from Central South Africa invited the public to demonstrate how transparent the government is to go on the website to see what we're doing, right? I had done it anyhow, but you have to understand what the public could be seeing. Right? That's why I spoke to the member of the East Grand Bahama, the Minister of Finance. I spoke to him. I mentioned it to the Prime Minister. I mentioned it to Bamboo Town. But you don't have to be here. Like, so let me. So there is no. That's no problem. That's another problem. The problem is whether you're conforming with the law. It's like I know where all the differences are, and I can demonstrate it. If you go to page 39, I'll show you the difference. Page 39. No.
You know the answer.
No. See, but I want you to know that on your website, you have two documents that speaks to, and it's what is done by the government in any way. One, and if you speak to your, well,
Member for Cat Island, we can't, that's, member for Cat Island, we're not going back into a debate on the budget. We want to go through the heads.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to the heads.
Yes.
And I do have the right to comment.
Yeah, I'm
And
not stopping you from
right now.
commenting, but
My comment is that the government invited us to go to two of the members, to go to the website. I went to it. There are two documents up there. The one that's in PDF form was laid here. The other, which is the one that is usually looked at by international agencies and persons who are interested in analyzing, seeing trends, doing ratios, percentages, they go to what they call the CSF document. Right? And they're all up, and they're still up. I pointed out to the member for East Grand Bahama, I mentioned to the Prime Minister, I mentioned I spoke to the leader of the office's business to ask them to try to look at them and correct it. Because this is what most international agencies will not see this document. This is the one they can look at. Because this is the one that is manipulated to get the trends, the ratios, and the percentage. So that's why I said, I'm not ambushing you. You had the opportunity to look at this. Now, I will deal with that as we get into the heads.
Well, let's go into
more
the head.
specifically.
Go to the head.
Now,
we deal with Governor General.
we're on head one. I draw your attention to page, which one I send you all to? With the statutory.
39.
The statutory,
Expenditure.
the statutory expenditures.
39, you said?
Say that. No problem. I lost my eyes. Right. Page 39.
What's up?
Right. This is what is required by the Constitution. Article 1292. These numbers are not to be included. The same section that you're quoting up here tells you that the items should not be included or shown in the heads of expenditure at all. But you have decided to do it now. Look at Article 129, subsection, clause 2, and you'll see that. But you state here, that you're doing it. Items listed in the statement are also shown in the appropriations of heads. Yeah, the Constitution is right here. In the heads for ease of administration. And that is not consistent with what is required of the Constitution. And it forced me to read it for you. Where's the Constitution? I had it somewhere here. I put it. No, the statement here doesn't comply And what you,
Which statement, the schedule or
the
the
statement
statement on page 39?
on page 39, that these numbers here. Because what I can show you is, if you take the 75,000, no, not just that. You get the 75,000, and it speaks to duty allowance, even though the duty allowance is not identified as to who it ought to go to. I suspect that it goes under that head. So when you add the 75 onto the 15, that's when you get that total. But the Constitution says, no, that's not the issue. This is the format. And then when you look at it, yeah. And so I think that is why I was asking for the minister, and I just didn't do it. I did it in time for these things to be looked at and dealt with. And I'm going to show you how to straight through. So that is one of them, right? And so, Mr. Speaker, so if they want to respond to that, then maybe Mr. I told him, let's look at the answer. Item 2.
Moved and seconded that moved and seconded that section 2 of the schedule be accepted. Many members in favor remain seated. Those opposing would rise. Section 2 of the schedule. You want head 2? Head 3?
Head 2.
Head 2.
No, we didn't.
Head 2.
Many in favor remain, you're.
Speaker.
All right.
What I'm recognizing throughout the budget, which again is not consistent with what is in the CSB budget, on the line items, office supplies and stationery, food, ice, and drinking water, they all seem to, I'm trying to understand the rhyme or the reason for the Head 2, yes. Head 2, page 46. Yep.
46?
Page 46. 224-1205. Food, ice, and drink. You're going from, we spent in 9 months, $4,676 in 9 months. But yet still, for the year, next year, we're going to spend $20,000. I wonder how you could explain that for us. What is the need for such a major increase? 3 weeks, yeah?
These Grand Bahama.
Again, Mr. Speaker, with many of these line items, you'll find that the increase represents the actual expenditure, right? What happens is that in many a budget, they would end up varying amounts from different line items, environments, to cover the cost. And what we're doing here in this whole exercise is putting the actual expense in the actual line item. So you might find that there's some of this kind of mischief, but this is based upon what we anticipate to be the actual expenditure.
You know, again, you know, the explanation that, so where, if 20,000 is more realistic, right, and you only spent 4,000 for 9 months, how do you adjust to 20? I mean, that's your actual expenditure in 9 months was 4,000. That's what you're saying. That's what you tell me. You tell me that your actual expenditure for July to March is but remember, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, just, the only one of these, is, the Minister Finance, his portfolio is perhaps the only realistic and straightforward. But I gave him a thumbs up earlier. You see how it was done. You could understand the rationale, and you can't see the rationale in these things. You look at the minister. You have a good permanent secretary, I think, or you will make sure that they don't embarrass you.
As many. Mr. Bamboo, down. As many. Finance, Bamboo, down. The chair recognizes
Mr. Chair,
Bamboo, down.
I do move that heads 3 be agreed.
Second that.
Been moved and seconded that clause 3 of the schedule be agreed.
Head three.
Head 3, sorry. As many members are in favor of being seated, the chair recognizes member for Cat Island.
I didn't get a satisfactory response to that. I then draw your attention again on the House of Assembly, food, ice, and drinking, same number, 2241205. You had an estimate approved last year for 33,440. You've spent in 9 months, you've spent 33,439. But yet, you're projecting to spend next year 70,650.
The same answer? I don't know.
Mr. Speaker.
Senator Hans is going to try and attempt to answer.
Mr. Chairman, let me try and help the honourable member. I think it is fair in this line item to accept that within a certain number of months of the year, the allocation for food in this place and the other place is used up because the allocation is insufficient. The member knows, and they've been on this side too, either by way of environment or satisfying those bills from other parts of the budget, they appear somewhere else. So therefore, what they're trying to do here is show what is a realistic expectation. So the money was used up in that line item, and you probably did plenty of environments and all these other, so therefore this is not an issue to make political mischief about. We are spending $20,000 for food in this place a year, and the budget was used up, so we're trying now to get it on a proper track. I trust that is basic enough to try and say what we're trying to do.
Yeah, no, but Mr. Chairman. The issue of the issue of environment, we'll be dealing with very shortly. I'll get to that in a short while. But environments deal with the specific. You could deal with it, but from where did those funds come from? You want to be transparent? Tell us then where. In this instance, you did not, as it were, you are consistent. You spent 33,000.
You want me to answer the question?
You got 33,000. I'm finished.
Okay.
I make my call.
1 second, H. Grandmama.
$1,439 was spent to date. Right? You approved, the approved estimate is 33,440. So that's within range. Right? So the next 3 months, you would not be spending another 40,000 to be able to arrive. Huh? See, when I go to your, I'll
Chair recognizes East Grand Bahama. You're going to provide an answer for the member.
Because as I indicated earlier, the shortfall in these items would be paid for through cabinet contingency or from the Office of the Prime Minister contingency, whatever exactly, robbing Peter to pay Paul. Okay? And so we're now showing the actual cost. Again, there's really not much to say here. I mean, this is bologna or ham. I think we can go to some more substantive issue than that.
Been moved and seconded that head 3 of the schedule be agreed. As many members in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. Head 3 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I do move that heads 4 and 5 be agreed.
Second.
Chair recognizes Member for Exumas and Ragged Island.
To head 4, I believe the Minister of Finance has gone on record as saying that the Department of the Auditor General is under-resourced. However, when we look at allocations for wages and salaries, which include contract workers.
Where are you looking?
We're in head 4, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, which page are you looking at?
We're in page 49.
Page 49.
First line.
First line on page 49.
Yeah. Notwithstanding the under-resource of the department, there's no appreciable increase, if any, Mr. Speaker, in line 1 or line 2. And I'm wondering whether the minister would explain. No, in the subtotal, there's not. Wonder whether the minister would explain what is the plan to upstaff or up-resource the Department of Auditor General, because I know he was very big on ensuring that they had sufficient resources.
So, Prime Minister, speaking prophetically for you.
Oh, yes.
Exuma, you got to go through you first, Cat Island. The member is correct. I do place a premium on the Auditor General's office. And you will see that we have a line item there for $300,000 for the hire of new staff. There are a number of retirements that we're expecting, which affects the top line. And we expect a relatively stable existing or stable, the existing staff to be stable. So we will have some additions to this department this year.
In relation to line 138, we note a $300,000 allocation for external audit, which is a fairly new entry, given the zeros in prior year. I assume it's new. I'm wondering whether there's a change in policy or there's a specific plan in terms of what is being done with the Department of Department of the Auditor General.
Sure. This head was previously under the Ministry of Finance. And this is what they anticipate will be required based upon their audit schedule or the audit plan for the year. So we would have taken a number from them, and as I said, it would have been in Ministry of Finance last year.
Speaker, I appreciate the explanation on external audits, Mr. Speaker. I do not see a line, though, for forensic audits. I wonder whether the Minister of Finance would advise the Parliament how much was spent on forensic audits during the past year, and what is the projection for the upcoming budget?
My information is $519,000 was paid on external audits last year. This year, we anticipate $300,000.
Forensic audit was the question.
I'm sure the member knows an external audit can take many forms. External audit is $300,000 for this year.
Mr. Speaker, just to be clear, when I made inquiries in relation to external audits, the minister gave me a certain answer. I just want to be absolutely clear that he is saying to the Parliament of the Bahamas that $300,000 is allocated next year for forensic audits, and he's referring to them as external audits in this book. And for the current year, he's projecting a total of $519,000.
Again, we are projecting for the year 1920, $300,000 for external audit.
Respectfully, Mr. Speaker, the member is not answering my question.
I think the member said external audit is inclusive, forensic is inclusive of.
Mr. Speaker, would you kindly request the member to assist me with an answer to the question? Mr. Speaker, my question is, during the current period, how much was spent on forensic audit?
Question.
You did not.
Ask and answer.
No, you did. You didn't.
I stand to be corrected, but I think the member said that he gave the figure and he said the external audit in your finance world, accounting world, the forensic is inclusive of external, and so that figure is and that's, I think that's what he's saying.
Much obliged, Mr. Smith.
I mean, I don't know, that's a simple law.
To be continued, Mr.
To be continued. The chair recognizes the member for Cat Island from Kingston South.
I think you misunderstood what I said.
You're doing 4 and 5 on that?
Being moved and seconded, the chair recognizes the member for Cat Island from Kingston South.
Speaker, in respect to 4,
Yes.
the same issue relating to this is the statutory expenditure, and so the total
Yes.
is included, it ought not to
You
be.
gave the right answer.
It ought to be included. Mr. Speaker, you got something on 4? Let's go to 5. Mr. Speaker, special employment projects.
Which page, member for Cat Island?
Page 51. I go to 204, 211, 1204, special employment projects. Now, I just want to point out, we're going to start, I start with,
Sorry, Cat Island, you said page 51,
yeah,
line item, which line item again?
204. Yes.
204?
Yes. Special employment project. Personal emoluments, the last item.
All right.
You got that? We have an estimate for 2019 of 12 million. I asked, should that not have been 9 million? What? Should that not be 9 million?
Speaker, it is 12 million, is consistent with what has been given to us before. The breakdown is as follows: 9 million for New Providence and Family Islands, $1.8 million for Grand Bahama, $1.2 million for Abaco, for a total of $12 million.
I'd just like to point out to the minister that the CSP document that is, the CSP document says 9 million. Which 2? Yeah. So that's 9 million.
It's
in this, if you look, if I go online and look at this document, I'm going to see 9 million.
9 million has been designated for New Providence and the Family Islands.
I'm saying,
and
no.
the entire block is $12 million. We've designated $1.8 million of the 12 to go to the Grand Bahama office.
Where do I see that?
$1.2 million.
Grand Bahama.
Yes, Grand Bahama is $1.2 million. It is, yes, it is showing it's the Ministry of Public Service who runs the program, but that money has been assigned to Grand Bahama. For a total of $12 million in the project.
That's the thing. You have a head, you have a Ministry of Grand Bahama. What number is that again? Let me find the Ministry of Grand Bahama. What page? No, but.
You want to yield Kelani for a second while you're looking for that?
Rather than looking at Grand Bahama, it's a total of 12 million. 9 million is used for provisions made for the hiring of participants under the National Job Creation Skills. Okay? Then a 1.8 million is made for hiring participants under the National Job Creation Skills Enhancement Program, all right, in Grand Bahama. And then 1.2 million is scales in Abaco, not the 12. So don't bother to look me in the mouth.
All I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, you need to check the document you're publishing to the world. Yes. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, so let's get ready. But why you send me to this? If you don't me use it. So you want to head 5 still, right? Yeah.
Chair recognizes.
Now, I go next to the air transport of persons within the Bahamas. That's 101. And the use of domestic travel, subsistence and travel. 101.
51. 51.
Again, I ask, you have 18,240. And your CSV is saying 9,500. The same thing with subsistence for travelers within the Bahamas. You have 18,000. Your CVS is saying something different. It's also happening to air transport of persons outside the Bahamas, saying 17 here, saying 7,400. And what I'm saying is that the numbers that appear here seems more reasonable than what you have here. And so someone can explain that.
Mr. Chairman, I think it would be helpful if the member maybe knew what he was talking about when he keeps referencing this CVS or CSV or somebody else's file.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. I'm not gonna. Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
I'm helping you.
I don't need you to help me by telling me if I know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
You ought not.
I apologize.
This is the document
I apologize.
that we all have out there to the world. Well, right? And when I look at the head item number here listed, it shows something different from what you brought me here to approve. And I
Here's, gentlemen, honorable members.
Explain it.
Somebody's gonna have to sit down.
This is what you all tell us to look at, and you get upset because I'm pointing out these errors to you.
I apologize to the member if he takes offense.
And when you finish making your point, I'm gonna, before you speak again, I'm gonna make a point after the member.
First off, this is the document.
Well, that's the point I was going to make. This is what was tabled in the House.
Okay.
If there's an issue with some printed document from offline that could be amended or fixed later, then we could address that outside this House. As far as I'm concerned, I have 2 documents in the front of me, which we're in the committee to deal with.
Yes.
That is the bill, and that is the document that was tabled. I would say to Cat Island, respectfully, that we would be here. The intent isn't to be comparing what is on the internet and what is laid before the House. I would submit to you, Cat Island, that we address what is before the House, and if you take issue with what the government has printed on the outside, that's a different time, a different place, and let's deal with what's before us. Because that is going to put on much more time, and the members don't necessarily have those documents, and that's not before the House, Cat Island.
I'm informed to ask questions about this document.
Yes,
by
let's
the
stick with
information
these
that's
documents.
supplied by the government. They say they are transparent.
Yeah.
So I went to where they say transparent. So this is informing my questions on this. That's why I'm questioning these. I would not have questioned it in that manner if I didn't have this. They sent me to this.
I'm saying, but here's what I'm saying, Cat Island. Let's address the documents that's before the House.
So be it. Unless they have
What I'm saying, Cat Island. 1 second, right? 1 second each, Grandma. 1 second each. What I'm saying is that the chair does not have this document that you keep referring to. Most members do not have the document that you're referring to. I only could deal with, but Ms. Cat Island, I'm not interested, respectfully, I'm not interested in what's out there. I'm only interested in what's before me in this honorable House, what's being tabled and what's being debated. You could take issue with the minister and his department and his ministry with regards to what he has up there, and you might have a legitimate argument for transparency, and I'm getting into that.
But Mr. Chairman, it is not to decide how I represent my questions to them.
I'm not
You
saying-
have to allow me to do it the way I want to. You can't take issue because I decide to get some source to inform my question. I see drastic increases in a number. I'm questioning it, and then I draw a reference to something else. This is my reference. How you tell me you're not interested in my being able to refer to something?
I'm
Mr.
not-
Chairman. That's what you said.
The chair
I'm not
recognizes
able to
Grant Bama.
refer to it.
There is a file that is uploaded from the Ministry of Finance to the internet. It's called a CSV file. All it is a data dump, Mr. Speaker. And depending on whether it is updated or not, it may have some different numbers. But that is irrelevant to the process of this budget debate. Those numbers are not the numbers that are being presented before Parliament. All right? So trying to refer this or compare this to that document is irrelevant. It really has no bearing. The fact that that file is accessed by various people, that's true. But that doesn't have anything to do with what is being debated here today. And you will find that there will be corrections to that data as we go through. So that is not, and I assume the member thinks he's got a gotcha, but it's not. All it is a data dump, right? This is the document that we are debating.
Point of order.
I am not, this is not about no gotcha. Right? And the member is being rather disingenuous by suggesting that this is a gotcha moment. If this is not a gotcha moment, if it was a gotcha moment, I would have said nothing to him. More than 2 weeks ago, I advised him of what I saw. I advised the member from Bamboo Town of what I'm seeing. I mentioned it to Kalani. No, you say this is a gotcha.
All right, let's move away from that. Members. This is committee. Let's move on. Cat Island, Ramkins, and Salvador, you were making a point. The member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Chairman, I move that that head 4 and 5.
Still on 5? The member for Angleston, just.
Thank you. I want to ask the member for Garden Hills, the member for Garden Hills, the allocation of 12 million for the special employment projects.
Same page.
No, I'm asking a question about it. Does this suggest that, because this is a query that a lot of these people who are on this program have right now, they're very concerned and fearful. Does this suggest that these persons will continue in employment? Right. Suppose it's like that, no problem.
Outset of the program, that persons who perform above standards in the program will be re-engaged. We have not changed our position.
That's all we just want to put on the record. Put it on the record.
And some will go into.
It's being moved and seconded that clause 14 and 15. Sorry, it's being moved and seconded that head 4 and 5 of the schedule be agreed. As many members in favor, the chair recognizes Cat Island.
I go to Annex 7.
Annex 7.
Page 376, 23, what? 23. Page 226, page 226, members.
228. Yeah.
230, sorry, 230.
And I note under the ministry, I note several units.
Members.
Annex 7.
Yeah. 228. I note public service, national, you don't reach what?
In head 5.
I'm in head 5.
Service.
Right? Under head 5, these are the units, this expenditures by spending units.
right? I see Public Service Commission, modernization of public sector. That seems to have been falling away. National Job Creation Skills Enhancement Program, Public Service Center for Human Resources, 2 new matters that may have been brought in there. Public Service Week. I don't see any line item that covers any of those units. And I would wonder if the minister responsible could identify from which head or line item funding for these units will be drawn from.
If you look at each item, beginning with travel and subsistence, that's an item that you recognized before. I don't have your page, but if you look at travel and subsistence under the public service, for example, you quoted a total of okay, let me just use travel and subsistence. You will see a total of $18,240 for travel and subsistence. That is broken down like this. Air transport, let's begin at air transport. Yes. In the first column, you'd see air transport for official travel. Official travel is $9,500.
I don't see that. I'm looking, anytime you look at this?
No. Let me use your book.
We're at Annex 228.
Where were you?
Yes. Yes. See, what? Yes.
You got the big.
Yes.
I'll go to 228.
Go to
you have
228.
several units listed there.
Yes.
Right. And sums allotted to those units.
And I'm saying you for.
And I'm asking you, where could I find those in any line item in your budget?
And since it's the Ministry of Public Service, what you will see in every head, you will see a total. The totals, for example, in travel and subsistence is $18,240. 18,240. What are you talking about?
You're referring
18,240 deals with air transport.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
With
travel, sorry. Travel and subsistence. It's what do you want?
No, Public Service Commission. Where do I find that line item in the budget?
What you would see in your book is a total for the ministry. We have it broken down by agency in the ministry. And I was saying to you what is assigned to every agency in the Ministry of Public Service. So,
Mr. Chairman, let's go to. I told the member from St. Anne's mentioned this issue of issues of environment. Right. Let me remind all accounts officers responsible for the dispensing of the funds. They become personally liable under the Financial Administration Audit Act. They become personally liable for paying out funds that is not in a line item. And so I'm asking you for the line item from which these funds are going to come from.
I was just telling you the items. I just gave you the line.
No.
For example.
Let me help you, right? Because if you look at, you're going to domestic travel subsistence. If I just look at that, the total of that is 45,000.
Where is that?
That don't even cover one of those.
What page you in? What page you get at?
What are you looking at?
Page 51. Yes, please.
So in the annex tries to break down the summary numbers that show in the head, okay? So for each of these programs, they have, for instance, a travel number, right? So that when you sum up all of those travels from the various programs and you go to the head, it'll show the total travel. So this is just the first half of that detail that you're asking for, okay? So and I'm trying to help you now. I'm telling you. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Answer, get Adam, please. Order, members, order. Answer, let's get an answer from East Grand Bahama, please.
As we said from the get-go, the format of the new budget has changed. And the way that items roll up from the detail into the summary has changed. What we tried to do in the annex is to separate as best we can for the purpose of printing this book, so as we don't have a book this thick with all of the various accounts and sub-accounts. We tried to provide a summary where we thought it was important to highlight, right? So, no. No, man, come on.
He's trying to explain something to you.
Listen.
In order that?
No, I don't need to.
Okay, well, fine.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I think I appreciate the members' frustration, but there's no attempt here to pull the wool over anybody's eyes. This is very transparent. What I've said to the member before, that there is a different view of how these things roll up now, and I do appreciate that as it is a new concept, that it requires some thinking, right? And because of the size of it, it becomes a little bit difficult to compare apples to apples because of the way it's formatted. But if he sticks to the budget, you will get the answers that you're looking for.
Want to see, first of all, the Financial Administration and Audit Act obligates accounts officers who are going to be paying and responsible for the disbursements of public funds, right, to be able to identify the item, the line item from which any bill that's created comes from. So I'm asking you, when a bill is there in the public service for the Public Service Week, for example, Public Service Week, you have like 112,000, I think. Now, when I look at the budget, which line item do I see that in? Please tell me. Which line item that an account officer is going to put their signature on to send to the treasurer to pay out from? And you can have this problem with all of your ministries. But point it out to me.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy, the reason you would not see a specific line item in every case in the public service is because it's one ministry. That's the first item. And travel within that ministry, yes, but travel within that ministry has an item head.
Let me say him up first, then I can hear you.
Travel in that ministry has an item head. Public Service Week in that ministry has an item head.
That's what I'm trying to find. That detail isn't provided.
East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Chairman, so what you have, again, as I said earlier, you will have in the chart of accounts, there are a whole host of sub-accounts. For instance, the members asking about Public Service Week, for instance. So I can tell him that travel and subsistence for Public Service Center for Human Resources is, sorry, not that, that's the summary. The air transportation for persons within the Bahamas Public Service Center for Human Resources is going to be $2,565. That's a head. It's got a title. It's got a number. I can then go down to mileage within the Bahamas, and I can tell him it's going to be $950. My point is, as I said earlier, when you roll these numbers up, so all of the items that are for travel, for instance, okay, that's within the Ministry of Public Service, they will all roll up into travel, no matter what program they came from, no matter what particular part of the ministry it comes from, or program. It'll roll up into travel and assistance, or mileage, whatever. You understand? So if you're looking for a specific line or subline, I can help you with that, but I can't help you with that right today.
It's not
because that's going to take forever.
It's not in the book. It's not in this.
Not this detail, not this level of detail.
Mr. Chairman, let me just say why I'm concerned about it, because you're going to find this throughout. When member for Angleston asked them, and I think it was in the social services, where you find this, you told them it's rolled up in everything. But that is not the way the Financial Administration Audit Act sets it out, right? First of all, I remind all accounting officers that they should be responsible, they are personally liable for all public monies and public stores placed under his control. And it shall be their duty to ensure that funds are expended and are applied only for the purpose intended by Parliament. Now, no, it doesn't, there's no line item. Okay, and then, again, it speaks to the approved estimates, Rule 17, approved estimates of recurrent and capital expenditure are not in themselves authority to spend funds. Accounting officers, and this is crucial, accounting officers, Rule 22 of the Financial Administration and Audit Rule says, which is tied into the Financial Administration and Audit Act, says accounting officers shall submit purchase orders and contracts to the treasurer in order that a record of commitments may be made, and every purchase and contract shall contain the item to be charged, item meaning the line item. So what we're suggesting is, what if you have a unit, right, and you send in a voucher for the Public Service Commission. How is the accounting officer if he doesn't see a line in the budget? Are you willing?
Don't blame him for that. There is a line item in this book for every head, every line. Okay? Now, what he's trying to get at, it is how does these numbers roll up? And I'm suggesting to him that you have the main head, you have the main line, then you have sub-categories that allocate or break down that number into individual lines in the various categories or programs of the budget. There's an incredible level of detail that goes behind the budget. Every financial officer will have that chart of accounts, and they will know what they are supposed to be charging. Those numbers will roll up into the consolidated accounts. Okay? So there's no getting around or violation of the Financial Administration and Audit Act at all. All we're doing is providing more detail than we would normally have. No, the annex is information. What you're approving is the appropriation bill. This is what you're approving.
That's East Grand Bahama. can we move on? Because we don't want to be stuck on one head for 10 hours. And secondly, I trust Cat Island, Rum King, San Salvador, that the point that you have made with respect to the rule and the act, I think that you're saying that that's going to be continuous, and you could argue that for each head. I trust that we won't have to be hearing that argument for each head, because you say it relates to each head. It makes no sense for us to be going to each head and you repeating that same thing over and over and over and demonstrating that each case. I think all members, for good or bad, have hear where you're coming from. And we could move on having that in our head, and we can move on, because we'll be all night if you repeat that same section, that same rule over and over again. And you can't, I'm sorry, Andres. I'm just saying, we want to move the debate on. No, it makes no sense. I'm here to control and manage the committee. I'm not going to be stalled on one point to be repeated 10 times over and over again. That isn't the way this is intended to be, and I'm not going to entertain it. So I hear and I respect. I hear the member for Cat Island, and I think he has reiterated this point many a times. And I think East Grand Bahama has reiterated an answer 10 times. I think we have hashed this thing out as much as we can, and if the member for Cat Island is not satisfied with transparency, you can't just say transparency and be here for 10 weeks on one point. The chair has many. The chair recognizes Angus.
Thank you. Again, Garden Hills. I note that there is a provision for, it's called Global Provision, New Appointments, Monthly Employees.
What page that is on?
That's page 51. And it's it's under personal emoluments. 8 million, yes. And the question is, this is indicating that this is permanent employment, permanent pensionable. That's what it suggests. It says monthly, and I assume that's permanent and pensionable. Can you advise what this relates to? It says global, so I don't know if that means across the board ministerially, but also what the process will be for engagement of workers under this $8 million head.
The Ministry of Public Service and National Insurance has responsibility for hiring individuals. That $8 million is there to be used by the various ministries and departments to fill vacancies and to hire individuals within the public service. As you are aware, individuals are hired in the public service either on contract, on a month-to-month basis, or on a permanent basis once they've gone on to a period of probation. And so that $8 million will be used to engage individuals in a permanent way once they could pass probation, and that includes all ministries and departments. The process for hiring in the public service has been established before both you and I were born. Those processes still exist, and that's how those will be dealt with throughout the service. When ministries and departments have vacancies, sometimes, or when a vacancy exists, sometimes they advertise to the general public. They may determine, for example, that there is a good person on a program that is not yet established in the public service, and they may engage a person on a program and cause them to go on that rotation. Or thirdly, as you've done many times, Minister, you may make a determination, and these ministers will do the same thing. There's somebody that they wish to hire and they engage them.
The only concern I have, Chairman, is that my recollection is that normally the new hires show up under the individual ministries. And the way this is being done here, they're showing in a global way. And so it's hard for us to understand where sorry? But this is not the norm. And I served twice in cabinet. No.
If you look at last year's budget, you'd see the same
maybe you did it last
provision.
year, but I'm saying It's not, it was not, this is not in
Well,
historical practice.
we've taken the position that the Ministry of Public Service has a responsibility for hiring individuals, and therefore the funds are located in the Ministry of Public Service.
So I was saying that this has not been the historical norm, because normally you could look at an individual ministry's budget and you can see where the hiring is happening and what the allocation is. And the way this is done, while it is transparent to the extent that you're saying you're going to expend $8 million in new appointments, it does not tell us where, doing what, how are these funds going to be expressed in human resources, and that's the only concern I have. We have no idea where these people will be hired and what they will be doing.
And thank you, Minister. I think the reasoning behind this position is very simple. Since the Ministry of Public Service managed the entire service, they would know which ministries are short-staffed. They may be able to, rather than hire, transfer someone into a different ministry and department, and that commands more control once it's in one place.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Exuma Ramki, and Exuma's a Ragged Island.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that tonight is drawing late, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I do want to help the Honorable Minister to expedite this process. So there is a question in relation to special financial transactions. It's a question for the Minister of Finance.
Oh, okay.
And I note that this goes through several heads. Rather than ask it each time, I'd be grateful if the Minister would give me an explanation. It's down on line 2281001. And I note in some of these lines there.
Which page again, Exuma?
I'm on page 52. It's in most of the heads, not all of the heads. I noticed it wasn't under head 67.
Which section again?
Certainly in special financial transactions.
Okay.
And you know, I would be happy with the answer in general terms in relation to head 5, so that we don't have
repeat it over and over. Thank you.
Repeat it over and over. I want to help to expedite the process tonight, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
The chair recognizes East Grand Bahama. Let's hear East Grand Bahama, please.
The special financial transactions. I think before, if you go back to previous budgets, it was called development contracts, and it accounts for special projects, contracts, consultancies, and the like. This is not an unusual item. That's the answer. It takes to replace the place of the line item called development contracts.
We might also have the same question in relation to consultancies. So when the minister referred to this being a possibility of consultancies, it raises a significant alarm for me, Mr. Speaker. And we will look at some of the heads individually in relation to consultancies. But I did a rough and dirty calculation on consultancies throughout the various heads. And there's one here in head 5. If you wish for me to be specific, I can ask the minister to explain it. However, Mr. Speaker, and this is a fundamental issue, there's roughly $49 million of consultants throughout the heads, Mr. Speaker. And now if he indicates to me that special financial transactions also relate to special contracts or consultancy, I'm very, very concerned. The level of consultants in this budget make me question
49 million.
almost $49 million, consultants alone, Mr. Speaker. So this is of grave concern, and I trust that the minister may be mistaken in relation to the special financial transactions, because $49 million is already a lot to explain. If he adds special financial transactions, it perhaps takes us to 60 million. This is outrageous, Mr. Speaker. And I trust, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that, through each head, we will look to see what the purpose would be for the large number of consultants, because the public would be concerned as to whether there's some slush fund in relation to consultants, Mr. Speaker, in this line. And that would be completely unacceptable, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, I understand the member's angst. I remember coming into this place several years ago and having the same discussion. In fact, you probably could go play the tape. You probably said similar words. Contract development. What is contract development? In this particular circumstance, and since the member wants to amalgamate all of these amounts throughout the ministries, we're going to have to go through them individually, unfortunately. All right. In this particular circumstance, this was in respect to public sector reform. This special financing transaction. So as we go through, we can address them individually if you wish. But I can assure him there's no slush fund. These are funds that have been allocated for specific purposes. All right. So again, you can't, if you want to take the global number of 45, 49 million, then we have to go through each of them in each head so we can explain the breakdown of it. Because otherwise it'd be misleading to the public to suggest that there's this big global number that we're throwing out there that's unallocated.
Belabor the point in relation to the head 5, Mr. Speaker. I'll come back to this where the numbers are, the variances are more significant. But for the record, Mr. Speaker, for 2018-2019, the forecast on this was roughly 1.2 million in both lines. And there are more significant lines in different heads. So if the minister so prefer, I will oblige in dealing with them separately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Again, Mr. Speaker, we're not trying to disguise or to confuse anybody here. And I think you can't use this global number and then, try to insinuate that there's something amiss. If we want to go to the numbers, let's go to them individually, head by head. That's your right. But let's not try to give the impression that there's some kind of, accounted for slush fund, as he puts it. That is completely untrue, and I don't think it's necessary.
It's been moved and seconded that clause 4 and 5 head 4 and 5 of the schedule be agreed. As many members are in favor of being seated, those opposing will rise. Head 4 and 5 of the schedule is agreed.
I move that head 6 and 7 be agreed.
I second that, Mr. Chair.
Been moved and seconded that clause 6 and 7, head 6 and 7 of the schedule be agreed. As many members are in favor of being seated, those opposing will rise. 6 and 7. Chair recognizes the member for Cat Island, Rum, San Salvador. Which head?
I observe that that there's, we talk about the independence of the Director of Public Prosecution.
Which head you're addressing?
7.
Head 7?
You say 6 and 7?
Yeah, we're dealing with 6 and 7.
All right, let me deal with 6 first then.
6 is the Cabinet Office.
Yeah. Again, Mr. Speaker, if you go to Annex 6, you're going to see some units there. Now, just let me perhaps say what the minister has been inarticulate about in respect to the units. Right? No, that's true. What I understand, because what he's trying, what he's trying to explain is that these units, what you have done is that that the ministry there are similar expenses that will obtain to these various units. So, for example, in NEMA, people will have to be traveled. And so what they've done is they've done that in the ministry's line item travel. But there will be, Mr. Speaker, each unit, they're set up as a unit because there are peculiar core business and issues for them to address. And you're going to need to find a line item for that. It's okay, yes, they're going to need water and food. So that's under the ministry, so I'll put $5,000 or $10,000 to cover that. But each of the various units have their own peculiar core function for which you need to allot some funds for. And that's what I'm trying to find. So yes, I accept that you say, well, if during the, for example, Public Service Week, there'll be people moving around, and so you could find, I could pull that out of the travel and subsistence budget. But there are core functions in those units, right, that you're gonna need to find, okay? But that's it. So in head 6, I wanted to see where would be the national, you need to, remember. Papa, I need to know where would the national honors, any funding for that will come from, and the Department of NEMA in respect to 6.
Mr. Speaker,
I recognize Kalani.
the funds for national honors, that would come from line item 21128, that's fees and other charges. That's national honors.
Chair recognizes Angus.
Thank you. Kalani, I wonder if you could advise on the issue of national honors. What is the policy position? National honors were introduced, I think it was last year, and consequent to that, honors were accorded. But I noticed also that recently there were Queen's honors. So are you able to advise what is the national policy? Sorry? Is what?
Your question again.
My question is.
This goes back to my point that I
Right.
raised about an hour ago. We're not, the intent here isn't to debate and ask questions on policy of government, etc. If you want to ask me something specific to the budget as it relates to the
Top of page
55. If you want to ask a question to Kalani in regard to the budget as it relates to the national honors,
Yes.
we're prepared to entertain that. But we don't want to be here with ministers explaining their ministries and departments, and unless it relates specifically to the budget. So I don't know how you might want to reword that to the minister.
There's an allocation for national honors.
I gave it to you.
Right, there is an allocation. So I am asking, pursuant to that allocation, what is the policy for the granting of honors? Is it are we going to have a dual system, or is it solely a national honor? Well, I mean, it seems it's a dual system.
Mr. Speaker, we're dealing with finances here,
Well, that's
not policy. I will answer all questions related to finance, not policy.
He said he answering it.
Chair Kalani.
The member for Kalani said that national honors will come out of fees and other charges.
Yes.
That's what it said?
Yes.
But how that can happen when you only allotted 19,000 for that, and you have, and when I look at your annex, it's saying 176,000. How could it come from there? I also invite you to.
What annex? What number?
The annex, man.
So you said page 55, you said it's under
228. And tell me where your name could come from as well. 228. It can't be fees and all, because the fees, you've only allotted 19,000 in fees. Annex page is 228, right? And you're talking about The national honors is 176,000. Fees and charges is 19,000. So how that can work?
FEMA would come from operational expenses, 71001. And that is 500,000. You would note that last year it was $1 million. We did not utilize that. We only utilized about 500,000, and therefore we brought the numbers down to what was utilized, 500,000 as opposed to over projection. The national honors, according to this, would fall under fees and other charges. If there's a shortfall, we have contingencies. Contingencies would subsequently make up the difference.
The chair recognizes Agneston.
Yes, but Kalani indicated that he's not answering questions related to policy. I'm wondering if he could show us whether there is an item associated with the Queen's honors, and if so, where it is, and what is the nature of the expenditure for Queen's honors.
Writing on that.
Mr. Speaker, the member knows that there's no cost.
There's no cost. Mr. East Grand Bahama. East Grand Bahama, are you going to speak to the House, or are you going to speak? I mean, you might be able to assist in us moving on.
Do not, but in the annex, it shows the program line. But when you get to the main budget again, and this is, we're saying the same thing over and over, that number will get broken down into various categories or various heads. Because national honors, for instance, it may have travel where the individuals who are doing this election process may travel. They may have meetings where they have food. They may have rental accommodations. It spreads throughout the budget. That's what I've been trying to explain all along.
Okay, so it's covered under the operation expenses. As many. It's been moved and seconded that clause, so that's head 5, 6, 6. The chair recognizes Agneston.
7?
You want clause 7?
Yes. I'm wondering whether this is the point that the member for Exuma and Ragged Island had raised, and it's the issue of the consultancy services. Consultancy services.
Attorney General?
Yes, and I see that there is a cost of about.
Which page are you on?
Sorry, I'm on page 57, and it's under services. Consultancy services. The number is 1115. Are they 225-1115? Right, and I see that it was 5 million last year or this fiscal year, and futuristically is 4.5 million. And I'm wondering if we can be advised what this is for. And connected to this question is, as you will recall, we've had a lot of legal matters where the Attorney General's office has brought in foreign counsel. And I'm wondering if we can be advised what the cost of what these actions are to the state. There are at least, there are several, but there's one in particular that's, I think is before the Court of Appeal. Would we like to know what kind of legal costs are being racked up in these prosecutions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this particular time, those matters are still ongoing. Obviously, there are retainers and costs that are being accumulated. At this time, I really couldn't give an answer to that.
Mr. Chairman, whilst he's on the subject of foreign counsel, I could not help but note that there are 2 new hires at the Attorney General's office, all of whom were not local. I'm just wondering whether someone could explain what efforts were made to recruit local lawyers, because we are swamped with lawyers, because there's a lot of concern being expressed about these two new hires. I'm wondering whether some explanation could be given and what effort's been given them.
You're gonna,
Daniel?
is it, are you asking me if it's, is it itemized in this budget or?
Yeah.
Is it accounted for in the budget? I don't know. Yamakura?
Mr. Chair, we, as the member for Kerala, we've only just amended our constitution. And so we have a new independent. Yes, we did. We have an independent director. We have an independent director of public prosecutions. He has done his SWOT analysis and has looked at and has put, as indicated, we have only just, as the member very well knows, we have an independent director of public prosecutions who is fully responsible for that section of the office. He's responsible for assessing the technical needs of that office, and he's determined after going through the process, after doing a local assessment for talent, that was required. And so, following his lead, those persons were brought on.
Exuma Raganani.
Mr. Speaker, in relation to consultancy services, the point already raised was 4.5 million. I just wanted to highlight special projects of $1 million and special financial transactions of 1.05 million, total of roughly 6.55 million overall for consultants and contracts, which takes us.
He didn't answer that.
I'm on page 57.
He didn't answer that
Yeah.
about the allocation.
On page 57. Let me finish the thought.
Sure.
Finish the thought. So we have a total for contracts and consultants of roughly 6.55 million. And I wonder whether the member for Yamakura may be assisted if we suggest that perhaps that's an allocation for all of the legal trials that's going on. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, there's an issue in relation to the independent DPP. And when we look at this head, Mr. Speaker, we see very general terms in terms of salaries and contracts, and there's nothing specific in relation to the independent DPP. And I believe it's commonly accepted, Mr. Speaker, that if you don't have your own budget, you have to ask for it. And when you have to ask for it, that puts your independence into question, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I would be grateful. I'd be most grateful if the member for Yamakura or East Grand Bahama, or even St. Anne's, would point out how we are going to validate financially the independence of the DPP. Which page?
I know that sometimes in certain instances you could wave a magic wand and presto, things happen. We've only just passed the act. We're in the process, when I gave my presentation but the DPP is in the process of getting new premises at Charlotte Street for his office. And so this is a work in progress. After 40 years of independence, we have started this process, and I could reassure the other side that we will bring it to its finality. Thank you.
East Grand Bahama.
The idea of a separate head for the Department of Public Prosecutions has come up, and it is one that we are going to be working on. We have no objection to it. So I suspect in the next budget you will see a separate head for the Director of Public Prosecutions. Which one is that now? Special contract is, which line are we talking about? Sorry. Special financial project, that's actually the 1,055,000. That's actually the provision for the Freedom of Information Act.
I'm wondering if East Grand Bahama can tell us where the funding is for the Public Defender's Office.
I saw it somewhere now. Where's it? Let's go back to the annex. I know I
Which,
saw it.
which ministry does it come under? Is it coming under?
I saw it. I can't remember.
The AG's office or
The legal aid?
the Ministry of Legal Affairs?
Yeah, Ministry of Legal Affairs, I'm sure it is.
Yeah.
I saw it in a minute.
Legal aid?
No, that's something different. Legal aid is different, eh? That's different. That's when you, legal aid is different. Okay, all right.
Been moved and seconded that head 6 and 7 of the schedule be agreed. Many members are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 6 and 7 of head 6 and 7 of the schedule is agreed.
I move that heads 8, 9, and 10 be agreed.
Do I have a second? Second. Being moved and seconded that head 8, 9, and 10 be agreed. Chair recognizes the member for Angleston.
Yes, under head 10, please. The salary for contract workers. I see an allocation in the next fiscal year of 1.891. Page 63. It's under personal emoluments, and it's for head 10. And I see that the allocation in the 2018-19 was 1.996. 743, and this year it's 1,891,214, and there's a reduction, and I'm wondering what this implies for those workers. And I ask this because not only are the numbers different, but because there are a number of people working in this department who are on contract, some of whom are saying that they're not given any work to do, and they are connecting that or equating that with some imminent decision be made by the government in terms of their security in this department. And so I'm wondering if we could explain why we have the difference there in the two allocations, and whether the
Take them one at a time. Take them one at a time.
sorry. I'm asking about the numbers on the thing.
There is no planned reduction in head count. If you look, you'll see that the actual expenditure is more or less in line. Yeah, okay.
Held it up. Exumas?
Under head 10, page 63. Recently, we passed some financial services legislation in relation to the creation of a register of beneficial owners. I'm wondering whether we've made provisions for the establishment of that register, whether it comes under this specific head.
Before, you will see a line that says consultancy services with an amount of 977,998.1. That is to cover the Visor software.
Being moved and seconded that clause 8, 9, and 10 be agreed. As many members in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause not head 8, 9, and 10 is agreed. As many.
You only got 50 more to go. Okay, you want to get started? Let's go.
Heads 11, 12.
11, 12.
Be agreed.
Yes. Being moved, do we have a seconder?
Second.
Being moved and seconded that head 11 and 12 be agreed. As many. The chair recognizes member for Engliston.
Thank you. And this is really what the question I was raising with Garden Hills, and I see it here again. This is page 65. It's under personal emoluments. And there is a global provision for new appointments, monthly employees, in the amount of $500,000, $500,000. So the explanation given previously about the public service encompassing the entirety of hiring in the service to be allocated based on the ministry's needs seems to, sorry? This is the prison. Bahamas.
Corrections.
That's not the police.
Corrections have their own. Corrections. National security.
Corrections hire their own people. So provisions are made, yeah.
Okay, so your 8 million would not include any allocation for the Ministry of National Security. Ministry of National Security.
Right.
Basically? What do you mean basically?
Can you stand?
No, these are prison officers.
Yes, Angliston.
Okay, so in this allocation for new hires, can you, I'm looking at page 65,
No appointment?
new appointments, monthly employees, $500,000. Can you advise what will be the nature of the employments or engagements under this head?
Corrections Department would have been one of those departments that would have been tremendously neglected. And so we are now taking steps to bring those numbers up. And so we will be aggressively recruiting as we have already started the process.
So you're recruiting what? Prison officers? I'm asking you what's it for?
What do
You have all,
recruit?
yes, you have civilians in that ministry, in the prison also.
Not prison officers, correctional officers.
Yeah, but you have civilians in that, you also have civilians in that department. And so when you ask, what do you mean, I'm asking, you're talking about corrections officers. Can I ask you then?
Please, can you have a seat?
No, I want to ask you that.
We are recruiting, and
corrections
we're
officers.
making provisions to recruit, to bring the correctional staff up to the numbers it needs to be. Because, that's something you neglected when you were in office.
Right. See, now we could if we're going to put editorials in it, trust me, I got plenty. So don't go there, please. Don't go there, because the chairman has admonished us that we keep it technical.
Yes.
So you wanna throw your little curveball, that could go both ways. So can you advise, please, what will be will this be the recruitment process? Will this be by public advertisement, or how will the recruitment be undertaken?
Very transparent, as we have been doing throughout the ministry in respect to those agencies that fall under my remit. That is the Royal Bahamas Police Force, Royal Bahamas Defense Force, and the Correctional Services.
Right.
We have made recruitment very transparent.
So how? I'm asking you how.
Okay, by way of social media, okay, by way of the papers, all right, by way of television. So we have done it broadly. I'll be more than happy to send you.
We're not going to go through that tonight, Mariah. I'm going to again say we're not going through any explanations of any ministries. If it isn't specific to the budget, I don't want to. If you want to spend 1 minute on the issue, but we're not going to spend 15-minute speeches going to policy and departments. As many, Exuma, Ragged Island.
Mr. Speaker, when I look at page 60.
Directly related.
Page 60.
Right here. See here? See the item right here?
The chair recognizes member for Exuma, Ragged Island.
Mr. Speaker, when I look at page 69, head 12.
69?
Page 69, head 12, line 118. I'm starting to like this budget, Mr. Speaker, because I'm seeing an election expense of $677,000, and I wonder what's forecasted in this expenditure, Mr. Speaker.
Wishful thinking, Foiled again. Shucks.
It's being moved and seconded that head 11 and 12 of the schedule be agreed. As many members are in favor of being seated, those opposing would rise. Ahead, 11 and 12 is agreed. As many. Chair recognizes Bamboo Town.
Head 11 and 12. I do now move that heads 13, 14, and 16 be agreed. Second.
Been moved and seconded that head 13, 14, and 16 of the schedule be agreed. As many. The chair recognizes Cat Island, Rum Kings, and Salvador.
Mr. Chairman, say 76. Line item 299. Other supplies.
76.
299. 2241299.
Other supplies and materials.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the expenditure to date under this line item was $10,719. So for this year, under this line item, only $10,719 has been spent. The approved estimate was $30,600. So just around a third of what was allocated was expended in the 9 months. But yet, we see an increase to $1,028,500. Right, $1 million increase. Now, I would have said that the CSB helps it that more reasonably, in line with what was spent. They have a number of like around 14,000, right, which is a reasonable, which you could understand. It takes into account what the expenditure was for that period, with a little increase of 14,000. But how could we explain the $1,028,500 for other supplies and material?
And recognizes the member for Kalani.
You know that there are quite a number of agencies attached to the Office of the Prime Minister. Rather than now in isolation, they're all grouped together, and therefore this would reflect the total cost. So Over the Hill would be included in this. The other agencies, Bahamas Investment Authority, components of strategic plan, components of the delivery unit, and TASPA authorities.
14. Magnuson?
Thank you. I'm not sure if the member just asked the same question, but I know that the Prime Minister has what's the person called, a press secretary, and also he recently brought in someone to assist him with his public relations, or whatever you call it. And of course, we were told by West Grand Bahama that DIF is the public relations arm of the government. But I understand why the Prime Minister would need some additional. But I'm just wondering if you can advise us what the current role of the press secretary is. I think he's still I believe he's still being, remunerated, and what his role is within the office of the Prime Minister. He's press secretary. And then there's a follow-up question to this, but I'm wondering if you can advise that, please.
I'm answering all questions related to the response.
Right. Is he included in this budget? That's what I'm asking.
That goes to staff.
So he's included. So now that we know that officer is included, can you, because that officer appears to be seconded or whatever?
He also tell you the job description of the maid, the driver, all of
So
those.
Prime Minister, if you could just advise what your answer is. I didn't hear you. I mean,
He's Mr. Speaker, the press secretary's salary is inclusive in the global salary, just like housekeepers, drivers, etc. All a part of it. And the press secretary still remains that. However, he has a special assignment at this particular time that he's dealing with ZNS.
Cat Island, Kingston South.
Mr. Chairman, I note the response to first question I raised of the increase from 30,000 to over 1 million
Which one is that?
in respect to other supplies and materials. I wonder whether the Prime Minister, could now speak to this new item he has under his budget called operation of facilities for other services, where he now, that's 2251337, where he has an item of 2,109,000. That's new to his office.
He goes to the annex, Speaker. In the annex, you'll find investment authority and all the other entities related. This is just a reflection of the over the hill project.
Well, the Over the Hill project
is in the annex, and this is just a part of it.
All right, and since I'm at the annex, and that is at page 229, the Over the Hill initiative was $5 million. Yeah, 229. I had 14. The Over the Hill budget, you had $5 million allotted. You had $5 million allotted for last year. It appears you only spent $682,923 on the Over the Hill initiative, and you cut that budget in just about half to $2.8 billion. So you are winding down the Over the Hill initiative, or you're just abandoning it? Because this 2.109 really can't make up the 2.8 you have here as Over the Hill. And particularly when you look at the other, you have the investment authority, you have the, and while I'm at it, you have Exuma at 500,000 office, and you have the Prime Minister office in Abaco at 20,000. That's one.
Mr. Speaker, it's a simple explanation.
Simple?
You would know, yes, and I'm sure even you can understand it. No insult made. Mr. Speaker, the Over the Hill initiative, was initially $5 million. We cut it down to $2.5 million. The funds that I had explained to you earlier is a reflection of this. We had subsequently established a foundation. Monies are being donated in the foundation. The foundation will compensate for that. There's no decrease. So the monies that are utilized in the Over the Hill project would be utilized for the removal of the derelict vehicles, as I mentioned earlier. And that would be a part of the 2.5. But the foundation would make up the balance.
Exumas and Raganali.
At 14, page 17. I noted the Prime Minister indicated other supplies and materials had something to do with Over the Hill. And then we went into the annex. On page 229, the leader of the opposition spoke about the allocation. I wonder whether the Prime Minister would advise how many people, Bahamians, have benefited directly as a result of the Over the Hill initiative, and where is that accounted for?
What do you mean, how many people have benefited? That's directly. No, explain yourself. Benefited from what?
How many persons have benefited under the Over the Hill, under the Over the Hill
advantage of the program?
Yes.
Exemption, what's that? Duty free.
Yeah, that.
Mr. Speaker.
How many applications?
Mr. Speaker.
How many yards?
I've said I'm answering all questions related to funds. I am not answering questions related to policies and results. If you want to do that, I can do that another time. Today, we are dealing with the budget.
Thank you, Kalani.
Mr. Speaker, the second half of that question related to where is the allocation represented for persons who would have benefited from the Over the Hill initiative and its exemptions? Where specifically would it be represented here in these?
Didn't the member say it's an Over the Hill initiative?
I don't understand the member's question.
I think he said it's the Over the Hill initiative, right?
Grateful for your assistance, Mr. Speaker.
No, I think he answered that already.
That's fine, Mr. Speaker. That's fine. Grateful for your assistance, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, during the presentation today from the Prime Minister, we saw some beautiful renditions and posters. And I'm wondering whether those are provided for specifically in this budget, and where would they be allocated for? They seem rather expensive, colorful design.
No, Mr. Speaker, they're not expensive, but provided in the Prime Minister's budget is a contingency fund so that he can deal with emergency. That was an emergency and something necessary for the payment public. It was dealt with, full stop.
Are you talking about the cost of the printing?
The cost and the cost, Mr. Speaker.
But your question was, Exuma, the cost of the printing.
I'm asking it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
They were dealt with by contingency.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister proposed to build some edifices. I'm wondering,
the project.
I'm asking the Prime Minister whether those edifices that he is proposing to be built is accounted for in this budget, or whether they were just pipe dreams, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
All right, members, Kalani's going to answer the question.
Speaker,
we don't need everybody
I
answering.
was gonna answer answer the member's question, but since the member feels that it's pipe dream, I can't answer the dreams.
I'll accept that as a no, Mr. Speaker.
I understood that we'll find provisions for this elaborate redevelopment of the fish fry to what I call Junction Beach or Long Wharf. That whole elaborate thing was provided for in the contingencies. I heard him say contingencies.
No, it was minimal. No. Talk about the printing.
Huh?
Printing.
No, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
You're asking basically the same question that Exuma asked.
Yeah, no, but I heard an answer, and I just wondered whether I got it right.
No, the Prime Minister, I think he said.
The printing. No, but we're not talking about the printing.
Can you be more specific then? Can you be more specific to the Prime Minister,
We are asking the Prime Minister to identify in his budget,
yes,
in his time, where is there a fund allocated for the development of his vision and plans
To answer your question, don't expand. To answer your question, no. Listen, when you do such plans,
As many.
anyhow,
As many. The chair recognizes Angliston. I'm Angliston. We can ask the question.
Yeah, I'm just on the Prime Minister. Coming out of that question, right? I'm wondering, that if these funds were utilized to do the printing,
yeah.
I'm wondering.
There's a budget for printing also.
I saw that.
Within the outgoing budget.
Right, I saw that.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw that. No, what I want to know, Bahamas Publications does a lot of this stuff. And I'm wondering whether the government has now shifted from what was the norm, using Bahamas Publications. Sorry? Would you mind, North Africa, would you mind me finishing my point? I know you're tired, but relax. You're tired. I'm wondering whether because, I'll tell you why I ask, right? When you look at the amount for marketing and promotion I don't know if this is the same thing.
Which item is that, Agnes?
Advertising and public notices.
This is 14, is it still?
Page 76. And it's roughly, it's been about $3.7 million in printing. Oh, sorry? So what I'm wondering is whether the government has stopped utilizing Bahamas Publications, which is a government agency, very skilled people in there. They do fantastic work. And I'm just wondering whether that we've now shifted and we're spending almost $4 million now on printing. That's the question.
With respect to printing,
Calamity.
with respect to printing, you must understand that there are numbers of agencies over the hill, Bears Commissions, etc., that were connected to the Office of the Prime Minister. Any printing and other media devices or signage or anything that is needed, they are done by government printing. Nothing has changed.
So you don't know what this is for. Did you ask about the
Carolina Rumkins and Salvador.
I think what is interesting about the question raised is that in 2017-18,
where you at now? Annex or what now?
76, same number. I think it's the line below printing.
Which line?
Advertising and public notices, 225-1102. 102, yeah. You spent $21,700 in 2017, 2018.
225-1102.
Advertising and public notices.
Public notices, yeah.
Yeah.
3.6.
And then you spend $359,000 for the year, 9 months. And then you up the $3 million, up over $3 million. So here we have, under the head, other supplies and materials, you up over $1 million. Right. You have a new line called operations and other services, up $2 million. Then you have now, for advertising and public notices, you're now up again another over $3 million. Could you explain the increases for advertising and public notices to increase over 3?
Again, in case the members do not understand, it's a global bill where all the different entities that I mentioned earlier, that is strategic planning, Bahamas Investment Authority, Office of the Prime Minister, both Exuma, Abaco, the Over the Hill Initiative, Operation the Bass Commission, General Administration, all of them fall with that.
I wonder why the Prime Minister will spend $500,000 in his office in Exuma. I call it slush funds, and spend $20,000 in Abaco.
Speaker, just to explain to the member, it was recommended since the 90s that the Bahamas Investment Authority should be restructured into administrative component, technical component, and a marketing component. We have finally made the decision that should have been done a long time ago. We are restructuring the Bahamas Investment Authority. The marketing component is one of the most significant components of the investment authority. I'm answering you. What is clearly, allow me to answer you. What is clearly demonstrated, Mr. Speaker, what is clearly demonstrated by the investment, by the IDB, they have demonstrated clearly that all the different countries that has a marketing component, their investment portfolio rises exponentially, positively. Those that do not, Bahamas, starting to slide. So rather than continuing to slide, we are now investing, restructuring, so that we can now have proper investment authorities so that individuals can go off to different seminars, workshops, etc. That's what it's for.
Anderson, please.
Yes. The allocation for the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas, of course, we know this belongs to the Bahamian people. The allocation in the upcoming fiscal year is...
And the Prime Minister, is that in one of the heads?
Yes, it is, yes. It's page
Information.
77.
Okay.
Yes. The allocation this year is 7.5 million roughly. Last year it was 7.9. And the concern, Prime Minister, I have to tell you, because I remember when you took office, one of the first things you did was tour ZNS, and I appreciated that because you expressed a policy position that politicians or politics or anything of that nature would not manifest in ZNS. And there is a major concern. In fact, the leader of the opposition has written to ZNS, and I don't think they've answered. There's a concern about the lack of partiality at ZNS. The bias, no, not joking, I'm very serious.
Can we get into the specifics?
I'm very serious. And I'm wondering, you know, when you consider that public funds in the amount of 7.5 million, you know, I'll give you an example, Prime Minister. I raised in my debate an issue about the fact that when VAT was increased last budget period, that what should have happened was that social services should have been correspondingly increased. And but as we move forward in that debate, we spoke about the current situation, and the member for Southern Shores described the current situation. I happen to have been watching that story, and it was juxtaposed as if I was saying that it was not increased this year, even to counter VAT, and so which was not my point. And you know, really, it had. No, I'm talking about fairness, because first of all, that is not what transpired in this parliament. Secondly, it was, we got to do that, but ZNS needs to answer. And secondly, Prime Minister, okay, it's public funds in the budget for our broadcasting corporation station. Yes, so I'm asking the Prime Minister, because I know you expressed the policy position, which it should be, and I think I heard West Grand Bahamas indicating that ultimately you're going to a public broadcasting type station. So I'm wondering if you could assure us that when the Bahamian people's monies, taxpayers' monies, are allocated to the running of that corporation, that the editorial bias that we are seeing will yes. Yeah, no, I'm not biting my tongue. Yes, because you expressed a different view, and that was it. Yes.
My view of that, I sat down the other day and I watched that. I was on the news. I was covered. I timed it for 10 seconds. The leader of opposition was covered for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
10 minutes. 10. I said, wow. At that time, I felt just like you that I wanted to write Urkel. But
it's not true.
ZNF has the record because I called them. I called them, but I did not interfere. They said, I called them and they said you had said as Prime Minister that you would not interfere. And I said I accept. Carry on. You was on for 10 minutes. I was on for 10 seconds. I had no objection. Then, as opposition, you could probably count the numbers of times I was on ZNS. We're not like you. Now, as for the monies that are provided here,
keep your hands out of ZNS.
Order members. Is the member for Kalani gonna finish the answer? You're done with it? The member for Exumas of Dragon Island.
Mr. Speaker, in the Prime Minister's presentation, he...
Order members, we just try, members.
In the Prime Minister's communication today, he announced some additional customs, duties, exemptions, I believe they were, for the constituency of Baines and Grandstown. I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, whether that's accounted for in the office of the Prime Minister, or whether we should expect there to be some additional pieces of legislation that amend the Customs or Tariff Act in relation to this issue, Mr. Speaker. Possible.
Mr. Speaker, the man, not the man, obviously, Exuma was possible. Possible. It's now brought to 45%, 45%, 75%. Globally. I then subsequently spoke to finance. Can you now afford a 25% decrease? The answer was yes. Thank you. That-
So it's not provided.
It's a matter of crunching the numbers to see how much you can lose. No, I said, I think I made out a earlier. But this is why I asked the question. I mean, is this accounted for in the bills that we've passed? We passed the Tariff Amendment Act, we passed the Customs Amendment Act, and I don't see Bain and Grantstown spelled out for this additional exemption under these acts. And I'm asking, Mr. Speaker, whether there's a legal amendment required to cause this to happen for Bain and Grantstown, or whether this is sometime in the future.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know how I can get through your head.
But let me go through it again. There's a legislation presently that exists for the over the hill. I said that I will make the amendment to the legislation so that now furnishings would be included. Full stop. Do you understand now?
Okay. The chair recognizes Exuma.
I had a member for Kalani, Mr.
Obliged. Cat Island Ramkin from South.
He's a lawyer.
He's Grand Bamo.
I'm gratified to hear that the Prime Minister saw me for 10 minutes and himself for 10 seconds. But I'd like to know when that happened.
Okay.
Because I have never seen it, never.
Right, members, we don't want to spend another 20 minutes back and forth as ZNS. I think the member for Kalani's already spoken there. It's being moved and seconded that head 13, 14, and 16 be agreed. As many members are in favor of being seated, those opposing would rise. Head 13, 14, and 16 is agreed. Being moved and seconded that head 17, 18, and 19 be agreed. As many. The chair recognizes the member for Exumas and Rocket Island.
To head 18 and the subsequent annex. For the
Page
record,
you at, Exuma.
I'm on head 18, page 83. Local government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've spoken with the Minister of Finance, the member for East Grand Bahama, in relation to the allocation for Exuma. And he has indicated to me, Mr. Speaker, that was in fact an error. And I wonder if the member for East Grand Bahama would clarify how that would be provided for.
For Exuma, for that era, and the counselor, chief counselor for local government in Exuma, who sent me a note. The level of funding for that head will be the same as it was in the previous year, and we will cover it through contingency from either from the ministry itself or from the Ministry of Finance.
Much obliged. I'm grateful that the minister has clarified.
The chair recognizes Cat Island Ramkins and Salvador.
Mr. Chairman, I note an item, head 18, 223, 1202, street lighting. The Department of Local Government has an allocation for street lighting. I'm just wondering, what does that mean?
Where's that again, Cat Island?
Yeah. 82, page 82.
82.
My recollection is that street lighting was, it's under some other head.
Local government. This would be the three. Speaker,
East Grand Bahama?
Yeah, the street lighting in the Family Islands is paid by the local government. So this would be for the maintenance of the street lights.
Any street lighting bills in their community. This ought to be added to their account.
I don't know if the minister can help us here, or I can get a more comprehensive answer for you. But my understanding is that there are some districts where local government pays it, and then some districts where the central government pays it. So I think it's a combination of both. The street lighting. The bill. Well, I guess both, really, yeah, both. Both. Yeah. I think it's a combination of both.
It would be enough.
No, it's never enough. But what we are trying to do there with the whole street lighting program is to change out a lot of these fixtures to more efficient ones, LED, so that we can help to bring this cost down. We recognize that it is an expensive proposition for both the government, central government, as well as for the local government districts. And so we're trying to see if we can get to more efficient. Eventually, hopefully, we'll get to solar, so we can eliminate the bill altogether. But it's a work in progress.
Cat Island, Rum Kingston, South.
I noticed on page 83, other contractual services, we moved from a usage of $7,000 for 9 months in this fiscal year, and we're now increasing it to $522,500. I wonder if that could be explained. A usage of $7,676 for 9 months in this fiscal year, and you're now allocating $522,500 in a new year.
Yeah, my understanding is that it is to provide for consultancy services for local government, for New Providence and the Family Islands. So as you know, the government is engaging in consultation with respect to local government in New Providence, as well as in the Family Islands, various projects that are ongoing with respect to local government, consultancy service.
Been moved and seconded that heads 17, 18, and 19 be agreed. As many members are in favor, remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Heads 17, 18, and 19 of the schedule is agreed. Ambutown.
Mr. Chair, I do now move that heads 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 28 be agreed. Heads 20, 21, 22, 24, and 28 be agreed.
Been moved and seconded that head 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 28 be agreed.
Those are
many
finance.
members in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Member for Exumers and the Regular Island.
Speaker, in relation to page 90, line 107, workshops, conferences, etc. I note a fairly significant increase in this line item. I'm just wondering whether this is a special initiative, Mr. Speaker. And it's gone to almost 600,000 in the upcoming budget from 89,000 expenditure in previous budget, Mr. Speaker. Workshop, conferences, seminars, meetings, and everything.
107. Page 90, services.
A number of conferences going on here. You've got funding for the communications unit in the ministry. Right. CDB conference, Caribbean Development. Thank you.
That's the minister of everything.
The Caribbean Development Bank is The Caribbean Development Bank is, we're hosting the annual meeting here. In addition to that, we have two IDB conferences that we're going to be hosting this year. Yes, as well as we continue to have our regular industry briefings with the financial services sector, as well as other relevant areas. So this will cover all of the conferences that we intend to host here domestically in New Providence.
Consumers, recognizing.
The government announced an allocation of $5 million a year over 5 years for the SBDC. When I look at page 91, line 1009, almost to the bottom, I note that whilst there's been an allocation of 5.5 million, it's now reduced to 2.5 million. And I'm wondering whether the Minister of Finance would be so kind as to explain whether or not he's breaking his commitment to the SBDC.
I would never break my commitment to the Bahamian people, Mr. Speaker. There's 2.5 million here, and when we get to the capital budget, you'll see the remainder of that allocation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In relation to the bottom totals, Mr. Speaker, and I know we're discussing 21 and also the Treasury Department 22, I noticed a fairly significant decrease in the totals, Mr. Speaker, from about 360 million, and perhaps these are some reallocation or some anomalies with respect to the new COA. Maybe the minister can, it looks awkward, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if he would explain.
Sure, it's not awkward at all. What it is, as he indicated, there has been reallocations out of the ministry back into the heads, the individual ministries. So it's just a reflection of the transfers out to the various ministries.
Zuma.
Mr. Speaker, in relation to page 91, the BTC pension contingent liability,
sure.
I note that the government has allocated $3 million per year over the next 3 years. I wonder whether the minister would clarify whether this will resolve the problem or whether, what is the size, the quantum of this liability?
The short answer is no, it will not extinguish the liability. And we are in the process of discussing an actuarial review of that liability so that we can quantify it, and then we can make some policy decisions on how we're going to deal with the matter going forward.
Ken Allen Rumkins from Salvador.
A while on BTC. Would there be any pressure on this line item to satisfy the obligations to CTC before the end of this year of the full liability, or at least 39 million of that liability by the end of the year?
Mr. Chairman, not that I'm aware.
South and Central Andres.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, under head 20, Department of Lands and Surveys, 87 of 245. I note, as we heard earlier from the member for Kalani, we looked at salaries and also
Page you on,
page 87. Head 20, Lands and Surveys.
Yes.
There has been a decrease in the allocation for salary and permanent and pensionable workers, also contractual workers. Amidst all the talk earlier about lands and all the issues being dealt with, and that whole process being expedited. I am wondering if the member for East Grand Bahama would give us some reason as to why there's been a decrease in the allocation for those persons.
Okay. Are you referring to salary, permanent, pensionable, the decrease? Yeah. No, individuals had retired, and you must remember that through the public service, you can hire through the global provisions that are provided. And the intent is to contract individuals through the global provision to compensate so we'd have the appropriate numbers of land surveyors.
But also, I also note, also under 22-11101F, transportation of persons within the Bahamas, also subsistence for travelers within the Bahamas. I note also, I have no problem with the fact that they may be a part of the global what have you, but I also note, I'm wondering why that number has also been decreased also because, once again, we hear about all the developments with land and also getting this process being done quickly, being expedited. The numbers have been reduced.
The speaker that was answered earlier, lands and survey obviously falls under the domain of the Prime Minister's office. And therefore, that global travel budget that I spoke about, that would take care of lands and survey also. And in the event we're short, traveling the entire island, there must be subsistence allowance, etc. In the event that we're short, there's contingency.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I heard the member for Kalani. Finally, I must also note, on the second page, page 88 of 245, computer business machines and related equipments, for example, the numbers are also down there for the allocation of maintaining the same. Also, one who would have had the occasion to visit and be a part of what's happening at the Lands and Survey Department, machines are malfunctioning, they can't get printing done on a timely basis for documents. Once again, I'm just concerned about it. I know with interest the answer given by the member for Kalani, but I know that in the line items, so listen to the member for Kell Island, and what he said about these items being dealt with in a very itinerant way. I don't see the same way where these numbers seem to be, once again, decreasing. You're seeing a depreciation in the numbers here for basically machinery and everything else in lands and survey. I wish we could get some answer from the member for East Grand Bahama.
See, guys, we started a modernization. Yeah. We've started the modernization, digitization department, trying to standardize all of the various different computer network systems, etc. So we'll have less fees on licensing and maintenance. And as a result of that, you'll see a decrease here because that would be shifted to the digitization, modernization, who would have responsibility for all the computers.
Ram King, San Salvador.
Mr. Chairman, to the Ministry of Finance. I note, go to page 90. I note the line item 101, telephone landline, and the allocation of approximately 17 million for that item. Up from the 9 million this fiscal year. The question I have is, first of all, it seems as a steep increase, but I don't see a line for cell phones. This is landline. Is there any allocation for the use of cell phones?
East Grand Bahama.
So,
Element 102.
yeah, so that line item will include the cell phones, and the...
That's landline and cell phone.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Kell Island, Ram King, San Salvador.
I'm not going to trouble you with that, except what you say. You say I shouldn't look at my other document for that.
Huh?
I think the line is 102. What is concerning, from what I'm observing, is that for the year ending March 2019, despite the fact that 39 million plus dollars were approved for the payment of electricity. To date, only 5,489 was paid to BPL. That obviously is resulting in much pressure on BPL. The consequences of it imposes what I call an invisible tax on them that will very likely be passed on to consumers. Could be have some explanation as to what is happening with government not meeting its commitments to BPL in respect to the use of electricity.
No. So what happens is we owe BPL money, BPL owes us money. And so at the end of the year, there's a set-off, right? And so what you're looking at is a number before the set-off, right? So that's what's happening, that's why those numbers look anomalous. But it's because they owe us money and we owe them money, and we set off and come to a net, right?
Exhumus and Ragadadi.
Speaker, I wonder whether we are dealing also now with Head 28. If we are, Mr. Speaker, I do have some questions.
Yes, we are dealing with Head 28.
The member for East Grand Bahama indicated the establishment or the re-establishment of the revenue enhancement unit. However, Speaker, I note a fairly sharp reduction in wages and salaries to the Department of Inland Revenue. And I would be grateful if the minister would explain where the new and enhanced and new and improved revenue enhancement unit is accounted for.
So this does reflect a reduction in the overall head count. You recall that we did downsize in the previous year where we got to the qualified people that we needed. So this does reflect some reduction in the actual head count.
Not sure I followed the response.
Yeah. So there was a reduction in last year head count. This year we are going to bump back up the REU unit, but they're coming in, they're being transferred in from other agencies. So there's going to be there's a couple of head counts directly related that we will directly hire, but there's also customs officers, other agency officers that are being transferred in to this unit. So it's not necessarily a new staff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In relation to page 107, VAT refunds, I recall, Mr. Speaker, the member for East Grand Bahama, the Minister of Finance, speaking to what was at the time a large amount of VAT refunds, I believe I recall. I note, however, that up to the end of March, there was only 650,000, and it's projected to be 10.75 million. It's on page 107, line 2105. And it's zero for 2019, 2020, and beyond. And I would be grateful if the minister would direct me as to where this is being accounted for. Further, Mr. Speaker, I wonder whether the revenue numbers, and East Grand Bahama might wish to hear this, whether the revenue numbers are net revenue numbers, net of VAT refunds, or whether those numbers still need to be adjusted for VAT refunds.
Say again? The last part. I didn't get the last part.
How do we account for VAT refunds? Are they netted off against revenues, or is it shown in the expenditures? Because I've noticed they've gone to zero in years 2019, 2020, and beyond.
Right, so we had a significant VAT arrears, as the member indicated. And we paid the 650. If you go down a couple of lines, you see the Tax Appeals Commission.
Yeah.
That is where we're projecting the refunds that we will have to pay in respect to the same consideration. And these are
Appeal Commission?
yeah, these are all refunds.
$50.
Refunds, yeah.
That was $50.
250. Yes, because we paid off. So what we had outstanding, we paid off the arrears.
The second half of the question, Mr. Speaker, was in relation to ongoing VAT refunds, how they will be accounted for. Are they netted off against revenue numbers?
Yes, yes. Net revenue, yes, absolutely.
Cat Island, Rum Key, San Salvador.
Yeah, yes, Mr. Chairman. If we could attend back to page 91, line item 228-2108, the National Drug Plan arrears. I note that 16,400,000 is estimated, it's been allotted for settlement of the arrears. And for this year and next year, you have 13 million. Am I correct to assume that the National Drug Plan is in arrears to the tune of near $20 million, and you are taking up the obligation to settle that?
That is correct.
Then I note that the drug plan itself, you intend to fund that in addition to paying off the debt, with an additional 17,400,000. That's correct. That's on page 92, line 272112.
That is correct.
Now, since I'm standing, Tonto walks out for a moment. I'm trying to understand on the page 94, 2251122, credit card service charges. I understand service charges to be charges related to providing the service. And that's 3,254,000. That's not the actual bill.
No.
That's just the service charge. How do you arrive at that?
So we are moving to a cashless system, as has been indicated, both at the customs and basically any agency that can accept the credit card that you have to pay, we want to make them cashless. And so in doing that, there are fees that are attached for the processing, and that's the budget, the figure that we're budgeting for those credit card fees.
Yeah. If I go to page 97, or 245, and perhaps we see a global provision for new appointments, monthly employees. And the member for Engliston was attempting to get an answer in respect to what is meant by these global appointments, because we are seeing it in most of these ministries, despite page 97, Customs Department.
That's another variation to that.
Yeah, by the minister.
No.
So Global relations, new appointments, monthly employees. I see that you intend to hire enough employees to, as it were, the cost of that employment will be over $1 million. But yet still, you're hiring more. You wouldn't expect that over time will be going up so highly. So, for example, it appears that over time is being more than doubled, despite the fact you have new employees, and your overtime is going to be moving from $15 million to $3.7 million. What is the rationale for hiring more people and still paying more overtime?
So you're absolutely correct. We are going to be engaging some new customs officers, as well as doing the promotion exercise that has not happened in many, many years.
I talk about.
I'm getting to you.
I think I have to do with promotion.
Of course. The overtime issue has been a very vexing issue. Year after year, customs overtime has not been paid. We have made a deliberate effort to meet that commitment this year, and I'm very proud to say that we are current with customs in terms of overtime. What I will say is that based upon the experience, we know that customs overtime has been under budgeted for years. And what we are attempting to do here is to make the adequate provision so that we don't get caught again. And we can stay current with these officers as they go forward. In terms of the management of the overtime, this is another vexing issue, one that we are looking to address, as you say, rightly so. As we bring on more officers, we ought to be able to cut into this. But I can tell you it is a very complex issue because you talk about some stations that have to be manned by persons who have arrest warrants or they have search warrants, and some carry firearms and some don't. And trying to balance all of that it is a management issue. But we are engaging with the comptroller to reduce this overtime fee as best we can.
You talk with you now.
Sometimes.
Being moved and seconded that clause 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 28 be agreed. As many members are in favor of being seated, those opposing would rise. Head 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 28 is agreed. Chair recognizes Bamboo Town.
Mr. Chair, I do now move that head 29, 30, 31, 32 be agreed.
Being moved and seconded that head 29, 30, 31, 32 be agreed. As many members are in favor of being seated, those opposing will rise.
Those are in the capital. You have to do capital.
Head 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32 is agreed. As many. As many.
Mr. Chair, I do now move that heads 33 and 34 be agreed.
All right, one second, Bamboo Town. We've already moved and we've already.
I moved that heads 29, 30, 31, and 32 be agreed. The question was put to the floor, and it was approved. So we are now on 30. We're now on heads 33 and 34, which is Public Works.
All right. Sorry, Bamboo. 33, 34, 35. The 35.
Yes.
Been moved and seconded that head 32, 33, 34, and 35 be agreed. As many.
So let's move.
Been moved and seconded. It's been moved and seconded that clause head 33, 34, 35, and 35 be agreed. Many members are in favor of being seated. Those opposing will rise. Head 33, 34, and 35 is agreed.
Head. Mr. Chair, I do now move that heads 37, 38, 40, 43, 44 be agreed.
Being moved and seconded that head 37, 38, 40, 43, and 44 be agreed. As many? 44. Is that any questions? Being moved and seconded, those heads be agreed. The chair recognizes the member for Cat Island, Rumsey, and San Salvador.
Yeah. Mr. 44 too?
44 is included, yes. Yes, good.
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I note on page 132, air transport of persons within the Bahamas.
I got him. 132.
And the item is 221-1101. Speaker, for this fiscal year, right, you had expended to date in 9 months, this department, which is the Ministry of Social Services and Urban Development, they spent $106 on air transport of persons within the Bahamas. Right, and it see now they have the right numbers in here. Right numbers here, 10,000, right? But they have here $3,803,022. And you see, and you have many of these errors in here.
Mr. Speaker.
But I not sure.
Mr. Speaker, the member rightly says, this is a misclassification. It actually is urban renewal salaries, a 3.5 million. That's included in that line item. So that item, that money will be transferred into the appropriate head.
The right money is right.
That is what I was able to tell it because I went here. And there are many more like this. Like that. Yeah. Don't look like the minister. Minister, see Breezes. She got all the money. Oh, minister, so, yeah. My partner. Don't forget us. Don't forget us. Boy, listen, one of the other observations I've been making in this budget, and this one here, this have the right numbers. But this, if you look at, you all can spend a lot. I mean, the ministry is going to spend a lot of time in the toilet. Because if you look at how toilet supplies have so gone out of proportion. No, you all know what I talk about. See, they laughing.
It's a messy situation.
Something happened this year. Something else happened. Because many of you all can spend many times in the bathroom. Yes. What happened? I can tell you. See, in every head, if you look at cleaning and toilet supplies, I'll just raise this one up, right? And they could check it. This page 133, right? Cleaning and toilet supplies. This year for 9 months, they spent $497,000. That's $497. That seems reasonable, right? Wait, and what they did, they allotted only $2,400 for the whole year. But now, partner, boy, they ran $119,700. Now you want me to tell you what it actually was? I can tell you. I can tell you. But you know, I can understand. And I could go to every one of these and show you how all of them have been, and it's all in error. It's all error, right? But 119,000, well, y'all, I guess y'all under plenty stress. And the stomach can't hold them. Now the other item, so since I'm at this stage, where you'll find some of your errors again, is in the printing and duplication service. The member for Angleston pointed out as well. If you look, they estimated $1,600 for 2018, 2019. They ain't spent 1 cent of that. Huh? Printing and duplication service. That's page 133, 225, 11101. Not 1 cent. And you allocated $1,600 for it. But you don't spend no money, but yet still, you increase that line item to $294,700. You know, so all I'm saying, see, and now you want me to tell you what the real number was in here?
And let's hear from East Grand Bahama.
You know, this goes right back to the original conversation about the rolling up, how these things gather up into a line item. And so in the new presentation, you will see, again, these kinds of numbers, because we are, for the first time, making it more transparent as to what that actual cost is. It rolls up from subheads or sublines. So, and the previous year wouldn't have done that. So there is going to be that kind of anomaly, but it's not, this reflects the actual cost.
Been moved and seconded that 37 through 44.
The Southern Shores, you could assist me in a couple items. I note that in the ministry's overall budget, there is a reduction in the amount of $600,000 going from 2018-19 from 11,500,000. Sorry, page 134.
134.
Yes. The overall budget, 2018-19, the overall budget was 11,593,741. But in this budget, we see that is reduced by some 600,000, 10,994,241. We see a similar reduction in the department at page 137, where in the 2018-19 overall budget for that department, it went from 39,757,411 to 39,090,505, a reduction of 700,000. And so I'm wondering whether the minister could advise times like these, how is it that the government saw fit to reduce the overall budget for this critical ministry?
Kristen, for your concern for the people and making sure that everything is in place for them. I want to assure you, Angliston, and everybody else who's listening, that no assistance program has been cut in the budget for social services. The first cut you mentioned would have come from the area of personal emoluments, where the ministry would have seen that we lost some personnel whose salaries were still being sent, and that was withdrawn. The second cut you would have seen would have come from an area that was set aside to pay some bills emanating from some administrative areas emanating from the RISE program, etc. And while $1 million, I think, some was set in last year's budget Some of those bills were paid, for example, to Johns Hopkins University, and so there was no need to put that same amount. But I can assure you, and you would verify with me, that uniform assistance has been increased by $192,000. Food assistance would have been increased from 12 to 14 million something. All the areas to assist the vulnerable amongst us has been increased. And so I thank you for highlighting that now.
I can't really calculate, but I look at the ministry's budget for okay, see that there was a reduction there. The concern, I'll tell you what the concern is about reducing. I know I heard the argument from the Minister of Finance about you were sort of right reporting in terms of where the actual bodies are. But there is a concern that there is a shortage of manpower or woman power in the department. And so I'm wondering why it is you sought to take it from the budget as opposed to building capacity, especially when we know the certain indicators that the country is facing right now. Why, instead of saying that you just right sizing or however you want to describe it, that you did not utilize that allocation to build capacity in the department?
And I thank you for that also. The Minister for Public Service would have talked about the global fund that he has. He's been provided with a list of the vacancies that exists in the ministry and the department, and it is envisaged that from that 8 million global fund that would have been discussed earlier, that persons will be hired from there. And so there was, I guess, no need for the duplication in this regard. But I can assure you that we've taken the necessary steps to undertake a review of the career path for the social workers and to highlight all the vacancies that exist so that we'll be better able to serve the public that both you and I are concerned about.
Another issue, I think I heard the Minister of Finance indicate that from the RISE program, you think from that projects, programs, initiatives that you deemed were in line with your policy positioning. And so I'm wondering if I can be shown what from the RISE program has been preserved and where the allocations from that.
The key feature from the RISE program that has been maintained and continue to be maintained would be the BOB prepaid bank card that gives our clients the autonomy and the kind of respect to enter an establishment and not be seen with the voucher. And the second one that continues to be a challenge that we're pulling out would be the information system, the computer system that will allow us to track our clients from the minute they walk into our doors. That particular item is being addressed from a line item from DIT, so you wouldn't see that shown in our budget map.
On the issue of the card, when we spoke during the budget debate, there was a gentleman that called me who said that he had a card and that it was supposed to be reissued. He had to wait about 3 months. And he said that eventually he got the card. And what he's indicating is that it was really what he was entitled to, and he never got it. And that in truth, there is a backlog in assistance to him. He's an elderly person. As you know, these people are on pension, and while you might say, well, that done gone, for them, it's about managing the little resources that they have. So can you advise because, I heard your explanation as to why this card situation and Bank of the Bahamas and all that, my understanding is something different, but I'm not going to get into that. But I'm wondering, how are you going to redress the situation with people like this gentleman who called me, who were entitled to assistance, didn't get it, and was really thrown into a crisis, and still in a crisis because, you have a backlog, et cetera, of bills or whatever. So I'm wondering if there is a plan in people in that situation to redress the gap that was caused by the delay with the card.
Thank you again, Angliston, for your concern. The department sought to issue vouchers to persons during the time frame that they would have been waiting for the cards to be renewed. There's always an exception, but that was the effort. If there is a particular case, and we wouldn't want to get into specifics now for the privacy, but as I would have done in the past for all and sundry, I give you my assurance that any specific matter that is brought to my attention, we will sort through.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. On the issue of the vouchers, there's a concern that there is an increased use of paper vouchers. Anyone who knows the history of this knows that there was an Auditor General's report which absolutely said that this opened the door for fraud. And in fact, we all know that they were finding for fraud because of the nature of that asset. And so, and I'm also told that the paper vouchers are being issued for varying denominations, as low as $5 and all the way up. And so I'm wondering, what is the policy of these vouchers? Is the ministry intending to manage this process to avoid fraud? I mean, what is happening with
Members, again, I'm going to remind you, this is not question time. Can we be specific to the budget? I think this question time is the second awareness or whatever. I know we don't do it, but can we be specific? Can you
Yes.
draw it specifically to the budget?
That's a specific thing, the
Yes.
use of, yes, you have monies that are used for food assistance. I'm asking the manner in which that food assistance is being played out in paper vouchers and which has led to fraud historically. What is the position on that?
Understand that there has been many instances of fraud, and that is why the ministry has gone out of its way to try to renew those cards. We have almost 2,000 cards that have been renewed that have not yet been collected, to the extent that we had to take out newspaper ads trying to get people to come in. That said, the voucher system won't be eliminated completely because we still have what we call an emergency food assistance for people who walk in. But to the extent that we can, it is our intention to have all of our regular customers that are on the program for a specific time to be issued with the cards to do away with all possibilities of fraud, because we want to ensure that the resources we have are for those who are in need, not just those who want.
Being moved and seconded, the chair recognizes Cat Island Ramkeen from Salvador.
Mr. Chairman, I also draw attention to the head that I did in respect to travel. You'd want to look at subsistence and also travel outside the Bahamas on page 132. They have acknowledged some issues relating to that. I'm saying it's not just air transport of persons within the Bahamas, but relate to basically everything under that head and also international travel. And you would want to address that at the same time. Be on 47 too? We reached 47 or?
44 is the last one.
Or 44.
So we can move to that then. Being moved, you finish on these heads, Mr. Cat Island?
So. Yeah, okay.
Being moved and seconded that head 37, 38, 40, 43, and 44 be agreed. If any members are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. Head 37, 38, 40, 43, and 44 is agreed.
I do now move that heads 45, 47, 48, 49 be agreed.
Second.
Being moved that head 45, 47, 48, 49 be agreed. Ms. Many. Chair recognizes the member for South and Central Andros.
Speaker, under head 45, Department of Housing, on page 138 of 245, I note under the risk and hazard allowance, a pretty good increase, from 32 plus to 54 plus thousand for risk and hazard allowances. Considering the fact that the present administration has a different philosophy about housing generally. I wouldn't go any further because we're not dealing with politics. I'd like to know maybe through member for East Grand Bahamas and member for Marathon, what accounts for that increase in the risk and allowances increasing for the fiscal year, please.
Anyone from the government side is going to answer Stan Anders? Allocation, page 138, the allocation in head 21120E. Specifically, I think the member said risk and hazard allowance. Hazard allowance. The increase from 32,000 to 54,000.
Could the member from South Andros rephrase that question to help me to understand that better, please?
Yeah, I was asking this to you, to maybe the minister for East Grand Bahama. What led to this increase? I said, I know you have a different philosophy, but the whole housing initiative. I'm wondering, since in my view, maybe subjectively, not superintending the process of home construction, what led to this increase? That's what
Thank you so much. Well, what precipitated, one of the things that precipitated the change, of course, was the fact that that $10+ million contract and those overpriced homes, but I won't delve into that. What I would say is that a number of employees within the department had qualified for the hazard allowances, and so this is an allotment to cover that.
I move quickly then to 2211-101, air transport of persons within the Bahamas and also subsistence for persons traveling within the Bahamas. Once again, another set of increases. I would just, inquiring minds want to know, you don't have any, you had the recent opening of the development, the housing subdivision in Spring City. I'd like to know maybe what has led to this increase. We're not having any new subdivisions announced in the Family Islands.
Well, if you would recall, we had talked about quite a bit that we intend to roll out the government's service lot initiative in several of the other Family Islands, and we intend to, in cooperation with the land unit led by my colleague, Mrs. Weston and Bimney. But we intend to, we need to identify land throughout the Bahamas, and what you would see here is an allotment to facilitate that with staff members, because there's a lot of technical work that goes into the preparation of the subdivision separate, before we can even get to the issuance of the engineering drawings and the laying out and the conveyances, et cetera.
Finally, I'd like to ask through the member for East Grand Bahama, maybe to the member for Marathon, tuition, training, and service awards, subsistence, what have you, an increase of 12,000. Is that, maybe tell us about what tuition are you paying, who you're assisting with, and that generally, is that number really sufficient? What you maybe want to do it, and let's wait for your explanation. Thank you.
So Central and South Andros have known you for a long time, and I know you are a man of tremendous compassion, and that you believe in education and training. I can speak to that. I recall that when my sister passed away, you were president of the Bahamas Student Association. I remember it quite clearly. Actually, she was killed. I remember it quite clearly. You spoke to me. I know you believe in that. And this is to fulfill some of the hopes, desires, and aspirations of some of the members of staff of the Department of Housing. Because what matters most in any budget, as I said in my budget presentation, is the people. That's really what matters. It's the people. And how we can improve the quality of their lives with the Bahamian public in general and the staff at the Department of Housing.
Zuma, Ragged Island.
Mr. Speaker, I note under head 47, there are numerous what's referred to as transfer NECs. These are numerous organizations where the budget allocations have been reduced.
What page are you on?
I'm on page 142, 143. Beginning on page 142, at the bottom, it talks about aid to student athletes. subvention to elite athletes. If you go to the next page, contribution to sport and civic organization. You go down further to line 1254, National Dance Company. If you go down to 1604, the Bahamas National Youth Council. Mr. Speaker, what all of these areas have in common are two things. One, they are about the youth. And two, these areas have all been cut. And since the Prime Minister indicated that youth is a special interest of this government, I wonder where, in what head, will he be making up for these reductions? Bahamas National Youth Council, for example, cut from 50,000 to 10,000, Mr. Speaker. These are all NGOs and charitable organizations. And at a time when we seek to encourage our elite athletes, Mr. Speaker, we're cutting that category as well. And I'm certain that some of the former athletes on the other side, Bamboo Town and Central Grand Bahama, would take some issue. This continues, Mr. Speaker, on page 141, and Speaker, it consistently, Mr. Speaker, consistently reduce allocation to youth and sports associations. But yet, Mr. Speaker, Prime Minister touts this as a special interest of his government. How special they are, Mr. Speaker. I wonder where is this special interest being shown in this budget, given that in this head, all of those categories are being cut.
Member for Seabreeze.
How much was spent on the athletes, you will know that there is a reduced figure. And so the adjustment made is reasonable in the circumstance based on what we have expended in that category. Every year there are adjustments to the list based on whether students are still in school, whether the elite athlete is performing and up to standard. And so those are reasonable adjustments that are made and based basically on the expenditure, the actual expenditure itself. With regard to the Bahamas National Youth Council that you would have referred to, that council is still developing, and so it's not totally rolled out as yet. Again, if you look at any expenditure for that, you will see that there has been none. And so, again, a reasonable financial adjustment and decision was made, and the ministry agrees with it. But substantially, everything what needs to be provided for sports, for youth, and for culture, they're all intact.
Speaker, I appreciate the numeric explanations to the cuts, Mr. Speaker. But the concern remains, Mr. Speaker, and I know Central Grand Bahama and Bamboo Town are with me on this, Mr. Speaker. When we cut subventions, Carmichael, of course, when we cut subventions to the youth and the sports, Mr. Speaker, I trust that somewhere in this budget, we are showing the young people and the sportsmen and women of our country that we actually care about them. Because irrespective of the fact that the money may be adequate relative to what has happened before, because some people may have left, etc., it has never been adequate, Mr. Speaker. We all know this. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I trust that this government, somewhere in their contingencies, or somewhere in this big 49 million consultancy number, that we will find the will to provide some support, some more support to youth and sports in these organizations.
Member for the South and Central Andros.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The member for Norman Ragadan Bushiri took over my entire portfolio.
The PM asked me, man.
So I leave it like
Special
that.
interest.
But I would like to ask the good member for Seabreeze. During the budget debate, I try not to be attacking, especially the fairer sex. I leave it like that. But I would note the fact that I'm very concerned on page 142 of 245. You know, no matter what, there's still something called a level of surety still left around. You know, under the IAAFA World Games, the cut there. During my budget presentation, Mr. Chairman, I noted the fact that the minister and the entourage had to travel to Japan. I'd like to know if maybe she can give us an update. I know we're not dealing with policy, but maybe could say a little.
No.
How much was spent? I don't want to get into how much was spent. I was trying to be diplomatic about the whole thing, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, if it comes to that, I'm then concerned quickly about the issue. I see the sports and fields facilities maintenance increased to some $285,000. $285,000. I want to know whether this assistance, once again, as a Farm the Island member partner, will also be given to the Farm the Island. But I've been asking for further assistance through the Member for Michael, especially the playing fields in Central Andros and Mangrove Key. This is of a major concern to me. And also, Mr. Speaker, I note up top there's a major figure given towards ceremonial events. You know, we don't get many of these events. Almost of these special events are Nassau-centric. I would like to know, Mr. Speaker, if these events any of these funding going to be sent to the Farm Island Administrator's Office, especially in my constituency, so that we can be a part of these celebrations when we have national or local sports, that we can have trophies and everything else in the Farm Island communities. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, member for South and Central, and just want to thank you for your question. The $300,000 allocated for the maintenance of sporting facilities is indeed, as you say, it has been for the purpose of extending the maintenance and the upgrades to sporting facilities throughout the Family Island. So that is the specific purpose for the increase from this government. I want us to recognize it's important to take it in stages, because we can't have the ceremonial events if we don't upgrade the facilities. And so the first step is, as I've traveled, I've seen the condition of some of the sporting facilities, and Ministry of Finance has agreed to allow us this generous provision to begin those good works. And from there, I believe we can have the ceremonial events as necessary throughout the Family Island. Thank you.
Angliston?
Yes. Yes, the member for Seabreeze, the issue of the swimming pools, I'm advised that all three of them are non-operational. And I'm wondering what the plan is to repair these, particularly the summer coming and summer programs. What are the plans? It's unfortunate that that it's gotten to this, but can you advise what steps will be taken to remediate or repair the swimming pools to make them operational in the short term? Mr. Chairman, through you, thank you, member for Angliston. I'm not sure, I would just want to give you an update that there are 2 swimming pools that are actually operational at the center as it is now. If you visited today, I actually have the pictures of them cleaning out the third one and trying to get the third one up and running. And in addition to that, if you go there now, you will see that they are fencing in and securing the entire facility. And so the upgrades are being done as we speak, and we will continue to do that, which is necessary to get South Beach pools up and running that has been inoperable for, I think, from before we came in. And so we are moving forward in that regard. Confirm that they, at least in the last couple of years, they've been inoperable. So I'm glad that, I'm being told that some steps are being taken in recent times. But I think when you presented, you might have indicated that at that time they were operational. And I'm advised that, I'm not doubting your word, but I'm advised by those on the ground that the swimming pools were not operational, but that there are efforts afoot, as I was speaking earlier today, that were to repair them. Okay. Thank you. I just want to say very quickly again, so one of the issues was the securing of the premises. And so my information is that 2 of them are operational, but I told them that I want the premises fully secured and that it's safe when the children or whomever come there to practice. And so they may have it temporarily not in use for that particular purpose, and that's for safety. And so 2 of them are working, and they should be ready within the next week or so. Because I've seen the pictures just this morning.
Is that third pool? Is that third pool the Jubilee pool, Minister?
Mr. Chairman, I was hoping that third pool was Jubilee Pool you was talking about. Oh, the three pools in South Beach? Okay. The member for, sorry, 1 second. Member for Cat Island? Mr. Chairman, I think I may have solved one of the issues I was having in my head. As I mentioned earlier. then you're gonna get your seat then. And then you can take your seat. Okay. You recall, Mr. Chairman, that one of the things we've been pointing out is how where the increases from. You know, when you look at domestic travel and subsistence and international travel and subsistence.
Which head are you discussing?
I go to 140, just as the example where we are now, Ministry of Youth and Sports, right? You notice that air transport of persons has gone to $263,150. That's what is shown here. Now, that's item
101.
101. Domestic travel subsistence. Now when I look at the other document, it should have been 5,700. But now that I'm watching this and putting it all together, the domestic travel, so this is a traveling budget. And then I note the other high ticket item in this budget. And when I say throughout this budget, is food, ice, and drinking water. So while y'all are asking people to tighten their belts, y'all have to loosen it to be able to consume the kind of monies that y'all are having. So for example, here again, on item 205 in this head, everyone else have to tighten, but they definitely have to loosen theirs because of the amount of food from $9,000, they've increased this budget to $258,400. Now, they tell me it should be $19,000, but in what we are discussing, it is $250,000. So you're traveling much, you're eating plenty, and then I see why, that's the answer. That's the answer. Now I see why you all need to increase the toilet supplies.
Been moved and seconded that had 45, 47, and 48,
I understand.
and 49 be agreed. Chair recognizes member for Exumas, Ragged Island.
Speak in relation to Ministry of Financial Services, Trade and Industry. I note that page 146. I note that the overall budget for this head was cut by some $300,000. And instinctively, given the level of challenge that we are facing from the international bodies in relation to financial services, it's counterintuitive that there is a cut rather than an increase. I would have anticipated, Mr. Speaker, that there would be increase in the subvention to BFFC. There would be increase in consultancy. They've given this area no consultants. This is perhaps where the consultants are needed for international facilitation and negotiation. But I'm at a loss, Mr. Speaker, as to why this head is being cut, given that it's still a very important sector in the overall economy of the Bahamas.
Senance.
BDO consultancy agreement, which deals with the whole question of beneficial ownership. We have the whole question of travel. I think the AG is away at the moment on FATF, and these are in different travel budgets. You also see the BSB, Bahamas Financial Services Board, is getting their $450,000, which they normally do. And the $300,000 that he specifically refers to is a transfer out of the Ministry of Financial Services into the Bureau of Standards, which is a transfer directly across the board. There is a slight cut in my marketing and promotions from $450,000 because we didn't use all of those figures this year because travel was actually covered. Some of my travel was covered under PM's office, AG's office when we went to Europe. So therefore, the only potential change is the slight decrease in my travel, which is $285,000 down to $450,000, which will actually show in the next coming year a better allocation of travel between BFSB and my ministry. There are consultants in my ministry. I do have consultants in my ministry that come under general services. The government has also hired lawyers externally, which we talked about in another budget, to represent the Bahamas. So that the budget for Bahamas Financial Services Board, Ministry of Finance, is covered throughout numerous ministries, including the Prime Minister's office. So therefore, I trust I've answered your question.
For financial services. The reason for that is that it is clear that thought, understanding, and appreciation of budgeting is reflected in his head. Just put it up. In the head. 49. Right. And but because it's true. And he obviously had his ministry ensure that what was published was reflective of what's going to happen in his ministry. And so for example, when we talk about travel, domestic travel, right? He spent $290 in this year gone for traveling within the Bahamas. He was allocated $15,000 for this fiscal year to spend. Obviously, he looked at the experience he had this fiscal year, which is how you would approach this, and then decide what should be allotted this year. So what he does, it's now reduced, Mr. Chairman, to $14,000 to $50,000. It doesn't go up to $3 million. You see, so it's a reasonable adjustment, and this is the one head that is truly reflective of real adjustment in context. And yes, right? And it goes straight through. It goes to, how you get that? I compliment the old man. Wait, what do you want me to
The chair recognizes East Grand Bahama on the point of order. Can I recognize on the point of order?
Mr. Speaker. No, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I cannot let the member to just make those kind of statements and let it go. These technical people who work on this document, this budget, work hard. It is a tremendous challenge, Mr. Speaker, in ordinary circumstance. This year, it is added by the fact that we have made the change to this chart of accounts. It is a tremendous Herculean task that these people and in a short period of time, Mr. Speaker, are there printing errors? Yes, there are. Are there some misclassification? Yes, there are. But is this budget accurate in the global perspective? Yes, it is. And so to the extent the members can laugh, all right? You can laugh. But you should be sorry. Because this one, no. You should apologize to them. Because what you're trying to do is not only unkind, it is wrong.
Chair recognizes Cat Allen. Order, members, order. We almost there. Let's not get carried away.
Order, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm aware of the hard work that's been in by the technical people. I respect what they have done. My criticism lies at his feet. If he listens more and listen to his staff more, technical people more.
Members,
then
we're
we will not have a problem.
If the member had any idea of how the budget is developed, maybe he wouldn't make such statements.
Members, it's been moved and seconded that clause, that it had, member for Cat Island. It's been moved and seconded that had 45, 47, 48. Y'all can't be interested in move the chair recognizes Cat Island. Yes, carry on, Cat Island. Can we move on from that?
Yeah, no, I would just like to apologize to Member Sudan for complimenting him.
Yes.
What he's done. Because I'm sorry for that. I didn't expect to get that kind of response from your own people.
It's being moved and seconded that clause 45, 47, 48, 49 be agreed. As many members in favor remain seated, those opposed will rise. Clause 45, 47, 48, 49 is agreed. Chair recognizes Bamboo Town.
That had 51, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, and 58 be agreed.
Second. Being moved and seconded that head 51, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58 be agreed. As many. Chair recognizes member for Angleton.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm wondering whether Bamboo Town can give an explanation for the huge rise in overtime from the last fiscal year. This is page 148. The last fiscal year, the overtime was 4,500, and it's now mushroomed, I don't know if that's even a big enough word, to $25,000. If you can explain what will account for that ballooning in overtime. Page 148. 148.
25,000 overtime?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, in regards to the question, over the past year or two, the post office has lost probably about 100 persons, well, over the last 10 years in regards to staff. We've moved into a new facility. There was requirements for some folks to work in order to get us up and running, and we're also going to need additional work to be able to catch up with all of the backlog of all of the mail that we seek to be able to move the post office forward. So that's a part of what it is, adequate funding for overtime, and so that is why the item was increased.
So the other thing I want to ask you is that, as you're aware, we had a resolution in this parliament which agreed, we did not support it, but which agreed the majority to move the post office from the general post office, which was a deteriorating building, and Gladstone Road fell by the wayside, and so Town Center Mall. I was wondering whether you are able to advise, I don't know whether that's indicated here maybe in the Public Works budget, but the cost of the construction, and also to ask you to lay on the table of the Parliament the lease agreement by the Bahamas government, or with the Bahamas government, with the Town Center Mall entity. And if you can advise us, the lease will tell us the terms. We don't know the terms to date. The concern would be the common area maintenance, utilities of that nature. And so we're formally asking that the lease be laid in the Parliament. It's only brought it here.
Any dollar figure that you're related to with the budget?
We don't know. Well, let me ask you.
You want to identify
Are
that
the
in the
rents,
budget?
are the rents, can you show me where the rents are indicated for the lease of that premise?
The member from Engliston, having been a former minister, would know that in certain circumstances, rents are actually paid out of the Department of Public Service. And so that is where the rent, the $12 per square foot will be paid. We note the fact that the member for Engliston is asking for the lease, and we note that.
Many.
Sorry, yes, well, right, I see here, I actually just reviewed, at 22-222-1102, page 148, it refers to rent. And the rents indicated are $59,400. What are those rents for?
Again, the member is the former minister. She would know that we have a number of post offices and other buildings throughout the country. And so we have not designated exactly which one it is. But as you would see from the previous year, the estimate was that it would be about 50,000. We had spent up to March about 31,000. And so the rent is to cover the cost of all of the other post offices that we rent throughout the country.
Can you advise where?
No, New Providence.
Can you advise where the allocation is for the?
Family Islands is different.
For the Acklands Post Office? As I would have indicated in my budget presentation, I'm told that over 15 mail bags were returned unopened from Acklands. And so I'm wondering if you can show me in the budget where the allocation is for the repair of that post office, which will allow it to open and for the people of Acklands to get mails in that district. That's what? Sample what?
Mr. Chairman, what I would say is all works that the member is referring to would come out of the capital budget. Public Works would be able to be, well, as we move forward in the budget, and if there's need for construction, those things come out of the budget of the Ministry of Works.
I only ask because the post office in Acklands is not operational. 15 mail bags, that's months. I mean, I'm told it's been a couple of years almost. So what I'm asking is, I was seeking a definitive position from you that there is, that in the capital budget, you will be requesting and procuring the repair of the post office in Acklands.
Well, you know, the member mentions the fact that the post office in Acklands has not been open in a while. I'm investigating that fact. So far, what I found is that the post office was destroyed during the time that the member was minister.
Right.
The individual who worked down there moved to Nassau, and the former minister gave her the opportunity to stay in Nassau. There was someone else who was appointed to that position out of Crooked Island. That individual was servicing the post office in Crooked Island. There was a dispute in regards to the local government individuals there who wanted someone else to work.
Right.
And from what I understand, that individual has only not been working for the past 2 months. So I'm unaware of a mail bag having been returned for some 15 mail bags or so. Perhaps the member can tell me who gave her that particular information.
We're not getting into that right now.
No,
we can discuss that later.
No.
Any other line items?
I just wanted to point out to you that I haven't been in that office for more than 2 years, so take some responsibility and deal with it. Thank you very much. The other thing is, I'm responding to the member. He just talked about when I was there years ago. The other thing I want to ask you is, I'm also told that, you know, the international mails, I think you have an allocation here for international mails. I'm told that because of the inability or failure to order tags, this is the second time this has happened. And as a result of that, international mails have not gone out for 2 weeks. Can the minister advise when this issue of the tags, I think there must be an allocation for the purchase of tags, when the tags will be made available to allow for international mails from the Commonwealth of the Bahamas to the world at large?
Again, Mr. Chair, the minister makes an accusation that I'm completely unaware of. You know, the former minister makes an accusation that I'm completely aware of. As far as I understand, the post office is operating under normal operation as the way it should.
Well, you
Are there
can
any?
take a walk there.
Okay. As many.
Just a minute, sorry. And I know you want to go home, Mr. Chairman, but...
No, I don't, there's no issue.
Okay.
There's questions being curveballs in these questions, and then that's creating more discussion that's unnecessary as it relates to the budget.
Well, you know, this is Parliament, man. Curveballs come and go, Mr. Chairman.
I'm just trying to
I understand, Mr. Chairman. The other, under head 53 at page 151, I note that there is an allocation for consultancy services at the port, and it was 4 million in 2018-19, now increased to 4.8 million. Can you advise what those consultancy services are, please?
Which item is that,
Sorry,
Minister?
that's page 151, as item 2251115.
Yeah, I'm understanding that that is for the operation of the tugboat service in the harbor of Nassau Services.
Are you able to advise whether the cruise industry contributes towards those services?
Yes, the cruise ship industry does contribute, yes.
The operation of facilities or other services, which is item, same page, 2251337. 800,000 last year, 700,000 next year. Can you advise what these services are or facilities?
As I have advised, I understand that it's contractual services for cleaning, expenditure for contractual service for lawn, for maintenance, those kinds of things.
Thank you, Bamboo Town. The other issue is that, as I know you know, Prince George Dock is under your remit. And we've heard public proclamations of the Minister of Tourism and Aviation that there was an RFP and that a firm was selected and that there's some negotiation as it relates to that. I'm wondering whether the member, is this under your remit or is this tourism and aviation? I don't know. This issue of Prince George Dock.
It is a policy matter, but just to answer the member, as you know, the Prince George Wharf is shared both by tourism and the Port Department, and as both ministries together have been collaborating, we're a part of the overall group that is looking at what's going to take place out at the port.
Can you indicate whether there's anything in this budget relating to this proposed arrangement to lease out the Prince George Dock to a foreign entity for more than 20 years? I said, there's anything in the budget? No. There's nothing in the budget. And so is that because it is anticipated that there are no budget items related to this matter?
The member will be aware that the negotiations are still ongoing. All of the line items that would have referred to operations at the Prince George Dock are still within the budget. And once the government makes a decision as to which direction it's going to take, I'm sure the member would be informed, as we will come to Parliament and do so.
But I hope to be informed. I hope that you'll also inform the tenants who are out there. The other thing I want to ask you is, the Port Department, in your communication, you indicated that a lot of works, infrastructural works were carried out. And I'm wondering, bearing in mind this deal is imminent, why was it or how is it going to be set off that public funds were utilized to remediate the dock and that you're about to hand over to a foreign entity for 20 years?
The member would know that the cruise ship industry is extremely important to our overall economy. A lot of that work that was undertaken was too urgent for us to wait
How will it be set off?
until we were able to decide whichever way we're going to get. That'll all be a part of the negotiations as we move forward.
Right, because we wouldn't want us, Bahamian people, to repair the dock and then hand it over to a foreign entity for 20 years. The
One more time.
yes, a foreign entity, our premier docking facility. The other issue I want to ask you, the issue of salvage. I'm wondering whether the government can indicate whether any contracts have been issued for salvage in Bahamian waters, and if so, who are they?
She means finish or something.
Is it allocated in the budget? I mean,
No budget item.
it's not about, no?
Yes, there's an item. There is an item.
No, the answer is no anyway.
The answer is that no contracts have been given.
We're not to be aware of.
Well, I mean, if you ain't aware, who will know?
You seem to know.
When I know, you know too. That's all right. The other, moving to the, I think I'm going to move to road traffic now. Road traffic. Page 152. Oh, sorry. I'm wondering whether the member can indicate, there will be, I think public information arose that you have, because you have here, a thing that the chairman is going to ask me, you have rent. There was an issue that arose on the island of Exuma about the road traffic department being locked out due to non-payment of rent. I'm wondering whether the rents have now been paid. They've been paid? Okay, and so is this allocation sufficient? Because, you know, the road traffic is a major revenue earner. It's sufficient, okay. I noticed that you have air transport within the Bahamas, and whether what this relates to, and in particular, the issue of finally completing the automation nationwide. Can you advise whether this travel budget relates to that effort? And if you can give us a timeline when the automation process will finally be completed throughout the country. I know Long Island talks about problems he's facing.
We've spoken to, obviously we cannot install the printers without the software. As you know, your administration would have hired Data Talk. Data Talk has informed us that they would be in country at the end of the month, and we will then get a schedule from that point on as to when it is those will be installed. But I'm hoping that it'll be very soon and very soon.
The other issue I want to ask is the issue of the Dopplers. The Dopplers. The minister indicated in his budget communication, I'm wondering if he can show me where the allocation is for that there is a variation or overrun of over $1 million in
The Doppler radar.
I'm assuming that is for the installation.
With Bicella?
Right, so it's 20 million, but you're coming back for more, and I'm wondering if you can show me where the allocation is, and if you can advise.
The Doppler radar installation.
You can advise the reason for the overrun. You're talking the Dopplers. We're talking, man, I'm sorry, page 154, Department of Meteorology. I'm trying to find out where the line is. The minister spoke in his budget to an overrun of $1 million, and I'm wondering where is the funding for it?
There is a line, it would be a capital line, and I suspect it would come through the Ministry of Finance. We can talk about it when we get there.
So, can the minister advise the reason for the overrun?
Yeah.
Or whatever you call it.
Well, I think it has to do with the fact that the project was somewhat delayed due to the fact that we're going to be constructing new airports. So that has to be taken into consideration as to where we're actually going to put. Yes, it's the airport component as to where we're actually going to position them in places like Exuma and Eleuthera. So.
And were you able, I think you indicated that the last Doppler would be installed by the end of this year. I wasn't sure, I can't remember, by the end of this year.
By the end of this year, we were looking to have it installed, but obviously we're going to have to work along with the construction timeline now of both Exuma and Eleuthera, and perhaps we would be able to install them in positions that will not be disturbed by the overall construction of those airports. So that's what we're looking to do. The AWAS also is supposed to be installed by the end of the year.
Anything else about this, Grace?
It's being moved and seconded that head 51, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58 of the schedule be agreed. As many members are in favor, remain seated. Those opposing would rise. Head 51, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, and 58 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I do now move that head 60, 65, 67, 70, 72, 73, and 74 be agreed.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that heads 60, 65, 67, 70, 72, 73, 74 of the schedule be agreed. Many members, the chair recognizes the member for Angliston.
Yes, under head 67, and specifically I may not do it in the right order. Well, if I'll start here, Nassau Flight Services, and I see that's on page 172. It's 2821411. I know the minister spoke in his budget debate that the intention is to offer it to private ownership. I know when I had asked last year whether any job would be lost, the minister was adamant, he said no. But I'm reading in the newspapers, his language is much more guarded. And I'm wondering, as it relates to this particular item and this allocation, which I assume incorporates the salaries of workers, whether or some subsidy, subvention, whether the minister can advise, can he reiterate the position he took last year when he said that no worker would lose their employment? You can't do that.
How's that budget related?
It's budget related because the subvention relates.
You're asking, oh, no. You're
Right.
asking him if it's covered under this head? But
No, I'm wondering whether this subvention that is now currently in place to secure the employment of those persons.
Okay, that's
Yes.
the question.
Mr. Chairman, obviously Nassau Flight Services is an operating entity that has revenues and expenses. The government provides it with a subvention. We have expressed an interest to divest it. We have left everything the same because it is a process and the process is not completed yet. The Cabinet of the Bahamas hasn't approved what they're going to do. We're looking at it. So at this time, I cannot specify or answer that question.
Because you can imagine the anxiety. I noticed, I'm looking through the allocations, I don't see the airport authority. I'm wondering if the minister can show me where the funding is available for the airport authority. I see the Bahamas Civil Aviation Authority, Nassau Flight Services. Oh yes, operational expenses, I see it. It's on page 172. In this regard, I'm wondering whether the minister can advise He may be aware that there is a major concern by the firemen at the airport about the conditions in which they're being housed. And I'm wondering whether this operational expenses or if there's anything in the capital budget that addresses on an urgent basis the conditions that the firemen are working in. They are beyond fearful for their health. And so I'm wondering the minister can advise what where in the budget the funds are allocated to remediate those conditions that are causing great anxiety.
Read down.
It is the intention of the government to build a completely new firehouse, and I'm sure the Minister of Works can speak to that because it's in his budget where the monies will be spent. As it relates to the conditions of the firemen, yes, it's incredibly vexing as we wait for their new firehouse to be built, and we are at this time looking at additional trailers for them to remediate their situation. As I was sitting here, I was going over that exact problem.
The minister indicated, thank you, in his debate that that trailers were acquired. I mean, he made a lot of hay about the Western Air terminal, and like you've explained that. So, and I think the minister's papers again dealing with that. I had to respond too, so look forward to that. But yeah, but I'm just saying, you know, at some point to be a full stop. But if you want to keep going, let's go for it. On the issue of Andros, in terms of the acquisition of the trailers for Andros, I'm wondering whether the funds came out of the current budget. I'm looking to see where the allocation was for that. And maybe you could tell us who, the process by which they were acquired.
Oh, we want to know that it's in the budget.
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
And, obviously, the airport authority is an entity that receives a lot of revenue from the security fees, and it has a lot of expenses, and the government tops up or tries to cover the deficit of, by providing it with $6.1 million every year. And the trailers cost $150,000, so they took it out of operation. It wasn't a big expense.
Right, and I think the airport authority, once you start implementing PFC, they'll have the revenue, but right now I think they're dependent on the state more or less. So the other thing I want to ask is the most recent runway repairs. I think you indicated that that works were being undertaken. We've now heard through an announcement by NAD that that the runway, the monies for the runway, or that there was a private tendering process, not the normal thing for that type of that level of thing, especially after the Prime Minister criticized certain processes and transparency. I'm wondering whether the Bahamian firms. Well, I'm wondering why the government chose to go by a private tender for such a major contract. I'm just.
How's that? Let's stick to the.
He doesn't have to answer it, you know.
No.
But I'm going to ask the
Move on
question.
then. We're not going to entertain
It's not the budget? Okay. No. Oh, not is not. Okay. Well, you spoke about it. You spoke about it. You should know. You spoke about it in this
move on. I guess go to
so
questions.
next time, don't bring it in here. Then.
Let's go to questions.
So, Speaker, the member for Freetown and the government is narrowing the scope of the dialogue. They don't want to answer that question why there was not a public tendering process. The other thing that the minister spoke to, he spoke to the extension of well, he didn't even say there was an extension. We have not been, the country has not been formally advised. But apparently the Vantage Airport Group contract has been extended. And I'm wondering if the minister because it's our airport, it is the budget exercise. You might not see it in a number here, but I'm wondering if the minister can advise what the terms of that extension, if he can advise, yes, this is, extension of that contract.
Hold on.
And the terms, and whether Vantage met the benchmarks that were mandated in the prior administration.
I was being very generous in your very crafty questioning and stuff. But if you want to ask something specific to to the budget. As it relates to that, then you could ask him. But we're not here to entertain any discussion on negotiations.
You know, Mr. Chairman, the government doesn't have to answer, you know, but they
Not at this time.
They have Bahamian tenants who have, I understand. You don't have to answer it. The question is on the table, the government doesn't want to answer it, no problem. There's no problem. Yes, the budget, our airport, Lyndon Pindling International Airport, our airport. The issue of the, I noticed the minister has responsibility for Bahamas Air, which is page 171. And I see that there is an allocation here for 22,393,44. I'm wondering whether the minister can advise what that allocation is for, and if he can further advise, there is something circulating indicating that Bahamas Air is now increasing its cost to the consumer or the customer for baggage, and I'm wondering whether you can confirm that that has now been increased, and also what this allocation is for, please.
Engliston, for her wonderful question. She will remember, and I'm sure she can speak to the member from Cat Island, Rumkey, in San Salvador, that when the PLP was last in office, they acquired 5 new ATRs and incurred
Is that
debt.
the budget? Is that the budget?
Hold on, let me finish.
No, you covered
I'm
everything.
getting to the number. Yes.
With ATRs in the budget?
Sit down and talk and listen.
Yeah. They acquired, they acquired.
And you,
Order, members, can we hear Freetown? We're almost there. Can we hear Freetown? Freetown, please.
And when they acquired these 5 ATRs, they incurred debt of $120 million. So they acquired these planes for $120 million, and we are now commencing the repayment of the principal, and that has now been factored into the budget. So we are now starting to repay that loan. There are $9.5 million in interest every year, and there's a $6 million repayment on the principal. And that has been factored into then that's why you see the increase in the amount.
okay, I'm trying to understand now. Can you, seeing that you've mentioned it, and it is in the budget, the ATRs, there is provision for payment for this loan, correct? Is that correct? Sorry?
But I'm paying.
No. Oh, you mean, sorry, that amount.
That's the reason for the increase.
That I understand.
Principal is now being repaid.
Sorry, I'm with you now. The other question is about the increase in baggage rate for customers at Bahamas Air.
I'm done.
As you know, Bahamas Air is an entity that has lost lots and lots of money, and we are trying to mitigate that loss and therefore the burden on the taxpayer. We've increased very marginally the cost of the bag, the second bag, I'm advised. The first bag is free. I think the second bag is now 45, which is an increase from 35.
Right. I'm told that's an increase of about more than 25%, but I guess you call it marginal. The other thing I want to ask you is when you look at if you can have a look at page 171, if you can advise, I see 2 allocations here for special financial transactions. Or it might be 1. I'm trying to see how this works. It looks like $1 million. If you can advise what that is for, please.
The minister, if the member would look, it shows that it is for VAT. And so now we are required to break out the expenses to be spent on VAT, whereas before that used to be wrapped into other line items. And so it's very explicitly laid out there, VAT.
Chair recognizes South and Central Andros.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if it comes under no particular heading, but I would like to go to the good member for Freetown. As one who traveled also, especially to the island community, he has some familial ties to the community of Andros. And a number of persons while traveling on smaller crafts have asked, why is our runway and everything else kept so poorly, all those tall trees and the the shrubbery around the runways themselves. And it's nothing that just occurred recently. But I noticed that I look at the issue of operational expenses, and I also looked earlier at building maintenance and equipment maintenance. The list goes on. I don't see anything that is directly linked to the upkeep of that runway itself, all the trees around the tower itself. And to hear visitors and other, even locals commenting about it, I'd like to know if we can have that matter dealt with, some kind of how.
You asked him if it's covered in the budget? That's what you're asking him?
Yes, I don't see it directly, nothing that speaks
It's
directly.
operational? I mean, where is it?
But I would like to know if something can be done.
Sorry. Good member, all expenses to deal with airports are covered in airport authority. And so the only bit of that you will see in the budget is the subvention that the government provides to the airport authority. Off to one side are all the revenues that the airport authority receives from all its different revenue sources, all the expenses it pays out, and it has a loss, and the government provides it with a subvention. So you'll only see on page 172 a subvention to the airport authority of $6.2 million, and that's after they've taken in all their revenues from the security fees, from any other landing fees, rentals that they would have in the 28 family island airports that they have, and then all the expenses they spend out, then generates a loss, and the government then provides them with a $6.2 million subvention.
Remember, I just want to prevail upon your good graces, though. I'm saying that when one comes, and I hear persons who are coming, especially from the Central Andros community, they speak highly about our spanking brand new facilities at the LPIA. And to have persons coming in, you go to Odyssey or you go to Jet Aviation by the Bow Boys, and you see all that bush around the place. That's what I'm talking. As a Bahamian, a level of pride, growing up in an island community, we swept the yard. I am just saying when people come, it doesn't give a good impression, first impression of us.
But so,
Mr. Deputy, Mr. Chairman, I am very respectful, but this is something that I feel strongly about. So give me 20 seconds, 2 seconds of your time.
Give you 10.
I am saying, Mr. Member for Freetown, I'd like for you to prevail strongly in that matter, please. I feel very strongly about it.
Thank you very much for your question. I will take it under advisement. Obviously, it falls under the remit of the airport authority that has a chairman and a board, and I will certainly pass that comment along to them.
Thank you.
I want to see if the Minister of Tourism will sort of give a greater analysis to his response. The airports in this country, airport authority makes minimal revenue. That's why you're subsidizing it. I believe that perhaps the Minister of Works might be able to assist because the Minister of Works has carriage and oversight of airports in terms of infrastructural redevelopment. And I think the question that the member was asking is whether there's anything either in that budget or the capital budget which shows that there is an allocation by the state to address the concern that the member has. I think that's what we're asking, yes.
I think the good member for Engliston is wrong when she says that the airport authority takes in minimal revenue. The airport authority takes in a lot of revenue because every single passenger that leaves this country, they collect $7 from them. And as we have almost 2 million passengers leaving, and you multiply 2 by 7, you get $14 million of revenue. Then you get all of the other revenues they get for parking, for renting stores in airports, whatever. It probably comes to close to $20 million. They have their expenses. And from those expenses, they allocate. It's a challenge. It's not, I agree, it's a challenge. There's 28 airports. And every single member from a family island here complains about an airport, and it's a challenge. And I'm sure you're aware of that from the position you want to have. But we are trying the best we can to fix the airports, and I will take under advisement the complaint about the airports in Andros, and I will address with the airport authority this issue. Thank you.
I think just for the minister, it may be confusing, I guess, or the delineations of the various components. You have NAD, you have Vantage, and you have Airport Authority. Airport Authority does not rent shops and all those things.
In Family Island Airport, it does.
Well, are you getting revenue from those things?
We do from Marsh Harbor.
Then if you're indicating that Marsh Harbor is one airport, you should be getting a PFC from there also. They do better. But the Airport Authority does not, the revenue it gets is not able to sustain it. It is subsidized almost wholly. Infrastructural works would not be carried out by the Airport Authority.
Right.
So I was just asking whether you could see whether in the other budgets there is any allocation to meet the concern of this member of parliament.
It's been moved, the member for South, for South and Central Andros.
Mr. Chairman, under head 65, I note on page 168 to the member for East Grand Bahama, there's section 2251115 consultancy services under the environmental health services. I would like to maybe have some clarification as to this $2 million increase under the consultancy services there, in the environmental health services. And also, you know, there's also another increase under the operational facilities and other services to the tune of almost another $3 million.
Page you on,
This is the page 168 of 245, environmental health services, head 65. Just some clarification on those consultancy on 221115 and also on 2251337, operational facilities and other services, exponential increases.
Through you to the member for Marathon, or
Yeah, Marathon, you got it?
that's on environmental health of 168.
Yeah, thank you for that question. You make me feel appreciated for being here at this late hour. I was beginning to feel like you were directing everything to Freetown, and Freetown is 67, and now you go back to 65. And I remember quoting the good member from Cat Island, who I admire a great deal in that whole BAMSI thing, but I'm not going to go there. I'm going to leave that alone because it's the lateness of the hour. But the consultancy services, as you're aware, that we have a number of projects that are in the pipeline, and the consultancy service, that's our general, I've forgotten the term that the PM used.
Global.
Yeah, that's our global provision for consultancies. There are a number of them within the ministry for a number of the initiatives that we are rolling out. Anything from the plastics ban to the PR that goes along with it, to a number of the other initiatives. There are a number of them. Of course, they're teasing me about one of the ones that I'm most fond of, which is that we believe that we have to get this critical mass of young people thinking green, and we're going to come to South Andros, and we have a golden cape for you, because we know you might be more inclined to go that way. I would offer you a red one, but that may offend your sensibilities. So, yeah, I think that's a...
What
was the other one, South Abaco, that you mentioned to me?
The other one was the operational of facilities and other services. My mind ran across the landfill, but I want to give you the benefit of the doubt. I accept all the political sophistry and everything else, but I just thought I'd have a more cogent answer from you.
Yeah. So, yeah, you're right on point. So, I'm sorry. The first one also includes bulk waste. Garbage collection, I'm being corrected by Issa. First one, garbage collection is included in that. The second one, you said bulk waste? Bulk waste.
Cat Island, Rumkin, San Salvador.
To the Minister of Tourism, 171, page 171. There's a line item called Operation Minister of Tourism. 47 to 29 to 51 to 0.
So really what you have to look at, my good friend, is that if you go to page 172, and you look at the approved, just go to the very total, the last line, the very last line.
Right.
You'll see Ministry of Tourism and Aviation is 120 million. Approved estimates 1819. And 1920 is 129 million.
I saw that increase.
Okay, so the only reason for everything else is the same. It's just a reclassification exercise where they have broken down that 51 million into lots of different categories. That's a first stab at it. So you'll see on page 170 lots of zeros because they're reallocating that 51 million through all these new categories as a part of this new chart of accounts.
Already?
So really, at the end of the day, the Ministry of Tourism, the only reason for the increase in this budget, the only increase, is the 9 million extra that's going to the Bahamas there. Everything else is exactly the same.
I see. So they didn't take anything from you?
No, sir.
They added something?
They gave me 9 million for Bahamas Air and $677 for the Bahamas Civil Aviation Authority to help with the air traffic controllers.
I'll come back to that. Go on then.
Thank you.
I'll come back to that. Now, I recall you indicating that that you have stopped the cruise, the subventions to cruise lines. And I don't see it in the. I don't see it here. Is it that you stopped the subvention?
It's not.
Or you just took it out of your.
It's not. It never was. It never. It's not. Never was, and never is in my head. It's in his head in finance.
What is it?
It's called. I think tourism-related obligations or something.
No.
It's always been in finance. It's never been. That was taken out of tourism a couple of years ago.
Yeah, well, let's go to page 91 then. Maybe 91 will help you.
Which page?
Page 91 will help you.
91.
Ministry of Finance. I see, I just want you to try to explain to me. I see a line item here called Operation Ministry of Tourism, $10 million, which is also a line item here, but says zero. They took $10 million away from you, it appears. They don't want you to spend that, they want to spend that themselves. And then I see cruise line operators at 282,210, another 12,449,210. I'm just wondering if you've stopped the subvention, what is that amount about?
Paid, and then we're still paying.
Angliston.
Thank you. On the question of the rebate, that the figures that we are now talking about, which are from that are tourism related, can the minister advise whether if he can advise whether there were any aspects of the arrangement that could accrue to some liability to the Bahamas government? The question is this. There was a rebate arrangement, and actually the arrangement was made under prior pre-national movement administration. But in any event, you've indicated that the rebates based on head count has now come to an end. So I'm asking you, in that agreement or arrangement with the cruise lines, was there any other agreement or arrangement that would accrue some liability to the Bahamian people?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you negotiate it?
I didn't negotiate anything. So they just came to an end, and I didn't renew.
Now we get that. You mean you're not the Superman with the air from your chest? No, it ended under him.
Prime Minister.
No, it ended under him. Lucky is
That's
The chair recognizes Cat Island Rum King from Salvador. Come on, Cat Island.
I just want to complete.
Success of tourism is not because of them, but because of some luck. But I'll let them know that.
I'll deal with this on another head.
Yes.
I'll do another head.
Been moved and seconded that heads 60, 65, 67, 70, 72, 73, and 74.
Mine is working. Mr. Speaker, I just wondered, there's some talk about the hotel corporation. Huh? Yeah, the budget question. What is the salary assigned to the out of the amount allotted to the corporation? What is the amount paid to the chairman? That's a budget question. Hotel corporation. Not a budget question.
Good question. Very good question.
I'll check and get back to you.
That's a good answer.
Been moved and seconded. It's been moved and seconded that head 60, 65, 67, 70, 72, 73, and 74 be agreed. As many members are in favor, remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Head 60, 65, 67, 70, 72, 73, 74. Agreed.
Now that we hit in the morning hours.
Mr. Chairman, I do now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. The schedule in its entirety be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The schedule in its entirety is agreed. As many.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I do now move to the capital, and I move that the long title be agreed.
Been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I do now move that the short title be agreed.
Been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The short title of the bill is agreed.
I move that clauses 2 and 3 be agreed.
Been moved and seconded that clause 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 2 and 3 of the bill is agreed.
I now move that the schedule be agreed and that head 13 be agreed.
Been moved and seconded that the schedule and head 13 be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The schedule,
We ran over that already.
schedule and
Yes, we are. Yes? Yes, we're doing it now. We're in the schedule. Head 13 is the first capital head.
been moved and seconded that the schedule and clause 13 be
I
agreed.
could call off one of
As
them.
many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The schedule and clause 13 is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I do now move that that heads 21, 22, 21, 23, and 29 be agreed.
Been moved and seconded that clause, the chair recognizes the member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
Speaker, under head 21, other machinery and equipment, $18 million. The number stands out at me in the middle of the page in line 2299. I'd be grateful if the Minister of Finance would explain what this is in relation to.
This is the funding for the street lighting project that we talked about in the communication.
Been moved and seconded that head 21, 23, and 29 be agreed. Many members are in favor. The chair recognizes the member for Englishton.
Thank you, thank you. I think the member of, I'm looking at the airport infrastructure program, which is page 189, Ministry of Finance. I see that $3 million was allocated last year for the airport, or during this fiscal period, for the airport infrastructure program. Can the member indicate what that is for or was for? Or I'm wondering, was it utilized? What was it for?
No, it wasn't utilized.
What was it for?
The same. That was the initiation of the airports that we spoke about, the North Luther and the Exuma airports.
Okay, I see, so it's gone into a different budget.
Exactly.
Okay. The National Disaster Refund of $500,000,
Yes.
what is that for?
We had indicated that we are setting aside a sinking fund for the national disaster, so this is a contribution.
The issue that, if you recall, we passed the Dormant Account Bill Act, and that the funds from those accounts were supposed to be utilized to begin this process. Can you advise whether that is now in place and will supplement this $500,000?
We have not received, as far as I'm aware, we have not received any funding from the central bank as yet, but we do anticipate those funds.
Okay, and, you didn't budget for it, no, that's, I think you have your other structures. What is that?
Just want to make sure I got the right one. That is, hold on, sorry. Just make sure I got it. Page 2. Final payment on the infrastructure for the point, BPL. BPL, final payment on the government's contribution to the substation for the point property.
Just for the record, I don't think we should be hearing anything from the gallery. For the record.
Oh, I didn't hear anything. You heard something?
Yes, I did hear something from the gallery. Strangers ought to be totally quiet in the house. Let you get away with it today. The member from Cat Island, Ramkins, and Salvador.
I have just one thing. The last, I want, on head 21, the last thing I want to ask is the acquisition of assets. 4 million, what is that for? That's on page 189. It's 5 million?
It's a position of government vehicles and other equipment. Yeah, yeah, across all ministries. Leasing.
Yeah,
There's, yeah.
Yeah, but Mr. That answer is confusing to me. So perhaps if that line item relates to the acquisition of vehicles, then what is line item 3112101, acquisition of transportation equipment land for $3 million? What is that about? Because you then have it budgeted twice.
Hold on.
Now, acquisition of assets, you're saying that's the main vehicles. Then you have acquisition of transportation equipment, right? And then say land equipment, $3 million. So I'll ask you to respond to that. And then in the recurrent estimates, you have allocated $6 million, thereabouts, $6 or $5 million, thereabouts, for the leasing of vehicles. And then you are acquiring it. So what is the policy of government? You're moving away from leasing vehicles now to just acquiring it? Or is it going to be a mismatch of both?
Sorry, I missed something. You said something about another 3 million.
Yeah.
Which numbers? I'm sorry. Can you repeat?
101. 3112, 101. Acquisition of transportation equipment, land.
Yes, that's the vehicle.
That's $3 million.
Yes.
That's the same response you gave to the member from Angleton when she asked about acquisition of assets, which is at 3113003. So, which is 4 million. So we're asking what you have it apparently in 2 lines. You said it, but if you don't mean it, then say it. And then the question is, what is the now policy? Is it a mismatch of leasing and acquiring, or is it just leasing? And are you moving away from leasing to acquiring?
So the 4 million is in relation to general asset acquisition across all ministries. So it's a global budget figure for the acquisition of equipment, assets, furniture, whatever. So that's what that represents. In respect to the government's leasing policy, the government continues to lease vehicles, but as you know, particularly in the Family Islands, you cannot lease vehicles, so you have to purchase. So there are different aspects of arrangements that have to be made to acquire the assets that are necessary.
know which properties you're intending to acquire and its use?
So this is to hopefully clear up some of the nagging compulsory acquisitions that have happened over the years that we have not paid the people for. This one in particular is anticipated to take care of the Bahamar, some issues on Bahamar Road, as well as some on the airport gate. Yeah, there's some acquisitions, as well as on the airport gateway.
Being moved and seconded that head, Angliston.
Sorry, yes, wondering, under, how far did we go to this number? Sorry, 29? Okay. The Ministry of National Security, I'm wondering whether the minister can advise the 2.5, which is on page 191, for project-related capital expenditure, what that is for, please.
Computerization.
That's for the computerization of the parliamentary registrar as promised by this government. So that's what that's for.
So that's for the Parliamentary Registration Department. Okay, and that this is in relation to a contract that's already being issued, or there's going to be an RFP with no details yet?
Yeah, eventually there'll be an RFP.
To be an RFP. Okay.
Yeah, that's customary
Don't be like,
with this
Freetown.
government. We've changed the practice of the past.
No, but I just don't be anyway. I won't say it on my
we
face.
changed the practice of the past.
You know, because you just had one private bid process for $20 million runway, so don't go there, okay? Don't go there. Don't go there. See,
We changed the
member's
practice of the
provoking.
past.
Don't go there, okay? Let's keep it professional there. Don't go there.
We changed the practice of the past.
Of the past, you mean the like, most
Transparency.
recent past? I got
Transparency.
you. Yeah.
All right.
The most recent
2 years
past.
ago.
Can we go on this?
Just 2 years ago.
They don't know. You mean like
Can we go on,
2
Angliston,
weeks,
please?
last week? The military, police, and prison equipment, which is last year at 5 million, and this year at 4.8 million. Can the minister advise what is the allocation for, whether any aspect of the 5 million was expended, and what is the current allocation for the upcoming budget? What is that for?
4.2?
It's 4.8.
Yeah. Yeah, short spotter is the 6.
No editorial comment.
No editorial comment.
No, okay, all right.
And but you won't know about this because this technology here we're transforming here, you know.
Can we yes?
So
Can we yes?
I can't attribute that to you.
Can we?
And the 4 is for the drones program, the first of its kind in the country. We're innovative. I apologize.
Just when you talk about innovation and technology, go and look at the airport and see the state-of-the-art radar system there. And you begin to learn a little. And then
Okay,
all right. So you want to talk shop? Let's talk shop. You want to talk? Okay. Which one?
Yes, Angliston.
Oh, wait, you out of your mind. Well, then do
Can we
something
carry on,
wrong with what
Angliston?
you're
Can we
doing
carry
there.
on to?
Something's wrong with what you're doing. Because it was being used when I was there. No, it was being used when I was there. You don't want me to talk about the runway, that's your
Moved and
problem.
seconded that clause 21,
No.
23. The chair recognizes Angliston.
Please tell the members to leave me alone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay. The electronic monitoring equipment, which is allocated at, listen, you got this particular man next door. Let me stay focused. The electronic, this is a serious matter. I know it's late, but let's get serious here. The electronic monitoring equipment. The last year's Well, the 5 million, getting back to that last question you asked, I had asked about the 5 million in the prior year. What was that for? And it was not used? What was that for? It's in the numbers. You had an allocation for the same thing. We'd like to know why you're allocating again. We're talking about, the Minister of Finance is saying we ain't talking about that. You had in the last years, in this current budget, you have an allocation for military, police, and prison equipment. You had there 5 million. But then we see in the next budget, you have another 4.8. What is the 5 million for? So we can understand why there's an allocation in the next budget period.
So as you see there yourself, 367,000 have been spent in the last year. So they're now budgeting 4.8 million to finish it.
Okay, that's the same thing. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Many of these contracts are 3-year periods.
Right. The other thing I want to ask you is the electronic monitoring equipment. And I see that last year there was this current budget period, you had 3 million for this. And this year, this current budget, it's the upcoming budget, $4.6 million. And is this, I see allocations for this year and for the next budget period. Is this the contractual amount for the recurring contract cost? Or is this capital acquisition? What is this current budget for? What is the next budget allocation for?
The 4.6 is the 1.9 would be for the CCTV, and the other 2.6 is for Motorola, as you know. That's the communication system, the upkeep contract. Yeah.
So the allocation last, in this current budget, 3 million, is that for something different?
Last year?
For this budget, yes, it's allocated last year, and during this current budget, it's for electronic monitoring equipment. Is that the same thing? What is it for? The CCTV and?
Wasn't spent.
It wasn't spent. That's what I was asking, yes.
Being moved and seconded that clause 21, 23, and 29 be agreed. Many members that are in favor will remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 21, 23, and 29 of the bill is agreed. Chair recognizes Bob.
Heads 30, 32, 33, and 38 be agreed.
Second that. Being moved and seconded that clause 30, 32, and 38 be agreed. Many members that are in favor will remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 30, 32, and 38. 30, 32, 38.
33,
33.
Okay,
38.
sorry.
38.
The Minister of Education, and head 33. I see a number of allocations there, and I'm.
38.
Oh, sorry, Public Works, sorry. I see the schools, that's why I thought of you, sorry. And you may be able to answer it. These are very sort of global figures, and if you could help us understand what is intended. I think you may have alluded to some of it during your speech, but if you could help us, please. For example, the construction of gymnasiums. I'm very interested in this because in my constituency, and I've spoken to the minister, R.M. Bailey had a fire many years ago, and there's nothing. The allocation is 4.8 million. Can you tell us what is this for, please?
Yes. Thank you, member, for asking. There are 4 Family Island gymnasiums that are contemplated. One was started under the former administration in South Andros. It is contemplated possibly for South Eleuthera, one for Abaco, and one for Long Island to start. Those four islands are contemplated, yes.
And then, not R.M. Bailey, eh?
Not in this budget, member.
Because you have quite a few cabinet ministers from that school, and they should be lobbying. You have a heading here, other infrastructure, and roughly 10.8 million. That's page 194, and it's 3111306, other infrastructure.
311.
Sorry, 3111306. On the sidewalk.
10 million.
10.8
$10.8 million.
Yes.
Member would bear with me. That's 33. Ten zero zero.
3111306.
A member. Airport. We've started, as you know, we've already started in Great Albuquerque. Yes, those 4 airports.
I note the heading construction of schools, that there's no allocation, that you had an allocation last year for this budget year, 3.3 million, but there's nothing for this year. Does that, I know I see something in education, primary schools, but does this, is this suggest, or communicating that there'll probably be no school built apart from the one we're gonna get to in education? I see something there, primary schools.
Member, if you look in the allocation is under the Ministry of Education.
You haven't got, okay, let me get
Funded, Mr. Chair, Mr. Minister, a unit of the ministry was Bahamas. I don't appear to see any allocation, either in the current or in the capital. Or fund allocation.
Yes, it's under
Nor
new.
is it- nor is it in the
It's
act.
under roads. It's under roads.
So it'd be wrapped up in those.
Yes.
Plus the 5.5
In relation to road repairs and maintenance, there's a disturbing level of cuts going from 31.5 million to 18.2 million. And I'm now learning that that includes Bahamas, given the given the the crumbling state of the nation's roads, in particular the 44 miles of road on Great Exuma, Mr. Speaker. I wonder what how the minister will bridge the gap with such significant cuts in public works.
Thank you for asking, member. That does not include Bahamas. I should have given the other member the reference to Bahamas as New Providence Roadworks, which has the $9 million there. That includes roadworks that we're going to have to do throughout the country, and we're going to have to be creative with roadworks this year. That includes as much of the roadworks as we can do. Indicated in the budget debate that we intend to do a number of PTPs, with respect to roadworks, and that is how we're going to approach a number of Family Island projects.
Being moved and seconded that had 30, 32, 33, and 38. Chair recognizes Cat Island Ramsey Salvador.
Yeah, the schools, we know that construction schools finds itself in the Ministry of Education. I'm just wondering whether I saw somewhere, it may have been in that document I'm not supposed to look at. Yeah, you know, that there's possibly 5 schools to be constructed. I wonder whether the minister could identify those schools or where they are.
Member, which which is the one that you're referring to? What, the new primary and secondary?
Construction.
Yeah, I know. So which is it? The new
New primary and
3111286?
secondary schools. I'm talking about the new primary, sorry, 86, new primary and secondary schools, and
Okay,
also
good.
the construction schools, the 2 of them.
Yeah, certainly. Okay, so
And I want to know whether there's a difference between the 2 heads.
between,
Then you have another head saying new primary and secondary school.
Yeah, well, construction of schools is summer repair program. That's summer repair program. Construction of school, no one primary and secondary schools is the beginning of schools in Abaco, Eleuthera, Exuma, and Inago, and San Salvador. We're beginning those new schools this year.
Benny.
Need to come back.
Being moved and seconded that head 30, 32, 33, and 38 be agreed. As many members in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Head 30, 32, 33, and 38 is agreed.
All right, Mr. Chair, I do now move that heads 40, 45, 56, 56, 60, 67, 72, and 73 be agreed.
Second that, Mr. Chair.
Being moved and seconded that head 40, 45, 56, 60, 67, 72, and 73 be agreed. Chair recognizes the member for Angleton.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I want to ask the member for Marathon on the issue, the Department of Housing. The rental units, there's one in the Angleton area on East Street, and there's an ongoing and recurring concern about maintenance. And I'm wondering whether you can indicate where the budget is for maintenance, and if you could indicate the, the commitment to addressing the repair of these units. Even the grounds, I had to step in to have the grounds addressed because it was long overgrown, neglected, and became a security issue. But there's a particular tenant there who's complaining about plumbing. She's been in touch with the department. The department is very accommodating, and that's not the issue, but it's not being addressed. And I'm wondering if you could indicate in the budget where the repair or maintenance budget is for the rental units.
You want to have East Grand Bahama?
Cost for the maintenance of all of these properties would be in the recurrent budget, which we have already passed.
Under which, sorry.
We are aware
You know
of that situation that you speak,
Right.
and I made an intervention in relation to that. That really, that's a unique situation in which that you speak of.
Right.
Something that happened that really ought not to happen. But we are urgently addressing that situation.
Thank you. I'm grateful for that. But the member for East Grand Bahama, you indicated that it's a recurring budget. Is that in which head or which ministry or department?
We're in capital work.
No, you referred to it. It's
there.
Which ministry? Housing? Finance?
Housing.
Housing. Okay. 45.
It was being moved and seconded that head 40, 45, 46, 60, 67, 72, and 73, the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposed will rise. Head 40, 45, 56, 60, 67, 72, and 73 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I do now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Do I have a second? Been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many members that are in favor will remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Just a question on the annex.
The annex is rolled into.
Mr. Chair, I do now move that the Speaker takes the chair.
Being moved. Do I have a seconder? It's being moved. It's being moved. Members, it's being moved and seconded that the Speaker now do take the chair. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The Speaker will now take the chair. Speaker, I beg leave to report that the committee has gone through the bills, making amendments thereto.
Honorable members, the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole House has reported that the Committee of the Whole House has gone through the various bills, having amendments, made amendments thereto. Third reading and passing of bills. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing the 1st of July 2019 and ending the 30th of June 2020.
I second that.
Honorable member, just give me a moment. Let me see if I can locate. Here.
I give you my proxy.
Now, I'm going to do the appropriations to capital, then I'll go the way we went.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and pass. A bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on the revenue account for the financial year commencing the 1st of July 2019 and ending the 30th of June 2020. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a third time and pass.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing 1st July 2019 and ending 30th of June 2020.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof be declared to be the Appropriations Revenue Account Expenses Act 2019. Third reading and passing of bills. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act for the appropriation of the sum of $235 million for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for capital development for the financial year ending the 30th of June 2020.
I second that.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and pass. A bill for an act for the appropriation of the sum of $235 million for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for the capital development for the financial year ending the 30th of June 2020. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a third time and pass.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of the sum of $235 million for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for capital development for the financial year ending the 30th of June 2020.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof be declared to be the Appropriation Capital Development Act 2019. Third reading. Third reading and passing of bill.
Mr. Speaker, I move for a bill for an act, for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Stamp Act. As amended.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and pass. A bill for an act to amend the Stamp Tax Act. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Stamp Act.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof be declared to be the Stamp Amendment Tax 2019. For the third reading and passing of bills. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I move the third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Banks and Trust Companies Regulations Act to provide for the revisions to the license fee structure of banks and for other related purposes. Speaker, I second that.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and pass. A bill for an act to amend the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Act to provide for the revisions to license fees, the license fee structure of the banks and for other related purposes. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Act to provide for revisions to the license fee structure of banks and for other related purposes.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof be declared to be the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Amendment Act 2019. For the third reading and passing of bills, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I move the third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Family Islands Development Encouragement Act. Speaker, I second that.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and pass. A bill for an act to amend the Family Islands Development Encouragement Act. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Family Island Development Encouragement Act.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof be declared to be the Family Islands Development Encouragement Amendment Act 2019. For the third reading and passing of bills, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act. Speaker, I second that. No,
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and pass. A bill for an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof be declared to be the Real Property Tax Amendment Act 2019. For the third reading and passing of bills, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Customs Management Act to provide for the mandatory registration of the owners of goods imported or exported from the Bahamas. Here's the amendment.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. A bill for an act to amend the Customs Management Act to provide for the mandatory registration of owners of goods imported or exported from the Bahamas. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Custom Management Act to provide for the mandatory registration of owners of goods imported or exported from the Bahamas.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof be declared to be the Customs Management Amendment Act 2019. For the third reading and passing of bills.
Mr. Speaker, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Excise Act.
Speaker, I second that.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and pass. A bill for an act to amend the Excise Act. As many members are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Excise Act.
Let this one. Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof be declared to be the Excise Amendment Act 2019. For the third reading and passing of bills, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I move for third reading and passing for an act to amend the City of Nassau Revitalization Act. I second that.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and pass. A bill for an act to amend the City of Nassau Revitalization Act. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the City of Nassau Revitalization Act.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof be declared to be the City of Nassau Revitalization Act, Amendment Act 2019. For the third reading and passing of bills. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Tariff Act.
Mr. Speaker, I second that.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and pass. A bill for an act to amend the Tariff Act. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Tariff Act.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof be declared to be the Tariff Amendment Act 2019. For the third reading and passing of bills. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Value Added Tax Act.
Mr. Speaker, I second that.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and pass. A bill for an act to amend the Value Added Tax Act. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Value Added Tax Act.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof be declared to be the Value Added Tax Amendment Act 2019. For the third reading and passing of bills, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Spirits and Beer Manufacture Act.
Mr. Speaker, I second that.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. A bill for an act to amend the Spirits and Beer Manufacture Act. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Spirits and Beer Manufacture Act.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof be declared to be the Spirits and Beer Manufacture Amendment Act 2019. For the third reading and passing of bills, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act 2010.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. A bill for an act to amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act 2010. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act 2010.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof be declared to be the Financial Administration and Audit Amendment Act 2019. For the third reading and passing of bills, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Business License Act. Mr. Speaker, I second that.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. A bill for an act to amend the Business License Act. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Business License Act.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof be declared to be the Business License Amendment Act 2019. For the third reading and passing of bills, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, there are no further third readings. That committee.
Okay. There are no further third reading. Consideration of Senate amendments. Resolutions. Oh, just a moment, honorable member. Honorable members, I have in my possession message number 32 from the Honorable Senate. The Honorable Senate wishes to acquaint the House of Assembly that they have passed the following bill. Accompanying message number 33, dated the 22nd of May 2019, from the Honorable House of Assembly. The National Crime Intelligence Agency Bill 2019. And clause 16 of the bill, the amendment will be made under subsection 4, delete the word 3 and substitute the word 4, and delete the word 2 and substitute therefore the word 1. Substitute the word member for the word members, where it appears in the second time. Message number 31 from the Honorable Senate. The Senate wishes to acquaint the Honorable House of Assembly that they have passed the following bill. Accompanying message 32, dated the 15th of May, from the Honorable House of Assembly. A bill for an act to amend the Police Staff Association Act to amend the law relating to the election of branch board members. Resolutions. The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the following resolution. Whereas Article 129(1) of the Constitution requires...
Honorable member. It's early in the morning,
Yeah, apparently.
and I guess I'm jumping the gun a little bit here. Honorable member, with respect to the Senate amendments number 32, dealing with the National Crime Intelligence Agency bill and the amendment. Honorable members, the amendment as read is now put to this honorable House, and as many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The amendment is adopted. Resolutions. The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the following resolution. Whereas Article 129(1) of the Constitution requires the Minister of Finance, before the end of each financial year, to cause to be prepared annual estimates of revenue and expenditure for public services during the succeeding financial year, which shall be laid before the House of Assembly, and which estimates have been laid before the House of Assembly. And whereas it is necessary to undertake additional borrowings to finance the deficiency of revenue over expenditure in the 2019-2020 estimates of revenue and expenditure which have been laid before the House of Assembly. And whereas Section 4 of the Bahamas Register Stock Act, Chapter 362 prescribes that conditions under which the Minister of Finance may raise any sums of money or part thereof by the creation and issuance of registered stock. And whereas from time to time the House of Assembly has approved borrowing by way of loan agreements with banks to finance approved expenditure. And whereas Section 3 of the Development Loan Act, Chapter 382, prescribes the conditions under which the Minister of Finance may borrow monies externally or internally in currency of the United States of America, effected and secured by the issue and sale of bonds. And whereas by Section 18 of the Financial Administration Ordered Act 2010, number 26 of 2010, it is provided that no loan shall be raised by the government and no guarantee involving a financial liability shall be binding upon the government unless entered into with the prior approval, signified by resolution of the House of Assembly thereof. Now therefore be it resolved that this House, 1, authorizes the Minister of Finance to raise by way of loans or loans the sum of $72,387,438 in such currency as the Minister may determine. 2, authorizes the Minister to raise such amounts by way of A, creation and issue of registered stock under Section 4 of the Bahamas Registered Stock Act 362. B, loan agreements with banks, including commercial banks, on such terms as are mutually agreed. And C, the issue of and sale of bonds under Section 3 of the Development Loan Act, Chapter 382, subject to the provisions that the total sums borrowed under paragraph B does not exceed the sum of $72,387,438, except debt amortization and such amounts as may be necessary to amortize or refinance existing debt. And the House receives communication from the Minister of Finance at the earliest opportunity after the apportionment among paragraph A, B, and C. And 3, approves the proceeds of the said loans being used for the purposes of defraying expenditure in the 2019-2020 estimates of revenue and expenditure in excess of revenue. So moved. That's me.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Whereas Article 129, subsection 1 of the Constitution requires the Minister of Finance before the end of each financial year to cause to be prepared annual estimates of revenue and expenditure for the public services during the succeeding financial year, which shall be laid before the House of Assembly, and which estimates have been laid before the Honorable House of Assembly. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this House approves the proceeds of the said loans being used for the purposes of defraying the expenditure in the 2019-2020 estimates of revenue and expenditure in excess of revenue. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The resolution is agreed. Further resolutions.
Speaker, move the following resolution. Whereas the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the government, is seeking to implement a street lighting retrofitting project in the Bahamas, the project, which comprises of the following: A, project preparation assistance; B, infrastructure works; C, engineering and construction related services; D, goods; and E, project management. And whereas the expected outcome of the project includes: A, enhanced climate resilience capacity; B, reduction in fossil fuel generated electricity for street lighting by BPL; and C, enhanced capacity to implement communications infrastructure. And whereas the government has found it necessary and is desirous of borrowing the sum of $14,457,000 in the currency of the United States for the purposes of financing the project. And whereas the Caribbean Development Bank has agreed to grant the government the proposed sum to finance said project. And whereas by virtue of Section 18 of the Financial Administration and Audit Act 2010, no loan shall be raised by the government and no guarantee involving a financial liability shall be binding upon the government unless it entered into with the prior approval of the House of Assembly, signified by resolution thereof. Now therefore be it resolved that this House, 1, authorizes the Minister of Finance to raise by means of a loan the sum of $14,557,000 in the currency of the United States, and 2, authorizes the Minister of Finance to raise such loans by entering into a bank agreement with the Caribbean Development Bank on such terms pursuant to this resolution as are mutually agreed. So moved.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Whereas the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the government, is seeking to implement a street lighting retrofitting project in the Bahamas, the project, which comprises the following components. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this House authorizes the Minister of Finance to raise the loan by entering into a bank agreement with the Caribbean Development Bank on such terms pursuant to the resolution as are mutually agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The resolution is agreed. Further resolutions.
Resolutions.
Member statements. Appointment of select committees. Instructions to select committees. Discharge of select committees. Notices for future meetings. The chair recognizes
Mr. Speaker, I rise to renew all matters in the name of the government and signal that we will return to the House at 10 a.m. Wednesday, July 3rd, 2019.
Final adjournment.
Yeah, I did move the motion. Oh. Everything is a motion in the House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do move that the House adjourns until 10 a.m. Wednesday, July 3rd, 2019. Speaker, I second that.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the House adjourns to 10 a.m. July 3rd, 2019. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Final adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, I do now move that the House adjourns.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that this House do adjourn to 10 a.m. the 3rd of July, 2019. As many members as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The House stands adjourned to 10 a.m. Wednesday, the 3rd of July, 2019.